Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Caleb. The wood of Caleb's desk cracked under his grip. He did what? Victor's been showing up at the community center, Wade said, leaning against the office doorframe. Manager's been letting him and his goons hang around, intimidating our people. Got the security footage right here. He waved his phone. Caleb's nostrils flared, catching the lingering scent of his second's anger, mixed with the leather of his jacket. The afternoon sun streaming through the window did nothing to warm the ice in his veins. Show me. Wade crossed the room. The video played out in grainy black and white. Victor's smug face as clear as day, while pack members hurried past with their kids, heads down. Son of a... Caleb's chair scraped against the floor as he stood. That community center is supposed to be a safe space. His wolf stirred beneath his skin, hungry for action. And Thompson just let them walk right in? Thompson's been taking payoffs. Found the transfers this morning. Fire him, now. Already done. But Cale, double the security. I want cameras everywhere. Better ones. What about Victor? Caleb's lips pulled back, showing teeth. Let him try that again. I'll personally escort him out. Through a window if necessary. You know that's what he wants, right? To provoke you into... Into what? Defending our territory? Our people? Caleb paced, his reflection fragmenting across the wall of windows. This isn't just about territory anymore. He's going after families now. Kids. We could call a council meeting, get the other packs involved. Politics. Caleb spat the word like it was poison. While we're filling out paperwork in triplicate, Victor's out there terrorizing our people. We handle this our way. Wade sighed, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. Your way usually involves property damage. Property can be replaced, peace of mind can't. Caleb grabbed his jacket. Come on, let's go make sure our people know they're safe. Where are you going? To the community center, to remind everyone exactly why Eclipsed Moon doesn't bow to bullies. Caleb stalked down Main Street, the cobblestones still slick from the morning's rain. The salt-tinged breeze carried snippets of conversations from the Cauldron and Cups outdoor seating area, where a group of witches quickly averted their gazes as he passed. News traveled fast in Saltwater Grove. Remember when Victor tried to challenge you at last year's midsummer joust? Wade matched his stride, hands tucked into his jacket pockets. Man couldn't even stay on his horse. The horse had more sense than he did. Caleb's lips twitched at the memory. Bucked him right off into that big pile of manure. Good times, Wade chuckled, before he got whatever this is. Caleb's amusement faded. 5 years of territorial disputes, 3 failed attempts to absorb smaller packs, and now this. Victor's obsession with power had grown from annoying to dangerous. He's always wanted more than he deserves. Remember when he tried to convince the Shadow Pack that their alpha was unfit to lead because she preferred diplomatic solutions? Yeah, that backfired spectacularly. Jill kicked his butt in front of everyone at the Winter Council. And now we're the last ones standing between him and his delusion of becoming some sort of supreme alpha. The wolf inside him bristled at the thought. A group of kids ran past, toy swords clashing as they played shifters versus vampires. One small boy with plastic fangs waved shyly at Caleb. At least the kids still think you're scarier than Victor, Wade said. That's because they haven't seen him try to dance at the Autumn Enchantment Fair. Caleb waved back at the kid. That was pretty terrifying. Speaking of terrifying, you never told me what happened at that peace talk last month. You mean when he suggested we merge our packs for the greater good? Caleb rolled his eyes. I told him I'd rather French kiss a troll. Harsh. The troll would probably have better breath. Caleb kicked a loose cobblestone, sending it skittering across the street. If Victor wants to prove he's such a big bad alpha, he should come challenge me directly instead of harassing innocent pack members. Coward's way out. The salty breeze carried the scent of fresh bread from the bakery, mixing with the ever-present tang of ocean air. A group of merfolk hurried past, their scales glinting in the afternoon sun as they gave Caleb a wide berth. His reputation for protecting his territory preceded him. You know that's not his style, Wade said. He's trying to wear everyone down first, make them doubt. Yeah, well, I'm done playing his game. Caleb's wolf prowled beneath his skin. The beast understood what needed to be done. Show strength, protect the pack. Time to remind everyone why Eclipsed Moon's still standing after all these years. What are you thinking? I'm thinking it's time for a pack gathering, right in the town square. Caleb's lips curved into a predatory smile. Let Victor watch from the shadows while we show exactly how united and strong we are. A show of force? Wade raised an eyebrow. That's actually not a bad idea. Try not to sound so surprised. Caleb dodged a witch's familiar, a rather plump orange cat that shot him a disapproving look. We'll have food, music, maybe some friendly sparring matches. Show everyone that we're not hiding. And if Victor shows up, then he'll see exactly what he's up against. The wolf in Caleb's chest rumbled with satisfaction. And maybe if we're lucky, he'll finally grow a pair and face me properly instead of picking on cubs and elders. You really want that fight, don't you? Want? No. Caleb paused at the intersection, watching another group of pack children chase each other through the magical fountain spray. Their laughter echoed off the old buildings, reminding him exactly what he was protecting. But I'll end it if he forces my hand. Nobody threatens our people and gets away with it. The red brick community center loomed ahead, its weathered facade a testament to decades of pack gatherings, celebrations, and sanctuary. Caleb's jaw clenched at the sight of the open to all sign. That welcome had been weaponized against them. Third one this month, Caleb muttered, running a hand through his dark hair. First the bookkeeper, then that new security guard, now Thompson. Could be worse. Wade dodged a puddle. Remember when Victor tried bribing the entire janitorial staff at the town hall? Yeah, with counterfeit leprechaun gold, Caleb snorted. Turned their hands green for weeks. The community center's double doors swung open, releasing a group of young shifters from their after-school program. Their laughter faded as they spotted him, eyes wide with recognition. Caleb softened his expression, offering a reassuring nod. I'll handle the center myself for now, he said, watching the kids scamper off. At least until we can find someone trustworthy. You, Wade's eyebrows shot up. Mr. I set the microwave on fire making popcorn wants to run a community center? That was one time. Caleb shot him a look. And in my defense, those instructions were clearly written by a vampire. Who measures time in heartbeats? They climbed the worn stone steps, the afternoon sun warming the railings beneath their hands. Inside, the scent of floor cleaner mingled with traces of anxiety from their pack members. And underneath it all, the lingering smugness of Victor's presence. You can't run this place alone, Wade said, following him through the lobby. You've got enough on your plate with... Watch me! Caleb's wolf stirred, responding to the challenge in Wade's tone. My pack, my responsibility. Besides, he grinned, how hard can it be? File some paperwork, organize a few events, keep Victor's goons from terrorizing everyone. Schedule maintenance, manage the budget, coordinate with other community leaders, handle complaints. Okay, fine. Caleb stopped at Thompson's, former Thompson's, office door. So maybe I need help, but finding someone we can trust? That's like trying to find an honest pixie at a poker game. What about your sister? Sarah, Caleb barked out a laugh. The same Sarah who organized last year's pack picnic and somehow ended up with 3 rival covens of witches fighting over the potato salad? Good point. Wade leaned against the wall. Still, better than you trying to do everything yourself. You're already running yourself ragged. I'm fine. Sure. That's why you showed up to Tuesday's pack meeting wearing 2 different boots? They were both black, Caleb muttered, but his lips twitched. Besides, I started a new fashion trend. Half the younger pack members showed up mismatched the next day. Caleb opened the door to the office and sat down at Thompson's old desk. His fingers drummed against the desk as memories surfaced. You know, Victor wasn't always like this. Remember when our packs used to do those joint full moon runs? Back when his ego could still fit through doorways. Wade settled into a chair next to the desk. Yeah, those were fun times. Until he decided being alpha of one pack wasn't enough. The wood beneath Caleb's fingers warmed with his touch. Remember that camping trip? 6 years ago? The one where he tried to prove he was the better alpha by catching more fish? And ended up wrestling that Selkie who thought he was hitting on her? Caleb chuckled. She dumped him in the bay. Twice. His wolf stirred at the image of Victor, sputtering and soaked, his precious designer clothes ruined by salt water. Back then, their rivalry had been almost friendly. Competitive, sure, but not this, whatever it had become. You'd think after Sarah broke his nose at the winter solstice ball, he'd have learned some humility. Caleb smirked at the memory. In his defense, he didn't know she was your sister when he grabbed her butt. No, but he definitely knew after she introduced his face to the punch bowl. Pride colored Caleb's voice. His little sister had always been a spitfire. That's when everything changed. His pride couldn't take being embarrassed in front of both packs.
Chapter 2. Fiona. The salt-laden breeze ruffled Fiona's red hair as she strolled down the cobblestone streets of Saltwater Grove, her new home. A smile tugged at her lips as a young witch zipped past on a floating skateboard, purple sparks trailing in her wake. Now that's something you don't see in Boston, she muttered to herself, adjusting her messenger bag. The leather strap had started to warm beneath her touch, a common occurrence when she got excited. The afternoon sun painted long shadows across the historic storefronts, their window displays featuring everything from enchanted wind chimes to self-stirring cauldrons. Fiona smiled as she walked, her steps lighter than they'd been in months. No more hiding spark-shooting fingers in my pockets, she whispered, letting a small flame dance across her palm. Rather than causing panic, a passing shifter simply nodded in greeting. The scent of cinnamon and magic wafted from cauldron and cup ahead. Through the window, Fiona spotted a barista levitating multiple coffee cups. I could get used to this, Fiona said, pausing to watch a group of kids playing hopscotch. Their chalk lines glowed different colors as they jumped. The sound of waves crashing against the shore provided a constant backdrop to the town's magical chaos. In the distance, the Salt Spire Lighthouse stood proud against the blue sky, its beacon already beginning to pulse with protective enchantments as sunset approached. A shop door opened nearby, releasing a cloud of multicolored butterflies that scattered into the air. Sorry about that, called out the shopkeeper, an older man with pointed ears. New shipment of wishwings got loose again. No problem at all, Fiona replied, watching the ethereal insects disappear into the afternoon light. Actually, this is perfect. Fiona decided to turn around as she was pretty thirsty. She headed straight for cauldron and cup. The bell above the door chimed with a melodic tinkle. Fiona stepped inside the cafe, where the aroma of fresh coffee mingled with something distinctly magical, like starlight and sea spray bottled into a perfume. The menu board floating above the counter shifted and changed, the chalk letters rearranging themselves every few seconds. Fiona squinted at offerings like Moonbeam Macchiato, warning, may cause temporary levitation, and Siren's Song Smoothie, contains real merfolk scales. No co. First time. A warm voice drew her attention to the counter, where a woman with laugh lines around her eyes and silver streaks in her dark hair stood waiting. Her apron sparkled with what looked like actual constellations. "That obvious?" Fiona asked, heat rising to her cheeks. "Only because you're reading the menu like it might bite. I'm Nina, and don't worry, none of our drinks actually bite. Well, except the Dragon's Breath hot chocolate, but we warn people about that one." A tiny flame flickered between Fiona's fingers. Her nervous tell. "Any recommendations?" Nina's eyes caught the flame, and her smile widened. "Ah, a fire witch! Try the Phoenix Rise latte. It's got a kick that might suit you." "Sure, why not?" The words had barely left Fiona's mouth when Nina's hands began dancing through the air, conducting an orchestra of floating cups and ingredients. Cinnamon and cardamom swirled through the air as Nina worked, the coffee beans grinding themselves while steam rose in spiral patterns. The finished drink glowed with an inner warmth, topped with foam that shifted like aurora borealis. Fiona took a cautious sip, and her eyes widened. The drink tasted like liquid sunshine and possibility, warming her from the inside out. Her hair lifted slightly at the ends, small embers dancing between the strands. "Oh, wow," she breathed. "Good, right? It's enchanted to enhance natural talents. For fire witches, well..." Nina gestured at Fiona's now gently smoking fingertips. "Let's just say you might want to be careful with any spell work for the next hour or so. Your magic will be a bit enthusiastic." Fiona traced the rim of her cup, her bank account balance flashing through her mind like a warning sign. "Any chance you know who's hiring around here? I've been looking, but..." "Ah, job hunting." Nina wiped down the counter with a cloth that seemed to absorb spills before they happened. "What did you do before?" "Wedding coordinator in Boston, specialized in magical ceremonies." Fiona's fingers sparked at the memory of her last event. A vampire-werewolf union that had required careful seating arrangements and 3 different menu options. "But I haven't seen any event planning positions here." Nina's brow furrowed as she sent a dirty mug floating toward the sink. "You know, the Eclipsed Moon Pack has a community center. Just heard they might be looking for someone to manage it." Fiona perked up. "Really? That sounds perfect." "But," Nina held up a finger, "they usually keep things in pack. Wolves can be particular about territory and trust." "Of course they are," Fiona muttered, a tendril of smoke curling from her hair. She patted it out quickly. The Phoenix Rise latte was still working its magic. "Don't let that stop you, though." Nina's eyes twinkled. "Sometimes the best opportunities come from pushing boundaries. The center's just past Moonstone Street, can't miss it. Big red brick building with a silver moon mosaic over the door." Fiona straightened her spine, determination settling in her chest. "Thanks, Nina. I'll give it a shot. Worst they can say is no, right?" "That's the spirit." Nina chuckled, then called after her, "And honey, maybe wait an hour before you go. You're still trailing sparks." Fiona glanced down at the tiny embers falling from her fingertips. "Right. Good call." She wiggled her fingers, watching the magical residue fade. "I should probably avoid looking like a walking fire hazard when asking for a job." "Might help your chances," Nina agreed with a wink. Fiona kicked off her shoes and let her toes sink into the cool sand of Starlight Cove. The waves lapped at the shore, their rhythm soothing the residual magical buzz from Nina's coffee. Tiny sparks still danced between her fingers, but at least her hair had stopped smoking. "Well, Fiona, you wanted a fresh start," she said to herself, watching a group of selkies splash in the distance. Though maybe running across the state wasn't exactly the most mature response. The salt air carried memories of her last wedding in Boston, an elaborate affair between a vampire countess and a werewolf duke. The ceremony had gone perfectly, right up until the moment someone had slipped a silver fork into the groom's cake. The ensuing chaos had required 3 memory wipes and 1 very expensive tablecloth replacement. "Not my fault," she muttered, drawing patterns in the sand with her finger. Where she touched, the grains crystallized into delicate swirls of glass. "I triple-checked everything. Someone had to have..." She cut herself off, not wanting to revisit that particular theory. The same way she didn't want to think about the string of accidents at her other events. The floating candles that had nearly set fire to a mermaid's hair. The enchanted doves that flew into the wrong ceremony. The love potion that had somehow turned into a truth serum. A seagull landed nearby, eyeing her hopefully. "Don't look at me like that," she told it. "I know when I'm being sabotaged, I just couldn't prove it." The bird cocked its head. "And yes, maybe I should have stayed to fight it out, but—" She gestured at the peaceful cove, where the water sparkled with actual magic rather than just sunlight. "Sometimes running away is actually running toward something better, right?" The seagull squawked and waddled closer. "Oh, fine." She dug in her bag and pulled out a slightly squashed muffin from earlier. As she tossed crumbs to her feathered companion, she watched the lighthouse in the distance. "At least here I can be myself," she said softly. "No more hiding what I am. No more pretending to be just another normal wedding planner for the mundane clients." Fiona brushed the sand from her skirt and gave her feathered friend a final wave. The seagull squawked, probably disappointed there weren't more muffin crumbs forthcoming. "Time to go adult," she told herself, checking her reflection in a shop window. Her red hair had finally settled from its earlier Phoenix Rise-induced pyrotechnics. "You've handled Bridezilla vampires. You can handle this." The community center rose before her, its red brick facade warm in the late afternoon sun. True to Nina's description, a silver moon mosaic sparkled above the entrance, catching the light in hypnotic patterns. Through the windows, Fiona glimpsed groups of people, mostly wolves, given their territorial auras, going about their business. A pair of teenage shifters exited, deep in conversation. "I'm telling you, Marcus, that's not how you howl at the moon." "Whatever, you sound like a choking chihuahua." Fiona slipped past them, pushing open the heavy double oak doors. The interior smelled of wood polish and something distinctly lupine like forest after rain. Activity buzzed around her. A yoga class with mats floating slightly off the ground. A group of elder wolves playing what looked like magical mahjong, and kids racing through the halls with partially shifted ears and tails. At the front desk, a harried-looking woman juggled 3 phones and a stack of floating papers. "No, Mrs. Henderson, the full moon pottery class is next Wednesday. Yes, I know it's usually Tuesdays, but— Hold, please." She spotted Fiona. "Can I help you?" "Hi, I heard you might be looking for a new manager?" Fiona kept her voice steady, though her fingers tingled with nervous energy. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're not Pac." "No, but I have extensive experience coordinating events and managing facilities." Fiona pulled her resume from her bag, proud that it didn't burst into flames. The Phoenix Rise latte was definitely wearing off. "I specialized in supernatural ceremonies in Boston." "Boston?" The woman's eyebrows rose. "That's quite a change. Sometimes you need a fresh start." Fiona gestured at the organized chaos around them. "And this looks like exactly the kind of challenge I'm looking for."
Chapter 3. Caleb. Later that day, Caleb crouched down, scrubbing at the crude, spray-painted symbols defacing the community center's brick wall. The acrid smell of paint thinner burned his sensitive nose, making his eyes water. His muscles tensed with each stroke, anger simmering just beneath the surface. Those Nightfang idiots couldn't even spray paint properly. Wade dragged a trash bag filled with broken glass across the parking lot. "Look at this. They're alpha symbols backwards. Really helps narrow down the suspects to whoever flunked basic geometry." Caleb dunked his sponge in the bucket, splashing solution onto his pants. "Darn it. You know, when I signed up to be your second, I pictured more epic battles, less janitorial work." Wade tied off the trash bag with a grunt. "Though I guess this counts as cleaning house, technically speaking. If you're done with the puns, grab another sponge." Caleb pointed to a particularly offensive message about his lineage. "This isn't going away on its own." "Neither is the bigger problem." Wade grabbed supplies from their pile and joined him at the wall. Thompson's probably already running his mouth to Victor about everything he learned while working here. One problem at a time. Speaking of problems, incoming community members to your left. Alpha Caleb, Mrs. Henderson's floral perfume hit him before her voice did. What's going to happen to my pottery class? Caleb suppressed a groan as more pack members emerged from their cars, clustering around him. The paint thinner fumes made his head spin as he straightened up. The community center isn't closing, he said, addressing the growing crowd. We're just between managers at the moment. But I heard Nightfang, started Jerry from yoga class. My daughter's dance recital is next week, Martha cut in, bouncing her toddler on her hip. Should we move it somewhere else? Wade shot him a sympathetic look as he continued scrubbing. The questions kept coming, each one pulling Caleb in different directions. What about security? Is it true Thompson was working for them? Everyone. Caleb's voice carried the weight of his alpha status, quieting the chatter. Paint dripped down the wall behind him as he faced his pack members. Their anxiety rolled off them in waves, making his wolf restless. The community center stays open. All classes continue as scheduled. And yes, we're implementing better security measures. But who's going to run it? Mrs. Henderson clutched her designer purse closer. For now, He means I'll handle the day-to-day for now, Wade interrupted. While our illustrious alpha focuses on more important matters. Caleb shot his second a grateful look. The crowd seemed to relax slightly at Wade's casual tone. Now, Wade continued, who wants to help us finish cleaning this wall? I've got extra sponges, and I know Mrs. Henderson's arms are perfect for scrubbing after all that pottery throwing. I'll have you know this is a Chanel blazer, she huffed. As the tension eased and some pack members actually stepped forward to help, Caleb's shoulders remained tight. He needed a plan, not just for the community center, but for dealing with Victor once and for all, before someone got hurt. Caleb slumped into Thompson's, no, his former manager's chair, the leather creaking under his weight. Paint thinner still clung to his clothes, and his muscles ached from scrubbing graffiti. He rubbed his temples, trying to ward off an impending headache. A knock at the door interrupted his brooding. Sandra from the front desk poked her head in. Alpha Rivers, there's someone here about the manager position. His nose caught it before Sandra finished speaking. The sharp scent of cinnamon and wood smoke. A witch, an elemental by the distinctive magical undertone. Send them in. The woman who walked through the door made him sit up straighter. Waves of red hair caught the afternoon sunlight streaming through the window, and determined green eyes met his without hesitation. His wolf perked up with interest. I'm Fiona Ashwood, she said, extending her hand. I heard you might be hiring. Caleb shook it, noting the warmth of her skin. Definitely a fire witch. Might be is the operative word. How did you hear about the position? Nina at Cauldron and Cup mentioned it. Fiona settled into the chair across from him, smoothing her pencil skirt. I just moved here from the city, and I have extensive experience in event coordination and management. The timing was too perfect. Victor had eyes everywhere these days, and non-shifter allies weren't beyond him. But something about her directness didn't fit with Victor's usual schemes. That's quite a career change, coming to manage a community center. Sometimes change is exactly what we need. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. Besides, I hear Saltwater Grove is more accepting. Caleb leaned back in his chair, studying the witch across from him. Her posture remained perfect despite the chaos he could hear through his office window. Want to prove yourself? He gestured toward the window. Handle that mess out there, and the job's yours. Fiona's eyebrow arched. That's quite the interview technique. What exactly needs handling? There's graffiti that needs cleaning without damaging the brick, about 30 people who need reassuring their classes aren't canceled, and general panic control. He ticked off each item on his fingers. I assume the vandalism wasn't a local art project gone wrong? His wolf bristled at the comment. Let's just say we have some territorial disputes. Ah, Fiona nodded, a knowing glint in her eye. Politics. Something like that. Well then? She smoothed her skirt again, the gesture oddly calming to watch. What resources do I have available? The question caught him off guard. Thompson had never asked about resources. He just complained about what he didn't have. There's cleaning supplies. My second wade is already out there, and you've got full authority to make decisions about the center's operations. Any other parameters I should know about? She said, leaning forward slightly. The scent of cinnamon intensified as she leaned forward, and Caleb's wolf perked up again. He pushed the reaction aside. Keep everyone safe, keep the peace, and don't burn down the building. That last one was oddly specific. You're a fire witch. I can smell the magic on you. Fair enough. She stood, smoothing her skirt one final time. Though I'll have you know, I haven't accidentally set anything on fire since college. That's reassuring. It should be. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a crowd to organize. Caleb leaned against the doorframe of his office, arms crossed as he watched Fiona work. She'd transformed the chaos into something resembling order in less than an hour, setting up impromptu stations for different concerns. His wolf paced restlessly, unsure whether to be impressed or suspicious. Mrs. Henderson, your pottery class starts at 4 on Tuesdays, correct? Fiona's voice carried across the room as she typed into a laptop she'd produced from somewhere. Are you sure about letting her reorganize the entire schedule? Caleb muttered to Wade, who'd materialized beside him with a fresh coffee. You mean instead of your write everything on Post-its and hope for the best system? That system worked fine. Sure it did, boss. Wade took a sip of coffee. Caleb pushed off the door frame, prowling closer to where Fiona directed a small team of volunteers in cleaning the walls. The cleaning solution needs to be diluted more, he said, pointing to a patch of fading brick. Fiona's shoulders tensed. I adjusted the ratio based on the brick's age and porosity. And I'm telling you, it's too strong. She turned, green eyes flashing. Do you want to do this yourself? I'm just saying, no. She jabbed a finger at his chest. You're micromanaging. Either trust me to do the job or send me home, but stop hovering. The volunteers pretended to be very interested in their cleaning supplies while Wade's poorly disguised snort echoed across the room. Caleb's wolf bristled at being challenged, but something else stirred too. Respect, maybe, or attraction. He shoved both feelings aside. Fine. He held up his hands in surrender. Do it your way. Thank you. She turned back to her clipboard, red hair swishing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to convince the book club they can't meet in the same room as martial arts training. As she walked away, Wade appeared at his side again. I like her. Shut up. Just saying she's the first person besides me who's told you off since you became alpha. Caleb growled softly, but his eyes tracked Fiona's movements as she navigated through the crowd, somehow making everyone feel heard while still getting things done. Maybe Nina's recommendation wasn't so random after all. Caleb stood in the doorway of the community center as the sunset painted the sky in shades of orange and pink. The place hummed with renewed energy, a stark contrast to the chaos of that morning. His wolf preened at how quickly order had been restored. Final report of the day? Fiona approached, a stack of color-coded folders tucked under her arm. The scent of cinnamon and accomplishment rolled off her. Let's see. The walls are clean. Mrs. Henderson stopped threatening to call the local news, and I haven't heard the word crisis in at least 2 hours. I'd call that a win. Don't forget the new security protocols I drafted. She pulled out a bright yellow folder. And the reorganized class schedule. His lips twitched. Seems like you've thought of everything. Almost. She shifted her weight, a hint of uncertainty crossing her face. Except whether I actually got the job or not. Caleb's wolf nudged him forward. The position's yours if you want it, though I should warn you, the health insurance doesn't cover any magical mishaps. I'll take my chances. Her smile lit up her entire face. When do I start? How's tomorrow sound? Perfect. I already have ideas for... Of course you do. He shook his head, amused despite himself.
Chapter 4. Fiona. Fiona straightened a stack of flyers on the community center's front desk, hyper-aware of the brooding presence behind her. For the 5th day in a row, Caleb Rivers loomed like a storm cloud in a perfectly good sky. His reflection in the window showed him scanning the room, arms crossed, jaw set in that perpetual scowl. "You know, if you keep frowning like that, your face might stay that way," she said, not bothering to turn around. "Just doing my job, which apparently involves haunting this desk like a particularly grumpy ghost." The corners of her mouth twitched as she heard him shift his weight, making sure everything runs smoothly. Fiona spun in the chair, raising an eyebrow at him. Right, because the potted plants might stage an uprising? His blue eyes narrowed, but she caught the slight quirk of his lips before he smoothed his expression. The security cameras in every corner caught her attention again. Something had happened here, something that had the mighty alpha wolf prowling around like a watchdog. "Just keep me updated on any unusual activities." Define unusual, because Mrs. Henderson's interpretive dance class gets pretty wild on Thursdays. That earned her an actual chuckle, brief as it was. Progress. She'd counted exactly 6 laughs from him in 5 days. Not that she was keeping track. Whatever had happened here had left more than physical marks. She could feel it in the way the pack members glanced at the doors, in the tight set of Caleb's shoulders. But asking outright would probably get her nowhere with Mr. Broody McAlpha. Later that day, Fiona adjusted the thermostat, letting a touch of her fire magic warm her fingertips. The community center's ancient heating system wheezed and clicked, struggling against the autumn chill. A group of teenage shifters huddled near the entrance, shooting her suspicious glances. "The basketball court's open for another hour," she called out, keeping her tone light. "Unless you'd rather stand there giving me the evil eye?" One of the boys, Travis, she remembered, shuffled his feet. "We're good." "Suit yourself, but I hear standing around being suspicious burns 0 calories. A few snickers broke out among the group before they shuffled toward the court. Small victories. She'd take them. "You shouldn't antagonize them." Caleb materialized beside her desk like a particularly broody ninja. "I wasn't antagonizing. I was encouraging physical activity through gentle sarcasm." She pulled up the month's schedule on her laptop. "Speaking of activity, the yoga instructor called in sick. Again. And I can fill in if that's okay. I'm certified." His eyebrows shot up. "You teach yoga? Don't look so shocked. Even us witches need to stay limber." She winked at him, delighting in the way he almost cracked a smile. "Unless you'd rather disappoint Mrs. Peterson, she's been talking about her hip all week." "Fine, but I'll be watching." "You always are." She gathered her hair into a ponytail, ignoring the warmth that crept up her neck under his steady gaze. "Though if you're going to lurk, you might as well participate. Those shoulders look like they could use some stretching." "I don't do yoga." "Afraid you can't keep up with Mrs. Peterson?" His eyes narrowed, but there was that ghost of a smile again. Progress. She'd been collecting those almost smiles like trading cards these past few days. After yoga class, the day continued in its usual rhythm of spreadsheets, community questions, and dodging Caleb's watchful presence. Between organizing the weekend potluck and mediating a dispute over pickleball court time, Fiona found herself settling into a comfortable groove at the community center. The afternoon sun streamed through the community center's windows, casting long shadows across the polished floor. Fiona's fingers flew across her keyboard, organizing next week's schedule when a gentle tap on her desk drew her attention. An elderly man with silver hair and laugh lines around his eyes stood before her, leaning on a wooden cane carved with intricate wolf designs. "Excuse me, dear, these old eyes can't read the activity board anymore. Could you tell me when the chess club meets?" "Of course." Fiona pulled up the schedule. "It's Thursdays at 2. Would you like me to write it down for you?" "No need. The memory's still sharp, even if the eyes aren't." He chuckled, the sound warm and rich. "I'm Emmett, by the way. Been part of this pack longer than most of these pups have been alive." Fiona Ashwood. She gestured to the chair beside her desk. "Would you like to sit? I just made a fresh pot of coffee." "Don't mind if I do." Emmett settled into the chair with a contented sigh. "You're doing good work here, you know. Place hasn't run this smooth in years." Heat crept into her cheeks. Tell that to the teenagers who look at me like I'm going to hex their basketball. Ah, they'll come around soon enough. Emmett's eyes twinkled. Wolves are creatures of habit. We don't much like change, but loyalty. He tapped his cane against the floor. Loyalty always wins out in the end. Even for a fire witch? Especially for someone who cares enough to organize Mrs. Peterson's water aerobics class around her grandson's soccer practice. He winked. Word gets around here fast. Fiona laughed, warmth spreading through her chest that had nothing to do with her magic. I just want to help. And that's exactly why they'll come around. Emmett pushed himself to his feet. Now, how about that coffee you mentioned? As Fiona poured 2 cups, adding cream to Emmett's per his request, she felt some of the tension she'd been carrying ease. Maybe she didn't need everyone's approval right away. Maybe, like the gentle turning of seasons, acceptance would come in its own time. The evening sun cast shadows across Fiona's desk as she reviewed contractor quotes on her laptop. A familiar woodsy scent hit her nose seconds before Caleb's reflection appeared in her screen. Her heart did that annoying little skip it always did when he showed up unannounced. Still here? He leaned against her desk, his dark hair slightly tousled like he'd been running his hands through it. Fiona kept her eyes fixed on the screen, pretending the way his Henley stretched across his shoulders wasn't completely distracting. Some of us actually do work instead of prowling around looking mysterious. What kind of work is that? I found a construction crew to rebuild the playground. She pulled up the quote. Their rates are reasonable and they can start next week. His jaw tightened. No. No? Fiona swiveled her chair to face him. That's not an answer. That's a toddler's favorite word. We're not hiring outside contractors. The playground needs fixing, unless you've got a secret construction company hidden in those tight jeans of yours. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Heat crept up her neck. His lips twitched. We can't trust random contractors. They're not random. They're licensed, bonded, and have great reviews. She pulled up their website. Look, they even did the renovation at Sacred Grounds Coffee. Still no. You're impossible. Fiona stood, jabbing a finger at his chest. What's your brilliant solution then? Let the kids play on broken equipment. We'll figure something out. Figure something. She stopped, an idea clicking into place. Wait, what if we got volunteers from the pack? Make it a community project. Caleb's expression shifted from stubborn to considering. Go on. I'm sure we've got carpenters, contractors, and general handymen in the pack already. Plus, it would show everyone coming together after the vandalism. That? He nodded slowly. That could work. Of course it could work. I came up with it. She dropped back into her chair with a triumphant smile. I'll start organizing teams tomorrow. Good thinking, Ashwood. His hand brushed her shoulder as he straightened up. Just run the volunteer list by me first. Yes. And would you like me to get that notarized too? He chuckled, the sound doing dangerous things to her concentration. Smart-alec. 30 minutes flew by. Fiona flicked off the last set of lights, her keys jingling in her hand. And that's another day of successfully preventing community center chaos. You mean another day of creating chaos? Caleb said, but his usual scowl had softened into an almost smile. I prefer to think of it as organized pandemonium. She pushed open the oak doors, the cool night air carrying the scent of autumn leaves. The parking lot lights cast shadows across the asphalt, and somewhere in the distance, a car alarm chirped. You really have an answer for everything, don't you? It's part of my charm. She turned to lock up, wondering if the flutter in her stomach came from their playful banter or just indigestion from lunch. Heavy footsteps pounded against pavement. Wade burst around the corner, his usually neat brown hair disheveled. Kale, Nightfang, they're coming. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Caleb's entire demeanor shifted, his almost smile vanishing faster than her last paycheck. The term Nightfang meant nothing to Fiona, but judging by the way both men tensed, it wasn't good. Then she saw them. 3 massive wolves emerged from the shadows between buildings, their movements fluid and predatory. The largest one, with silver-gray fur that gleamed under the streetlights, had to be the size of a small horse. Its companions, one russet and one dark brown, flanked it like living shadows. Fiona's heart hammered against her ribs. The rational part of her brain, the part that usually handled things like taxes and grocery lists, informed her that wolves shouldn't be that big. The rest of her brain was too busy processing the fact that she was apparently starring in her own personal wildlife documentary gone wrong. "Oh," she said faintly, her keys slipping from suddenly numb fingers. The silver wolf's lips pulled back, revealing teeth that would make a great white shark feel inadequate. Beside her, Caleb let out a sound that was definitely not human.
Chapter 5. Caleb. The 3 massive wolves bounded toward them, their teeth bared in what Caleb swore was mockery. His muscles tensed, rage building at the sight of Rochelle's distinctive gray coat leading the charge. "Really? This is getting pretty old," Caleb muttered, shrugging off his jacket. "Wade, left flank now." "Already on it." Wade moved into position, his stance ready for a fight. The 3 guards fanned out behind them, creating a protective wall in front of the community center. Caleb's wolf itched restlessly beneath his skin, all too eager to burst free and meet the challenge head-on. But he held back, wanting to see what game Victor was playing this time by sending his second. "They've got some nerve showing up here like this," one of the guards growled. "Nerve isn't exactly what I'd call it." Caleb cracked his neck. "More like a death wish." The approaching wolves slowed their pace. Rochelle's lips pulled back to reveal rows of gleaming teeth. Her companions, both larger males, one russet and one dark brown, spread out to flank her. 3 against 5? Caleb snorted. "Math isn't their strong suit." The wolves were close enough now that Caleb could see the murderous gleam in Rochelle's yellow eyes. His wolf snarled inside him, recognizing the challenge in her stance. Victor wasn't even bothering to show up himself anymore, just sending his attack dog to do all his dirty work. "Wade," Caleb said through gritted teeth. "If Victor really thinks sending his second to intimidate us is going to work." "He clearly doesn't know you very well," Wade finished for him, a hint of amusement in his voice despite the tension in the air. The guards shifted restlessly behind them as Rochelle and her companions closed the remaining distance at an almost leisurely pace. Caleb's blood burned with the need to shift, to meet them on equal ground, but he forced himself to wait. Let them make the first move. Let them show their hand. The air crackled further with tension as Rochelle and her companions shifted back to human form. Caleb kept his eyes fixed on their faces, refusing to give them the satisfaction of any discomfort at their nudity. The 2 males quickly pulled on clothes they'd strapped to their legs, while Rochelle took her time, clearly enjoying the show she was putting on for us. "For someone who claims to be so superior, you sure love playing to the cheap seats," Caleb said, crossing his arms. Rochelle's high-pitched laugh rang out across the parking lot. "Oh, honey, if I wanted to put on a show, I'd have brought better backup dancers." She gestured to her 2 companions. "I come in peace." "Peace?" Caleb's wolf stirred beneath his skin. "Last I checked, peace doesn't usually involve property damage and harassment." "Such hostility," Rochelle clicked her tongue. "And here I thought we could have a civilized conversation. Keep pushing me and I'll send you back to Victor in pieces. Small ones." Tisk, tisk. Rochelle smoothed down her hastily donned red dress. "Threats already? That's not very diplomatic of you. Victor won't take too kindly to any harm coming to his people. For every scratch on us, he'll return it twofold." Her wicked smile turned predatory. "But that's not why we're here. Victor sent me with a message for you." Wade shifted closer to Caleb's side. "Since when does Victor send messages instead of throwing tantrums?" "Since he decided to be generous." Rochelle's eyes gleamed. "He's offering you a chance to handle this transition of power peacefully. Play nice, cooperate, and everyone stays happy and whole." "Transition of power?" Caleb's wolf snarled inside him. Oh, yes. Rochelle's voice dropped to a silky purr. Because one way or another, Victor will become supreme alpha. He'd prefer to do it without bloodshed, but she shrugged one shoulder. He's not above using more brutal methods to secure his position. Caleb's jaw clenched as he stepped forward, placing himself between Rochelle and the community center entrance. The wolf inside him demanded action, but he kept his voice strong and steady. Victor will never be alpha of Eclipsed Moon, and if he thinks threatening innocent people will change that, he's more delusional than I originally thought. Such confidence, Rochelle traced a finger along her pale collarbone. But how many of your people need to get hurt before you realize the inevitable? Get off my property. His words came out in a low growl. Now, think of all those sweet little cubs who come here after school. Rochelle's gaze drifted to the playground. Would be a shame if something happened while they were playing. Accidents do happen. Wade took a menacing step forward. That's enough. Oh, I'm just getting started. Rochelle's smile widened. Victor wanted me to paint you a picture of what resistance looks like. All those elderly pack members doing their morning Tai Chi, the teenagers at their study groups, the single mothers at their support meetings. She clicked her tongue. So many vulnerable people. The rage building in Caleb's chest threatened to explode. Last warning, leave. You know, your father would have been smarter about this. Rochelle's words hit their mark. He would have known when to bow out gracefully. My father would have torn out Victor's throat for threatening children. Caleb's eyes flashed. Now get out of here before I show you exactly why I'm alpha. Rochelle's laugh echoed across the parking lot as she stripped off her dress. Have it your way. Her body contorted, bones cracking as she shifted back to wolf form. Her companions followed suit, their clothes falling to the ground as they shifted. The three wolves turned tail and ran, Rochelle's gray form disappearing into the tree line. Caleb turned abruptly to the guards. Double the patrols. I want eyes on every entrance, every window, every shadow. He ran a hand through his dark hair. No one gets within 50 feet of this place without us knowing about it. Yes, Alpha, the guards responded in unison. Wade moved to his side. Want me to put extra security on the playground? Everything. Caleb's gaze remained fixed on where the wolves had vanished. We protect everything. Caleb's shoulders relaxed marginally as his guards and Wade dispersed, but the tension snapped right back when a throat cleared behind him. He'd completely forgotten about Fiona. So, she said, crossing her arms, want to explain what that little wolfy showdown was about? He turned to find her green eyes blazing with determination, the same look she'd worn when she'd first walked into his office. Not particularly. 3 giant wolves show up, there's threats, dramatic stripping, and more threats. She ticked off each point on her fingers. And you expect me to just go back to organizing the potluck schedule? That's exactly what I expect you to do. Caleb moved to walk past her, but she stepped directly into his path. They're the ones who vandalized the community center, aren't they? This Nightfang pack? The accuracy of her deduction stopped him short. Her scent carried notes of frustration and curiosity, but not fear. Most people would be running for the hills after witnessing that confrontation. You're not going to let this go, are you? Not a chance. A smile tugged at her lips. I've been told I can be quite stubborn. You don't say. He ran a hand through his hair again, studying her. Fine. Short version, Victor, the Nightfang Alpha, thinks he should rule all the packs in town. I disagree. He's trying to force the issue. By destroying property and intimidating people? Her eyebrows shot up. Sounds like a real charmer. You have no idea. Despite himself, Caleb felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Look, this isn't your problem. Just focus on running the center. Running a center that's apparently caught in the middle of a supernatural turf war? She shook her head. Sorry, but that makes it my problem too. Fiona. Besides, and she interrupted, I'd say I handled myself pretty well just now. Didn't scream, didn't faint, didn't even comment on the gratuitous nudity. A surprised laugh escaped him. No, you didn't. Though I have to say, as far as dramatic exits go, that was a bit over the top. Does everyone in your world have such a flair for theatrics? The lighthearted mood evaporated quickly as Fiona's expression shifted to something more serious. Her fingers twisted the hem of her jacket, a nervous gesture that caught Caleb's attention. That woman, Rochelle, when she talked about hurting people here, Fiona's voice trailed off, her green eyes searching his face. She wasn't just posturing, was she? Caleb's wolf bristled at the memory of Rochelle's threats. Number Victor's pack has already proven they're willing to cross lines. The admission tasted bitter on his tongue. They don't care who gets caught in the crossfire. Then let me help. The offer caught him off guard. His wolf perked up with interest as Fiona stepped closer, her scent carrying notes of determination and something else. Protectiveness? You've been here less than a week, he pointed out, and in that time, I've seen how much this place means to everyone. She gestured to the building behind them. Mrs. Chen's arthritis support group, the after-school program, even Emmett's chess club. They all matter. Which is exactly why you should stay out of it. His wolf disagreed, wanting to keep her close. But Caleb pushed that instinct aside. This isn't your fight. I'm making it my fight. Fire flickered in her eyes. Literal fire, he realized with fascination. Besides, you could use someone they won't expect. When's the last time Victor's pack dealt with a fire witch? Caleb studied her for a long moment. His wolf rumbled with approval, and he had to admit, the idea had merit. I'll consider it. That's not a no. It's not a yes either. Yet, her confident smile stirred something in his chest that he wasn't ready to examine too closely.
Chapter 6. Fiona. Fiona adjusted the construction plans spread across her new desk inside the former manager's office, squinting at the measurements. The playground design had gone through 3 iterations already, but she refused to give up until it was perfect. A stack of volunteer sign-up sheets sat beside her, filled with more names than she'd initially hoped for. "You're going to burn a hole through those papers if you stare any harder," Emmett said, settling into the chair across from her desk. His weathered face crinkled with amusement. "I just want to make sure everything's right. These kids deserve a proper playground, not some half-hearted attempt." "The pack's warming up to you, you know. Martha was singing your praises at the bakery this morning." "Really?" Fiona's eyebrows shot up. Martha had been one of the most vocal opponents to her working here. What changed her mind? "She saw you staying late to help Tommy with his homework when his mother got stuck at work." Emmett's eyes twinkled. Said anyone who'd spend 2 hours explaining fractions to a 10-year-old couldn't be all bad. A flush came over Fiona's cheeks. It wasn't a big deal. Besides, math is easier than dealing with bridezillas who change their minds about centerpieces 3 days before the wedding. A young wolf shifter poked his head into her new office. "Miss Ashwood, we've got the lumber delivery outside." "Perfect timing." Fiona gathered up her plans. "Ready to show these youngsters how it's done, Emmett?" "Lead the way, boss." Outside, a group of pack members milled around the pile of fresh lumber. Some cast uncertain glances her way, but most offered friendly nods. Considerable progress, Fiona thought. "All right, team," she clapped her hands together. "First things first, we need to sort this lumber by size. Jake, can you and your crew handle that while Jenny's group starts clearing the old equipment?" "You sure you want to trust us with this?" a voice called from the back. "What does a witch know about building playgrounds anyway?" "More than you might think." Fiona pulled out her well-worn work gloves. "My father was a contractor. I spent every summer helping him build decks and tree houses. Now, are we going to stand around questioning my credentials, or are we going to give these kids somewhere awesome to play?" Emmett stepped forward. "I'm with her. Anyone else?" One by one, the volunteers moved to their assigned tasks. Fiona rolled up her sleeves, grabbed a wheelbarrow, and joined in. Sweat trickled down Fiona's back as she hauled another load of debris away from the playground site. The sun beat down mercilessly, but she refused to let it slow her down. A few feet away, Jenny and 2 other pack members were dismantling the remains of a twisted slide. "Hey, witch!" Jake called out. Got a minute? Fiona wiped her forehead with her sleeve. Only if you stop calling me witch. I have a name. Fair enough. He grinned, revealing dimples that transformed his whole face. We could use your help with these support beams. They're being stubborn. As she approached, Fiona noticed the scorched metal poles. Her fingers tingled with the familiar pull of her magic. Stand back. What are you going to do? A teenage wolf, Tommy's older sister, if she remembered correctly, asked. Watch and learn. Fiona placed her hands on the metal, letting her power flow. The heat built gradually, focused and controlled, until the metal glowed red-hot. Now pull! Jake and his team yanked, and the poles slid free like butter from a warm knife. That was awesome, Tommy's sister exclaimed. I'm Amy, by the way. Do you think you could teach me about magic sometime? I'd love to, but shouldn't you ask your parents first? Mom says you're cool. Amy shrugged. She liked how you handled that angry tourist yesterday. Fiona remembered the incident. A man throwing a fit because the community center's pool was members only. She'd managed to deflect his tantrum without singeing his eyebrows off, which she considered a personal victory. Speaking of handling things, Jenny called over, anyone know where these bolts go? Color-coded containers in the supply tent, Fiona answered, pointing. Red for rusty, blue for good condition. You've really thought of everything, haven't you? Jake helped her load the poles into the wheelbarrow. I try. Fiona pushed her hair back, grimacing at the dirt that must be streaked across her face. Though I didn't account for looking like I lost a fight with a mud pit. It's a good look on you, Jake teased. Very earthy, almost like a real wolf. Their laughter carried across the playground, drawing smiles from other workers. Fiona felt something warm bloom in her chest that had nothing to do with her magic. For the first time since moving here, she felt like she might actually belong. Fiona wiped more sweat from her brow as she settled onto a bench, gratefully accepting the water bottle Amy handed her. Her muscles ached, but the good kind of ache that came from honest work. Movement caught her eye, and she spotted Caleb near the center's entrance, deep in conversation with two guards. Even covered in construction dust, he cut an impressive figure. His broad shoulders were tense as he gestured at something on a tablet, dark hair falling across his forehead. The scowl on his face could have melted steel. Does he ever relax? Fiona muttered, taking another sip of water. Emmett chuckled as he sat down beside her. Caleb? Only when he's sleeping, and I'm not even sure about that. He's going to give himself an ulcer if he keeps this up. That's our alpha for you. Always putting the pack first. Emmett stretched his legs out in front of him. You should have seen him 3 years ago when that flash flood hit. Spent 4 days straight helping evacuate families. Wouldn't rest until every last pup was safe. Really? Fiona watched as Caleb's scowl deepened at whatever he saw on the tablet. Oh yeah, last winter he gave up his vacation to help rebuild old Mrs. Henderson's roof after that big storm. And when the Miller twins both got sick with wolf pox, he sat with them for a week straight so their single mom could keep working. Wolf pox? Fiona raised an eyebrow. Is that like chicken pox? Worse. Much worse. Imagine chickenpox combined with uncontrolled shifting and the worst case of fleas you've ever seen. Fiona winced, and he volunteered for that. That's Caleb. Last month he even... Emmett stopped as Caleb approached them, his boots crunching on the gravel. The playground's looking good, Caleb said, his intense blue eyes scanning the construction site before landing on Fiona. Your idea about the volunteers was... not terrible. High praise indeed, Fiona rolled her eyes. We should be finished by Friday if the weather holds. And if more pack members show up tomorrow, Emmett added with a knowing smile, words getting around about our witches' construction skills. A hint of a smile tugged at Caleb's lips. Is that so? Don't sound so surprised, Fiona said. Some of us can do more than just set things on fire. Speaking of which, Caleb's expression turned serious again. We need to talk about the security protocols for... Nope. Fiona stood up, brushing dust from her jeans. Break time's over. Unless you're planning to help us build this playground, business talk can wait until we're done. Caleb blinked, clearly not used to being interrupted. Emmett's shoulders shook with silent laughter. Fiona's jaw dropped as Caleb abruptly shrugged off his leather jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his Henley. His muscles flexed as he picked up a beam that 2 other pack members had been struggling with. What? He caught her staring. Never seen an alpha do manual labor before? Just didn't expect you to actually help. She grabbed the other end of the beam. Thought you'd be too busy brooding in corners. I don't brood. He adjusted his grip, matching her pace as they carried the beam to the frame. I contemplate. There's a difference. Right. And I don't set things on fire, I just make them really warm. Their eyes met, and to her surprise, Caleb cracked a genuine smile. The expression transformed his entire face, softening the hard edges and making him look years younger. Fiona's heart did a peculiar little flip. They worked side by side for the next hour, falling into an easy rhythm. Fiona found herself stealing glances at him when he wasn't looking. Sweat dampened his dark hair, and a smudge of dirt streaked across his jaw. It was unfair how good he looked even covered in dust and dirt. You're not half bad at this, she said as they secured another support beam. Such glowing praise. He handed her a level. I rebuilt my cabin last summer. This is nothing. Of course you did. Fiona checked the beam's alignment. Let me guess, you chopped down the trees yourself? With your bare hands? Don't be ridiculous. His blue eyes sparkled with amusement. I used my teeth. Wolf form, you know. Fiona snorted, nearly dropping the level. Who knew the big bad alpha had a sense of humor? After they finished setting the mainframe, Caleb touched her elbow. We really need to talk. The serious tone in his voice sobered her mood. About the Nightfang? He nodded, glancing around at the other workers. Somewhere private. Fiona followed him to the side of the building, away from curious ears. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the grass, and a cool breeze carried the scent of approaching rain. Listen, he started, running a hand through his hair. About what happened the other night. A crash from the playground interrupted him, followed by several loud curses. We should probably... Fiona gestured toward the commotion. Yeah, Caleb sighed. But this conversation isn't over. I wouldn't dream of it. She patted his arm as she passed. Come on, Alpha. Let's make sure they haven't destroyed all our hard work.
Chapter 7. Caleb. Caleb followed Fiona into Thompson's old office. Fiona had already made the space her own in the past day. Organized filing cabinets replaced the previous chaos, and cheerful potted plants dotted the windowsill. He shut the door behind them with a soft click. Take a seat. Fiona settled into her chair, raising an eyebrow. Is this where you finally tell me I'm fired? Actually, it's the opposite. Caleb leaned against the edge of her desk, crossing his arms. I've been watching how you handle things here. The way you organized those volunteers today, got them working together. Even the way you got Marcus to help out despite his grumbling. Marcus just needed someone to listen to his stories about the good old days first. A smile tugged at her lips. And maybe a promise of my grandmother's secret cookie recipe. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You see solutions where others see problems. He uncrossed his arms. I need that right now. With Victor and the Nightfang, I've been so focused on protecting the pack that I haven't been leading them. They're scared, divided. So what are you saying? I'm saying I want your help, not just with the community center, but with the whole situation. You've got good instincts, and you're not afraid to tell me when I'm being... He searched for the right word. A stubborn jerk? I was going to say overcautious. The late afternoon sun streaming through the window caught the red highlights in her hair, making them glow. She sat there, green eyes wide with surprise, now completely silent for the first time since he'd met her. Caleb shifted uncomfortably. He wasn't used to asking for help, especially from someone outside the pack. But watching her today, seeing how she'd brought people together despite their initial mistrust, He knew he'd made the right decision, even if her continued silence was making him question his delivery. This is usually where you say something. Preferably yes, since I'm not great at speeches. Fiona drummed her fingers on the desk, her brow furrowed in thought. She finally spoke. Why not just go to the police? Or the council? Surely they'd step in with all this harassment. Caleb couldn't help but chuckle at her suggestion, though there wasn't much humor in it. The sound echoed in the small office space. The council has a strict non-interference policy when it comes to pack politics. As long as we keep our squabbles away from the general public, they consider it an internal matter. That's ridiculous, she crossed her arms. What about property damage? Threats? Welcome to supernatural politics. He straightened up, stretching his back. Each group handles their own. Witch covens settle their disputes through their own channels. Dragon wings handle their territory fights privately. Hell, even the vampire courts keep their power struggles under wraps. So you're telling me that if Victor came in here right now and... She made a slashing motion across her throat. As long as no humans witnessed it and he cleaned up after himself, the council wouldn't bat an eye. The thought made his wolf bristle, muscles tensing involuntarily. It's why pack leadership is taken so seriously. An alpha isn't just responsible for keeping order. They're the only real protection their pack has. That's... Fiona's face scrunched up. Actually explains a lot about why you've been hovering over my shoulder like an overprotective mother hen. I do not hover. Please, you practically growled at the UPS guy yesterday. He was acting suspicious. He was sweating because it was hot outside and the air conditioning in his truck broke. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the desk. But I get it now. You're not just being paranoid. You're trying to keep everyone safe. The way she said it, without judgment or mockery, made something in his chest loosen. Most people outside pack structure didn't understand the weight of responsibility that came with being alpha. But here was this witch, who'd known him less than a week, cutting straight to the heart of it. Fiona tapped her fingers on the desk again. So, what did Rochelle mean about securing leadership peacefully? Caleb ran a hand through his dark hair, buying time to organize his thoughts. The question brought up memories of his own rise to alpha status, the challenges, the doubt, the constant pressure to prove himself worthy. Being an alpha isn't just about who can bite the hardest. He paced the small office, his boots silent on the carpet. It's about strength and respect. Both have to be earned. Like a supernatural political campaign? The comparison startled a laugh out of him. Something like that. We have elders, wolves who've lived through multiple alpha transitions, seen packs rise and fall. Their opinions carry weight. And Victor's trying to win them over? More like schmooze them. His wolf bristled at the thought of Victor's tactics. He's been hosting dinners, making promises about uniting the packs, creating this vision of a better future under his leadership. Fiona leaned back in her chair, the leather creaking. Sounds reasonable enough. So why do I hear your teeth grinding from here? Because it's all smoke and mirrors. Victor doesn't want unity. He wants control. Caleb stopped by the window, watching the volunteers still working on the playground. His pack, his responsibility. The elders remember when the packs were divided, constantly fighting. They think having one alpha would prevent that from happening again. Would it? Under the right leader? Maybe. He turned back to face her. Under Victor, it would be trading occasional skirmishes for constant oppression. You sound pretty sure about that. Victor and I, Caleb's jaw clenched. Let's just say we have history, the kind that involves hospital visits and restraining orders. Wow. Fiona's green eyes widened. And the elders are considering him anyway? He's gotten better at hiding his true nature. Plus, he's offering them what they want to hear. Peace, unity, strength in numbers. Meanwhile, I'm the stubborn alpha who won't play nice. Their words or yours? Both. He couldn't help but smile at her directness, though they usually phrase it more politely. Caleb paced the office, his wolf restless beneath his skin. There's another way to handle this, though. The old way. He cracked his knuckles, a habit he'd never quite broken. "I challenge Victor to a one-on-one fight. Winner takes all." Because that's worked so well for settling disputes throughout history. Fiona's sarcasm could have stripped paint. It's straightforward. No politics, no schemes. The idea lightened his mood considerably. Just me wiping that smug look off Victor's face. "And if you lose," his wolf bristled at the suggestion. "I won't." "Humor me." She propped her chin on her hand. "What happens if Mr. I'm going to punch my way through this gets his tail handed to him?" "Did you just make air quotes at me?" "Focus, alpha boy." Caleb ran a hand through his hair again, fighting back a grin despite himself. "If I lose, Victor becomes alpha of both packs. And you really want to risk everyone's future on one fight?" She stood up, hands on her hips. "Respect carries more weight than strength. Win over the elders. Show them you're the better choice." "By what? Hosting tea parties?" "By proving Victor's all talk." She jabbed a finger at his chest. "Show them you're already doing what he's only promising." His wolf perked up at her touch, which was inconvenient. The elders want unity, peace, and punching Victor in the face accomplishes neither. "It would make me feel better." "You're impossible." But there was a smile forming on her lips. "There are better ways to handle this." The afternoon sun caught her hair again, and Caleb found himself momentarily distracted by how the light made her eyes spark. He cleared his throat. "All right then, oh wise one. How exactly should I win them over?" Fiona opened her mouth to answer, then paused, her expression shifting from confident to contemplative. Caleb scratched his chin, remembering an idea he'd dismissed earlier. "I'd been thinking about organizing something in the town square. Food trucks, music, maybe some friendly sparring matches. Show everyone we're not hiding." Fiona's eyes lit up, but she shook her head. "Close, but not quite right." She drummed her fingers on the desk, a habit he'd noticed she did when piecing things together. "What about holding it here instead? At the community center? Think about it." She stood, energy radiating from her like heat from a flame. "This place means something to your pack. Victor tried to damage that by vandalizing it, so we transform it into something even better." His wolf perked up at the suggestion. The center had been his first major project as alpha, turning an abandoned warehouse into a place where pack members could gather, train, and support each other. "A celebration," he mused, warming to the idea, "right where Victor tried to hurt us." "Exactly. Show everyone you're not just talking about unity, you're living it." She gestured around the office. "The volunteers today prove people will come together if you give them a reason." The more he considered it, the more sense it made. The elders would see the pack's strength. Victor would see his intimidation tactics had failed. And most importantly, his people would remember what made them strong in the first place. Plus, Fiona added with a mischievous grin, it'll drive Victor absolutely crazy. Caleb couldn't help but laugh. "You know, for someone who preaches peaceful solutions, you've got a vindictive streak." "I prefer to call it creative problem solving." She tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear. "So, what do you think?" His wolf practically purred at the prospect. "I think you might be onto something." "That's not a yes." "Yes," he said, rolling his eyes but unable to hide his smile. "Happy now?" "Ecstatic." Her grin widened. "Just wait until you hear the rest of my ideas." The groan that escaped him was only partly feigned. What had he gotten himself into?
Chapter 8. Fiona. Fiona spread notes across her desk as Caleb and her brainstormed about the festival. "We need entertainment, food vendors, and activities for the kids." "No outside vendors." Caleb leaned against her filing cabinet, arms crossed. "Too risky. You can't seriously expect to feed everyone with just pack members cooking. Watch me." The pencil in Fiona's hand sparked, a tiny flame dancing along its edge. She set it down before it could catch fire. "Fine, but you're helping me coordinate the food prep teams." "Done." His lips twitched. "The flame thing, does that happen often?" "Only when stubborn alphas get under my skin." She shuffled through her papers. "What about music?" Pack band. You have a pack band? 3, actually. Fiona looked up, catching the hint of pride in his voice. That's actually perfect. We can rotate them through sets. She made a note, her handwriting flowing across the page. But we still need activities. Face painting, games, maybe some craft stations. No paint near the wolves. Why not? Ever tried getting paint out of fur? The mental image of a rainbow-colored wolf made her snort. Fair point, but we need something interactive. Caleb pushed off from the cabinet and circled her desk, peering at her notes. His presence sent a wave of warmth through her. What about a strength competition, log tossing, arm wrestling? Because nothing says family-friendly like testosterone-fueled displays of dominance. My pack would actually love it. We're trying to show you care about more than just strength, remember? Then what do you suggest? Both. Fiona tapped her pencil against the desk. We'll have the strength games, but also set up areas for storytelling, art displays, maybe even a talent show. Show that you value all aspects of pack life. Caleb was quiet for a moment, studying her face. That could work. Fiona weaved through the community center after their brainstorming session, clipboard in hand. The familiar rush of organizing a major event hummed through her veins, not unlike the sensation of her fire magic. So you'll handle the setup crew? She stopped at the front desk where Wade was checking the security cameras. Got it covered. He scribbled his name on her sign-up sheet. Though I still can't believe the boss agreed to this. Speaking of the boss, Caleb's scent, pine and autumn leaves, reached her before his voice did. How's the volunteer hunting going? Better than expected. She turned, finding him closer than anticipated. Though we still need someone to coordinate the talent show portion. Talent show? Wade's eyebrows shot up. Since when are we doing that? Since our event planner here insisted we need more than just wolves throwing heavy objects around. Caleb's blue eyes fixed on her clipboard. You're good at this. Almost like you've done it before. Heat crept up Fiona's neck. Well, about that. Wait. A smile tugged at his lips. What exactly did you say you did back in Boston? Event coordination and management, she muttered. That's what your resume said. But what kind of events? Fiona squared her shoulders. Weddings, okay? I was a wedding planner, but that sounds so... Perfect, Caleb cut in. You literally managed the most stressful events possible while dealing with emotional families and tight deadlines. And bridezillas, Wade added. Trust me, an angry bride is scarier than any wolf. Fiona relaxed as both men chuckled. Though I haven't had any of them try to bite me, yet... Days still young. Caleb took her clipboard, adding his name to several spots. And you've got 2 weeks to turn this place into whatever vision you've got cooking in that head of yours. Speaking of cooking, she snatched the clipboard back, their fingers brushing. You still need to give me that list of pack members who can handle food prep without burning down the kitchen. Unlike some people here, we wolves don't typically start fires. No, you just shed all over everything. Wade coughed, poorly hiding his laugh. I'll just go check the perimeter. Several minutes later, Fiona watched from across the room as Caleb knelt beside a small girl with pigtails, his broad frame somehow shrinking to become less intimidating. The child clutched a worn stuffed wolf to her chest. Show me what happened, Sophie, he said, his usual gruff tone softening. The girl held up the toy, revealing a torn seam. I was practicing shifting and... Her bottom lip trembled. Hey now, that's an easy fix. Caleb produced a small sewing kit from a craft drawer nearby. Fiona's eyebrows shot up as his large hands made surprisingly delicate work of the repair. See? Good as new. Keep practicing, you'll get the hang of it. Sophie beamed, hugging the toy before scampering off. Fiona pretended to be absorbed in her clipboard when Caleb approached her again. You know how to sew? She couldn't keep the amusement from her voice. Pack kids are rough on their stuff. He shrugged. Before she could respond, Mrs. Chen shuffled up with a Tupperware container. Alpha, I made those oatmeal cookies you like. Mrs. Chen, you didn't have to. Nonsense, you're too skinny. She pressed the container into his hands and led him across the room to inspect some designs for the talent show sign. Throughout the late afternoon, Fiona noticed more moments like these. Caleb helping a teenager with math homework, listening patiently to an old man's fishing stories, breaking up a squabble between twin boys with firm kindness. Each interaction revealed a different facet of him, like light-catching crystal. The warmth in her chest grew stronger. This was the real Caleb, not the suspicious, growling alpha who'd first interviewed her, but a leader who sewed up stuffed animals and ate old ladies' cookies and remembered everyone's names and stories. "You're staring," Wade whispered as he passed by. Fiona jumped, her clipboard clattering to the floor. I was supervising." Right. Wade's knowing smirk made her cheeks flush. Supervising. Later that evening, Fiona gathered the last of her papers, tucking them into her messenger bag as the community center's motion sensor lights dimmed around them. "Thanks for staying late," she said to Caleb, who was locking up the supply closet. "Even if you did veto half of my other ideas." "I vetoed the bad ones." He pocketed the keys. "Like the dunk tank. It would have been hilarious. In October? Some of us can control fire, you know." She wiggled her fingers, a tiny flame dancing between them. "I could have heated the water." "And risk burning someone's tail off? Pass." The light suddenly blazed to full brightness as Wade burst through the front doors, his boots squeaking against the freshly mopped floor. Fiona's heart jumped into her throat. "Kale," Wade's breath came in short bursts. "3 Nightfang wolves circling the north border. They're getting bolder." The playful atmosphere evaporated. Caleb's shoulders tensed, his jaw tightening. "How close?" "Quarter mile from the Wilson farm." "Darn it." Caleb ran a hand through his dark hair. Fiona's fingers twitched with unused magic. "I could help." "No," both men said simultaneously. "Why not? I can handle myself." "Because," Caleb stepped closer, his voice dropping, "if Victor sees us working with a witch, he'll use it against us with the elders. Traditional wolves don't trust magic users." "That's ridiculous. I've been managing your community center for days." "Managing events is different than fighting pack battles." Wade shifted his weight. "Kale, we need to move." "Right." Caleb grabbed his jacket. "Fiona, go straight home. No detours." She crossed her arms. "I'm not some damsel who needs protecting." "No," his blue eyes locked with hers. "You're someone He caught himself. "Someone the pack needs to keep safe, please." The please surprised her more than anything else. Heat crept into her face. "Fine," she huffed, "but only because you said please." Wade cleared his throat. "If you two are done with whatever this is." "We're going." Caleb headed for the doors, then paused. "Lock up behind us." Fiona nodded, watching as both men disappeared into the growing darkness. She touched her face where she could still feel the warmth of Caleb's gaze. "Someone you what?" she whispered to the empty room. The front doors creaked open a few minutes later, just as Fiona reached for the main light switch, making her jump. A small flame sparked between her fingers instinctively. "Just me." Caleb's head poked through the entrance. "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you." "Geez," Fiona extinguished the flame with a flick of her wrist. "I thought you were heading to the border." "I am, but..." He stepped inside fully, his broad shoulders blocking the doorway. The motion sensor lights cast shadows across his face, highlighting the worry lines around his eyes. "Listen, Victor's going to try something stupid. I can feel it. And my people." He trailed off, jaw clenching. "What are you planning?" The knot in Fiona's stomach tightened. She'd only known him a short while, but that look spelled trouble. "I'm going to try and talk to him. Negotiate." "You're what?" Heat rushed to Fiona's face. "The same Victor who's been vandalizing your property and threatening your pack? Better than waiting for him to hurt someone." His blue eyes met hers, determination written across his features. "Wade's already setting up the meeting." Something in his tone made Fiona's chest constrict. "You really think he'll listen?" Probably not. A wry smile crossed his face. But I have to try. Just, Fiona stepped closer, close enough to catch his scent of pine and autumn leaves. Be careful, okay? Victor seems like the type to bring backup to a peaceful meeting. Worried about me, Red? No, she lied, fighting the blush creeping up her neck. I just don't want to have to train another boss. The paperwork would be terrible. His laugh echoed through the empty community center. I'll do my best not to create extra work for you. You better. She crossed her arms, trying to look stern, despite the flutter in her stomach. And don't call me Red.
Chapter 9. Caleb. The cauldron and cup looked different after hours. The usual warm glow of hanging lanterns had been replaced by stark overhead lighting, and the absence of the typical coffee shop chatter left an eerie silence. The cleared space where tables usually stood created an arena-like atmosphere that made Caleb's skin crawl. Nina leaned against her counter, arms crossed. Ground rules, gentlemen. No shifting, no fighting, no property damage. Break anything, you buy it. And trust me, everything in here is expensive. Understood. Caleb paced the empty floor, his boots echoing against the hardwood. The scent of coffee and herbs hung thick in the air, masking any trace of approaching wolves. He didn't like that. Wade positioned himself near the door. You sure this was smart, coming here? Safer than meeting in either territory? Caleb checked his phone. No messages from Fiona. He'd told her to head straight home, but knowing her. Besides, Nina won't let things get out of hand. Darn right I won't. Nina's fingers sparked with purple energy. I've got wards up that'll turn any shifter who tries anything into a very confused chihuahua. One of Caleb's pack members, Derek, snorted. That'd be an improvement for Victor. Focus, Caleb said, but his lips twitched. The image of Victor as a yapping chihuahua would keep him entertained for days. We're here to negotiate. Caleb ran a hand through his hair, thoughts drifting to Fiona. She'd suggested trying diplomacy first, and he had to admit her way of thinking had merit. Usually, he'd have challenged Victor outright, but there was something about her determination to find peaceful solutions that made him want to try harder. They're late, Derek said, checking his watch. Victor's always had a flair for dramatic entrances, Caleb said, remembering their academy days. Nina rolled her eyes. Men, doesn't matter if you're human or wolf, you're all the same with your posturing. I resent that, Wade said. Some of us are naturally this impressive. The bell above the door chimed as Victor and his pack sauntered in. Caleb's nostrils flared at their scents, mixing with the coffee and herbs, like oil contaminating clean water. He planted his feet firmly, shoulders back, as Victor's group spread out in a loose semicircle. Rochelle's lips curled into a predatory smile. Nice choice of venue. Hiding behind witches' skirts now, Rivers? Better than hiding behind Victor's, Derek shot back. Wade stepped forward. At least we showed up on time. What's wrong? Got lost following your own tails? Children! Nina's voice cut through the tension in the air. Need I remind you about the rules again? Purple sparks danced between her fingers. One of Victor's pack, a stocky guy with a neck tattoo, snorted. What? You gonna turn us into puppies? Chihuahuas, actually. Nina's smile didn't reach her eyes. And trust me, sweetie, the spell won't wear off until I decide it does. Caleb watched Victor, who hadn't said a word yet. His rival stood with perfect posture, wearing an expensive suit that probably cost more than most people made in a month. Show off. The memory of Fiona's words about diplomacy echoed in his mind, tempering his usual impulse to throw the first punch. You know, Nina continued, moving behind her counter, since you're all here, would anyone like a coffee? I have a new blend that's excellent for reducing aggressive tendencies. We're not here for coffee, Rochelle sneered. Shame? Nina shrugged. It might improve your personality. Wade coughed to cover a laugh, and Caleb had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from smirking. Trust Nina to treat two rival wolf packs like misbehaving children at a tea party. He could practically hear what Fiona would say if she were here right now. Probably something about testosterone-fueled drama queens. Caleb drew in a deep breath, tasting the bitter notes of espresso mixed with Nina's herb collection. "Look," he said, meeting Victor's steel-gray eyes. "We've known each other since we were pups learning to shift without losing our pants. Remember Mrs. Henderson's fence? The one we crashed through during practice?" Rochelle made a disgusted sound. "Is this a peace talk or a trip down memory lane?" "Let him talk," Nina warned, purple sparks dancing between her fingers again. Caleb continued, spreading his hands. "Two biggest packs in Saltwater Grove. We could be working together instead of—" He gestured at the empty cafe. "Whatever this is, your people intimidating mine, vandalizing our community center. For what? So you can prove you've got the biggest fangs in town?" Victor remained silent, his expression unreadable. The expensive suit couldn't hide the predator beneath. Caleb had seen him take down 3 challengers at once during their academy days. But they weren't teenagers anymore. And this wasn't about proving who could bench press the most at gym class. "No one needs to get hurt," Caleb said, thinking of Emmett and the other elders, of the kids who couldn't use their playground because Victor's pack had trashed it, of Fiona, who'd thrown herself into helping his pack without hesitation. "We've got enough territory for both packs, enough resources. Hell, we could probably solve half the town's problems if we worked together instead of against each other." Wade shifted his weight, ready to move if needed, but Caleb held up a hand. He'd promised Fiona he'd try talking first. Fighting could come later, preferably after Nina's vintage espresso machine was safely out of the blast radius. "So, what do you say?" Caleb asked. "Truce? Or are we going to keep playing these games until someone gets seriously hurt?" Victor finally broke his silence with a laugh that set Caleb's teeth on edge. "Destiny isn't about sharing, Rivers. It's about taking what's meant to be yours." He adjusted his platinum cufflinks, the motion deliberately slow. "And I am meant to lead every pack in this town." Caleb's muscles tensed as he fought the urge to leap across the cafe floor. The coffee grinder whirred in the background, Nina pointedly making noise as she watched them. "Strength isn't everything, Victor. You can bench press a truck, sure, but respect, that's earned." "Like the respect you're trying to earn with your little festival." Victor's smirk widened as Caleb stiffened. "Oh yes, I heard all about your planned celebration at the community center. Such a touching gesture. Trying to show your people how much you care." The coffee beans in Nina's grinder crackled like breaking bones. Caleb's mind raced. They'd only finalized the festival plans today. The only people who knew were his inner circle and another traitor. His stomach twisted in knots at the thought. "Your intelligence seems about as reliable as your fashion sense," Caleb said, eyeing Victor's overpriced suit. "That tie with those shoes?" "Really?" Rochelle snarled, but Victor held up a hand. "Mock all you want, but festivals can be such dangerous events. All those people gathered in one place. Anything could happen." "Is that a threat?" Wade stepped forward, but Caleb blocked him with an arm. "It's a prediction," Victor said smoothly, "one that wouldn't need to come true if you'd simply step aside." The urge to shift and tear Victor's throat out was almost overwhelming, but Fiona's voice echoed in Caleb's head again, reminding him about diplomacy. Though right now, he was pretty sure she'd support setting Victor's expensive suit on fire. "Funny thing about predictions," Caleb said, keeping his voice level despite the rage building in his chest. "They don't always come true, kind of like your destiny." Caleb leaned forward further. "You know what, Victor? If you're really destined to be alpha of Eclipsed Moon, a little festival shouldn't scare you at all. Unless ... He paused, letting a smirk play across his face. "Unless you're worried about looking weak in front of everyone?" Victor's jaw twitched, a tell he'd never managed to control, even back in their academy days. "Scared? Of your little community potluck? Please." "Then prove it." The coffee grinder whirred again as Nina pretended to be busy. "Show up. Let the pack see both of us. Let them decide who they want to follow. Or," Rochelle cut in, "we could save everyone the trouble and—" "I wasn't talking to you." Caleb didn't take his eyes off Victor. "Unless you need your second to do your talking for you now?" Wade snorted behind him. Wouldn't be the first time. Victor straightened his already perfect tie. I'm not afraid to show you your place, Rivers. In fact, I look forward to it. Right, because that worked out so well for you last time. Caleb remembered their last physical confrontation. Victor had limped for weeks. How's that shoulder healing, by the way? Get out, Nina interrupted, purple sparks now crackling around her entire body. Before I turn this whole drama club into a Chihuahua convention. As they filed out into the night air, Caleb's mind raced. The leak about the festival bothered him more than Victor's threats. Someone close had betrayed them. Again. The thought of another traitor in his ranks made his stomach churn. Wade fell into step beside him as they walked back toward packed territory. That went well. About as well as trying to reason with a brick wall. Caleb shoved his hands into his pockets. A brick wall wearing a $3,000 suit. At least Nina didn't have to turn anyone into a Chihuahua. Night's still young. Caleb stopped at the corner, looking back at the cafe. We need to find out who leaked the festival plans. Could be anyone who was at the center today? That's what worries me. Caleb thought of Fiona's excited face as they'd planned the event, the way her eyes had lit up with each new idea. He pushed the image away. Get everyone together tomorrow. We need to figure this out before Victor crashes our party? Before I lose my mind trying to guess who I can trust. The words came out more bitter than he'd intended.
Chapter 10. Fiona. The next morning, Fiona watched Caleb prowl around the community center like a caged animal, snapping at anyone who dared approach him. His dark mood cast a shadow over the normally bustling atmosphere, making volunteers scatter whenever he came near. When he barked at sweet old Emmett for dropping a box of decorations, she'd had enough. Okay, that's it. She marched over and grabbed his arm, the heat from her fingers seeping through his shirt sleeve. You're coming with me? I don't have time for now. She dragged him toward her office, ignoring his protests. The muscles in his arm tensed under her grip, but he didn't pull away. Once inside, she shut the door and crossed her arms in front of him. What's eating at you? And don't say nothing because you're acting like someone replaced your coffee with motor oil this morning. There's another traitor in my pack. He paced the small space. Victor knew about the festival. Someone told him. And? His blue eyes narrowed. And for all I know, it could be anyone, even you. Heat flared in her chest, matching the anger bubbling up inside her. Excuse me? I've spent every minute of the last day organizing this thing for you. I've called 47 suppliers, coordinated with 15 different pack members, and filled out enough paperwork to wallpaper this entire building. She poked at his chest. Why would I do all that just to sabotage it? To gain our trust? Oh, please, she rolled her eyes. If I wanted to sabotage you, I'd just do a terrible job managing this place. It would be a lot less work than orchestrating some elaborate betrayal. Caleb stopped pacing. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. That actually makes sense. Of course it does. Fiona perched on the edge of her desk, watching Caleb's brooding form by the window. The morning sun caught his dark hair, highlighting strands of midnight blue she hadn't noticed before. She shook her head, focusing on the problem at hand rather than how unfairly attractive he looked when he was sulking. You know it's not going to help find your traitor, terrorizing everyone who walks through those doors? I'm not. You made Jenny cry. She's been volunteering here for 6 years. His shoulders slumped. I'll apologize. And what about Mrs. Chen? She brought those amazing dumplings for the volunteers, and you barely grunted at her. Those were good dumplings, he admitted. An idea sparked in her mind, making her straighten. What if we fed false information to flush out the spy? His blue eyes locked onto hers. Go on. We tell different volunteers different pieces of fake intel about having our own spy in Nightfang. See which version makes it back to Victor. She tapped her chin. Like how we know his favorite breakfast spot or what time he goes running. That could work. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You're devious. I prefer strategically minded. Heat crept up her neck at his appreciative look. Besides, wedding planning taught me how to manage drama. You wouldn't believe the schemes I've uncovered between warring mother-in-laws. He stepped closer, close enough that she caught the woodsy scent of his cologne. Tell me more about these schemes. Well, there was this one time. She stopped, narrowing her eyes. Nice try, but we're not done discussing your attitude problem. I thought we solved that with your spy plan. The plan helps find the traitor. Your growling at everyone like a rabid chihuahua is a separate issue. He blinked. Did you just compare me to a chihuahua? Would you prefer Pomeranian? The laugh that burst from him transformed his entire face, crinkling the corners of his eyes. Fiona's breath caught in her throat. She'd never seen him look like that before. Anyone ever tell you you're a pain in the butt? He asked. Frequently, usually right before they thank me for being right. Fiona watched the volunteers file into the community center's main hall, their excited chatter echoing off the walls. The late afternoon sun streamed through the windows. She stood next to Caleb, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from him as they waited for everyone to settle. All right, everyone, Caleb's deep voice cut through the noise. Let's go over the festival plans. Fiona stepped forward with her clipboard. We've got the food trucks lined up, face painting for the kids, and live music from local bands. She glanced at her notes. Oh, and thanks to Mrs. Chen's connection, we scored those amazing paper lanterns at half price. And speaking of connections, Caleb added, his tone casual but his eyes sharp, we've got someone on the inside of Nightfang feeding us information. The room burst into whispers. Fiona scanned the crowd, noting reactions. Most seemed surprised or excited, but Kyle, one of the newer volunteers, shifted uncomfortably in his chair. After the meeting wrapped up, Caleb caught her eye and nodded. They split up, mingling with different groups. Fiona chatted with Jenny about balloon arrangements while keeping Kyle in her peripheral vision. So, about those centerpieces, Fiona started, but stopped when she saw Kyle slip out the side door, phone in hand. Sorry, Jenny, rain check? She hurried after him, her boots clicking against the floor. Outside, the crisp autumn air carried the scent of fallen leaves and... was that cigarette smoke? She followed it around the corner, staying close to the building's brick wall. Kyle's footsteps crunched ahead of her on the gravel path leading to the woods. Oh, you sneaky little... she muttered, creeping closer. Her heart pounded with the thrill of the chase, though a small voice in her head questioned the wisdom of following a wolf shifter into the woods alone. Then again, no one had ever accused her of having an abundance of common sense. A twig snapped under her foot and she froze. Kyle's footsteps quickened, heading deeper into the tree line. The setting sun painted everything in shades of orange and red, making it harder to keep him in sight between the trees. Great idea, Fiona, she whispered to herself. Chase the potentially dangerous shifter into the dark woods. This definitely won't end up like every horror movie ever made. Fiona crept closer, keeping to the shadows of the trees. Kyle's voice carried through the crisp evening air. Yeah, they've got someone in your pack. That's what Rivers just told everyone. Kyle paused, listening. No, I don't know who. Yeah, I'll keep digging. A wicked smile curved Fiona's lips. Caught you, you sneaky little rat. Fire danced at her fingertips, warming her palms with familiar comfort. She stepped out from behind a thick oak tree. Hey, Kyle, making a phone call? He spun around, nearly dropping his phone. I was just... Save it! Fiona thrust her hands forward. Fire erupted from the ground in a circle around Kyle, the flames reaching above his head. The heat made his face glisten with sweat as he backed away from the walls of fire. Caleb! She projected her voice toward the community center, knowing his enhanced hearing would pick it up. Got something you might want to see. Kyle's phone clattered to the ground as he raised his hands. This isn't what it looks like. Really? Because it looks like you're calling Victor to tell him about our supposed spy. Fiona kept her focus on maintaining the fire cage, even as leaves crunched behind her. By the way, how's the reception out here? Must be great for all that tattling you've been doing. I wasn't, Kyle started, but cut off as Caleb emerged from the trees. Nice work, Caleb said, eyeing the fire cage with appreciation, though you could have waited for backup before confronting him. Where's the fun in that? Fiona smirked, though her arms were starting to tire from holding the flames steady. Besides, I had it handled. Fire witch, remember? Caleb's nostrils flared as he turned to Kyle. Want to tell me who you were just talking to? My girlfriend, Kyle squeaked. Try again. Caleb's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. I can smell the lie on you. Kyle's shoulders slumped. Victor's going to kill me. Victor's the least of your problems right now, Caleb said. Wade! Wade materialized from the shadows, making Fiona jump. How long have you been there? Long enough to enjoy the show. Wade grabbed Kyle's arm, through a gap in the flames. Should I take out the trash, boss? Please do. Caleb nodded, and Wade dragged the protesting traitor away. Fiona lowered her arms, letting the fire cage dissipate into wisps of smoke that curled through the autumn air. Her muscles ached from maintaining the flames, but the satisfaction of catching Kyle made it worth it. Dried leaves crunched under her boots as she turned to face Caleb. That fire cage was impressive, he said, his blue eyes reflecting the last glowing embers floating between them. And the spy trap idea? Brilliant. Her cheeks flushed, and for once it had nothing to do with her magic. Just doing my job. You know, keeping the riffraff out of your community center? Our community center, he corrected, stepping closer. The woodsy scent of his cologne mixed with the smoky aftermath of her magic, making her head spin slightly. And you did more than that. You protected the pack. Her heart did a strange little flip at the word our. Since when did his approval matter so much? Yet here she was, practically glowing from his praise like a teenager who'd just been noticed by her crush. The last rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, catching the midnight blue highlights in his hair. Fiona found herself wanting to reach out and touch them, to see if they felt as soft as they looked. She quickly shoved that thought away. This was Caleb. Grumpy, overprotective, surprisingly sweet when he wasn't being a pain in the neck Caleb. She absolutely was not developing feelings for him. Was she?
Chapter 11. Caleb. The community center buzzed with activity as pack members hung decorations and set up booths. Caleb watched Fiona direct traffic like a seasoned conductor, her red hair catching the sunlight streaming through the windows. She'd proven herself invaluable these past days, and he found himself admiring more than just her organizational skills. The art booth needs to go by the playground, Fiona called out. We want the kids to have easy access. Since when are you an expert on wolf pup logistics? Caleb asked. Since I organized 3 different wedding venues with kitty corners? She flashed him a grin that made his chest tighten. Trust me on this one, Alpha. Don't call me that, he grumbled, but there was no heat behind it. Caleb! A familiar voice rang out. His sister Sarah bounded over, her dark hair swinging. Is this the famous Fiona I've been hearing about? Caleb suppressed a groan. Sarah had that look in her eye, the one that meant trouble. Famous? Fiona raised an eyebrow. Oh yes, Sarah linked arms with her. The witch who's whipped our community center into shape, and my brother into submission. I have not been whipped into... The balloon arch goes over there, Fiona pointed, completely ignoring his protest. Sarah laughed. I like her already. You would, Caleb muttered, watching as his sister dragged Fiona off to chat. The 2 women fell into easy conversation as they discussed festival plans. He couldn't help noticing how Fiona's eyes crinkled when she laughed at something Sarah said. Your sister's wonderful, Fiona said later as they reviewed the booth layout, though she did share some interesting stories about you. Whatever she told you was a lie. The next morning, Caleb watched Fiona arrange centerpieces on a table. Her fingers danced through the air as she adjusted each element with precise movements. He found himself mesmerized by the way she worked, her determination evident in every gesture. The flowers need to be red and gold, he said, clearing his throat. Pack colors. Blue and silver would complement the evening lighting better. Fiona didn't look up from her work. Besides, we want this to feel welcoming, not territorial. It's a pack event. It's a community event, she corrected, finally meeting his gaze. To show unity and strength, remember? The wolf in him bristled at being challenged, but something else, something deeper, recognized the wisdom in her words. Fine, blue and silver, but the banners stay red and gold. Deal. Her smile did strange things to his chest. See, we can compromise. Don't get used to it, he muttered, but found himself fighting back a grin. Over the next few days, their disagreements became less frequent, morphing into something unfamiliar to him. She'd challenge his ideas, he'd growl his protests, but somehow they'd end up meeting in the middle. It was unsettling. He wasn't used to giving ground so easily. You're doing it again, Fiona said, breaking into his thoughts. Doing what? That brooding alpha thing. She waved her hand at his face. Your forehead gets all scrunchy when you're overthinking. I do not get scrunchy. He caught himself rubbing his forehead and dropped his hand. Shouldn't you be coordinating something? Already done. The booth layout is set, the entertainment schedule is locked in, and I've got 3 different contingency plans for bad weather. She perched on the edge of her desk. Face it, Alpha, I'm good at what I do. The proximity of her sent his wolf into a confusing spiral of instincts. Guard, protect, claim. He pushed the thoughts away. You're adequate. High praise indeed. She rolled her eyes, but her smile held genuine warmth. Coming from you, that's practically a marriage proposal. The joke hit too close to something he wasn't ready to examine. He stood abruptly, needing space. I should check the security arrangements. Again? That's the 3rd time today. Better safe than sorry. Mm-hmm. She gave him a knowing look that suggested she saw right through him. Whatever you say. Caleb leaned against the doorframe of the community center's main hall, watching Fiona and Sarah sort through talent show applications. The late afternoon sun streaming through the windows caught Fiona's hair again. It created a halo of copper and gold that made his fingers itch to touch it. No way are we letting Tommy do his howling impression, Sarah said, waving a paper. Remember last year at the Winter Carnival? What happened last year? Fiona looked up, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. He broke 3 windows. Caleb pushed off the wall and joined them. The vibrations were that bad. Fiona laughed, the sound warming something in Caleb's chest. What about Angela's dance routine? Perfect opener, Sarah nodded, though someone needs to tell her the butterfly wings are optional. I'll handle that conversation. Fiona made a note, her tongue catching between her teeth as she concentrated. The simple gesture shouldn't have been so distracting, but Caleb found himself staring. Earth to Big Brother. Sarah snapped her fingers in front of his face. Any other acts you want to veto? He cleared his throat. Just make sure nobody sets anything on fire. Hey now, Fiona said, not looking up from her notes. The kids wanted to see real magic yesterday. She shrugged. Besides, your expression was well worth it. Sarah snorted. He did look particularly constipated. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Caleb growled at his sister. Nope. Sarah popped the P. This is way more entertaining. Fiona's laughter joined Sarah's, and Caleb found himself fighting back a smile. The sound of their joy, the way Fiona had seamlessly integrated herself into pack life, the casual way she teased him, it all felt right. Caleb found himself lingering in Fiona's office more often than necessary as the festival quickly approached. Today she sat cross-legged in her chair, a half-eaten sandwich forgotten on her desk, as she regaled him with stories from her wedding planning days. A pleasant change of topic from the usual business chatter. The afternoon sun painted shadows across her desk, and Caleb caught himself tracking the movement of her hands as she talked. His wolf stirred contentedly whenever she was near now, something that both worried and intrigued him. Your turn, she said, propping her chin on her hand. Tell me something that doesn't involve pack politics or security protocols. I make a mean chili. Really? Her eyebrows shot up. The big bad alpha cooks too? The big bad alpha likes to eat. He settled into the chair across from her. My mom taught me before she passed. Said no son of hers would survive on takeout alone. Something soft crossed Fiona's face. She sounds wonderful. She was. The words came easier than expected. She'd have liked you. Probably would have appreciated someone else calling me out on my bullheaded moments. Bullheaded? You? Fiona pressed her hand to her chest in mock shock. I'm shocked. Their laughter mingled in the small space. Caleb noticed they'd both been leaning forward, the distance between them shrinking. The scent of cinnamon and wood smoke that always surrounded her filled his senses. You've got... He reached out without thinking, brushing a crumb from the corner of her mouth. The contact sent a jolt through his fingers. Fiona's breath caught. For a moment, neither moved. Then Wade's voice boomed from the hallway, shattering the moment. Boss, got those security reports you wanted? Caleb pulled back, clearing his throat. I should... Yeah, Fiona said abruptly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Go do your alpha thing. He stood, trying to ignore how his skin still tingled where it had touched hers. Same time tomorrow? Wouldn't miss it. She quickly started scribbling notes again. Caleb balanced 2 coffee cups as he navigated the quiet halls of the community center. His wolf senses picked up Fiona's sweet scent before he reached her office. The door stood half open, warm light spilling into the darkened corridor. She sat hunched over her desk, red hair falling forward as she scribbled notes. His chest tightened at the sight of her, working so late to help his pack. You're going to strain your eyes, he said, stepping inside. Fiona looked up, her tired expression brightening. My hero. She made grabby hands at the coffee. Please tell me that's for me. No, I just brought 2 for myself. He set 1 cup in front of her. Thought you might need the caffeine boost. She inhaled the steam. You remembered how I take it. Hard to forget when you lecture me about it every morning. He settled into the chair across from her desk, watching as she took a sip. 2 pumps vanilla, splash of cream, judgment for anyone who drinks it black. Because black coffee is for masochists, she pointed at his cup. Like you. Some of us appreciate coffee in its pure form. Some of us are wrong. The quiet laughter they shared felt intimate in the late-night stillness. The moon cast long shadows through the window, and Caleb found himself studying how it painted silver highlights in Fiona's hair. You don't have to stay, you know, she said. I've got this handled. I know. He took a slow drink of coffee. Maybe I want to. Oh. The word hung between them, full of possibility. His wolf stirred, urging him closer. Instead, he leaned back, aiming for casual. Someone has to make sure you don't fall asleep at your desk. That was 1 time? 3 times. The 3rd time doesn't count. I was just resting my eyes. You were snoring. I do not snore. She threw a paper clip at him. Take that back. He caught it easily, grinning. Make me. The challenge in her eyes made his pulse quicken. For a moment, he thought she might actually try. Then she laughed and returned to her work, but something had shifted in the air between them, something electric and promising. Caleb settled deeper into his chair, content to watch her work and savor these quiet moments before tomorrow's chaos.
Chapter 12. Fiona. The community center sparkled with strings of twinkling lights, transforming the usually practical space into something magical. Fiona adjusted the spaghetti strap of her red dress, her fingers trailing over the sequins that caught the light. The dress hugged her curves perfectly, though she'd second-guessed the amount of cleavage showing at least 10 times already. You've outdone yourself, Emmett said, appearing at her side with a glass of punch. I haven't seen the pack this relaxed in months. Thanks. Fiona accepted the drink, watching pack members mingle around displays of local artwork and handcrafted items. Though I'm still nervous about the talent show portion, did we really need 3 separate wolf howling acts? It's traditional, Emmett chuckled. The sound of laughter drew her attention to a group gathered around the dessert table, where Wade was telling an animated story involving what looked like a lot of arm-waving and mock fighting stances. The aroma of fresh-baked cookies and cakes mingled with the scent of pine from the decorative garlands. Miss Ashwood, a young girl in a purple dress, twirled up to her. "Are you coming to watch me play piano at the talent show? I'm performing in 20 minutes. "Wouldn't miss it for the world, Sophie." Fiona smiled, touched by how many of the pack had started treating her like she belonged. She circulated through the crowd, checking that the caterers kept the buffet stocked and making sure the sound system was ready for performances. Her heels clicked against the hardwood floor as she moved between groups, catching snippets of conversation and genuine enjoyment. "This is exactly what we needed," a woman said to her friend as Fiona passed. "Reminds me why this pack is so special." Pride swelled in Fiona's chest. This was more than just a party. It was proving that the Eclipsed Moon pack was strong and united. She'd helped make that happen. "Has anyone seen the boss man?" Wade asked, joining her by the punch bowl. "Not yet." Fiona tried to keep her voice casual, ignoring the flutter in her stomach at the thought of seeing Caleb dressed up for the evening. He's probably just making a fashionably late entrance. Fiona adjusted the flower arrangement on the refreshment table for the third time, turning the vase slightly to catch the light better. A burst of laughter from the talent show stage made her glance up briefly, checking that everything was running smoothly. "If you keep fussing with those flowers, they might file a harassment complaint against you." The deep voice behind her sent a shiver down her spine. She turned to find Caleb standing there, and her breath caught. The charcoal suit fit him perfectly, highlighting his broad shoulders and trim waist. His dark hair was styled away from his face, making those piercing blue eyes even more striking. "I don't fuss," she said, willing her heart to stop racing. "I optimize." "Is that what we're calling it now?" His lips quirked up at the corner. "Because I've watched you adjust that same vase 4 times in the last 10 minutes. "It was 3 times, thank you very much." Heat crept into her cheeks. "And you're one to talk. How many times did you check the security rotation this morning?" "That's different." He loosened his tie slightly. "That's necessary." "Right. And making sure everything looks perfect isn't—" She crossed her arms, the sequins on her red dress catching the light. "The party's already perfect." His voice softened. "You did an amazing job. Now stop worrying and enjoy it." "Says the king of worry himself." She raised an eyebrow. "Tell you what, I'll stop fussing if you do." "Deal." He held out his hand. "Though I don't fuss, I supervise." She shook his hand, trying to ignore the warmth that spread from where their skin touched. "And your tie's crooked, by the way. Let me just—" He caught her reaching hand. "What happened to no fussing?" "That doesn't count. Your tie is actually crooked." "And those flowers were actually crooked the 4th time you fixed them?" "3rd time," she corrected automatically, then laughed at herself. "Fine, you win this time. No more fussing from either of us." "Good." He still hadn't let go of her hand. Fiona's heart skipped as Caleb's hand gently released hers and settled on the small of her back, guiding her through the crowd. The warmth of his touch radiated through the thin fabric of her dress. "Mrs. Peterson's granddaughter did amazing with her violin solo," a pack member gushed, stopping them. "Thank you both for organizing this event." "The talent show was all Fiona's idea," Caleb said, his pride evident. They moved through the room, stopping every few feet as more people approached them. The genuine appreciation in their eyes made Fiona's chest tight with emotion. Just weeks ago, these same people had regarded her with suspicion. "You've got quite the fan club now," Caleb murmured close to her ear. "Jealous?" She smirked up at him. "Maybe a little." His eyes crinkled at the corners. "Though I can't blame them." Emmett approached, his navy suit slightly rumpled from dancing. "You two make quite the team. The pack hasn't been this united in months." "We just gave them a reason to celebrate," Fiona said. "Sometimes that's all people need." Emmett winked before disappearing back into the crowd. Caleb chuckled lightly. "You know, you just impressed one of the most influential elders in the pack." "Wait, what?" Fiona nearly choked on her champagne. "Emmett's an elder?" "One of the most respected. And you managed to charm him without even trying." He was nice to me when others weren't." She blinked, processing this new information. And see that couple by the punch bowl and the woman in the blue dress near the stage? Caleb nodded discreetly. More elders. They've been watching us all night. And they approve. His smile widened. Your natural charm is doing more for pack politics than any of my negotiations ever could. So this might actually work? Hope bloomed in her chest. We might win without anyone getting hurt? I think so, thanks to you. He turned her to face him, his expression soft. You've given them something Victor never could, a sense of community. The music shifted to something slower, and couples began moving to the dance floor. Fiona watched them, suddenly very aware of Caleb's proximity and the way his hand still rested on her back. Dance with me? Caleb's voice was low and intimate. Her cheeks flushed. I thought alphas didn't dance. This one does. His blue eyes sparkled. Unless you're worried about stepping on my toes. Please, I've coordinated enough wedding dances to know my way around a dance floor. She placed her hand in his offered palm, trying to ignore how perfectly they fit together. He led her to the center of the floor, drawing her close. One hand settled on her waist, while the other held hers against his chest. The sequins of her dress caught the light as they swayed to the music. You really do look stunning tonight, he murmured, his gaze dropping briefly to the neckline of her dress before snapping back to her eyes. Careful, that almost sounded like a compliment. Her breath hitched as he pulled her closer, their bodies nearly flush against each other. I'm capable of those occasionally. His thumb traced circles on her waist, especially when they're deserved. Fiona's heart thundered in her chest. When had this strong attraction developed? She couldn't exactly pinpoint the moment her annoyance with his gruff demeanor had transformed into something else entirely. Your pack seems happy, she said, desperate to focus on something besides how good he smelled. Our pack, he corrected softly. His eyes locked with hers, intense and searching. You're part of it now, whether you meant to be or not. The admission sent warmth spreading through her body. He drew her even closer until she could feel the heat radiating from his body. Their faces were inches apart now, and his gaze dropped to her lips. Oh God, was he going to kiss her? Did she want him to? The answer to that second question was a resounding yes that scared her more than any threat from Victor ever could. His head dipped lower and Fiona's eyes fluttered closed. The lights went out with a sudden snap, plunging the community center into darkness. Fiona froze, her heart still racing from almost kissing Caleb, her hands pressed against his chest. A distant howl pierced the night, followed by another, closer this time. Of course, she muttered against Caleb's collar. Perfect timing, Victor, really stellar. Children's frightened cries echoed through the darkness, followed by the sounds of people bumping into furniture. Fiona could feel Caleb's muscles tensing beneath her fingers, ready to spring into action, but neither of them moved yet. The warmth of his body against hers felt like a shield against the chaos erupting around them. Another howl, much closer now. Fiona's fingers twitched with the urge to summon fire, to light up the room, but she held back. In the darkness, she could hear Wade organizing people, his calm voice cutting through the panic. Everyone stay where you are. Phone lights only, please. Scattered blue lights appeared as people activated their phones. In the dim glow, Fiona could just make out Caleb's face inches from hers. His expression a mix of fury and something else. Regret, maybe? For the interrupted moment? I should probably... she started. Yeah, he agreed, but his hands didn't leave her waist. The howls were surrounding them now. Through the windows, Fiona caught glimpses of massive shapes moving in the darkness. Victor and his pack had come to crash their party, and here she was, still pressed against Caleb like a teenager at prom. Ready to show them why they shouldn't mess with an alpha and a fire witch? She asked, finally stepping back, her hands warming with potential flame.
Chapter 13. Caleb. Caleb's heart skipped as Fiona's body pressed against his. The music swelled around them, but all he could focus on was her scent, cinnamon and wood smoke, Her green eyes caught the twinkling light strung above them, and for once his gruff exterior cracked. His hand tightened on her waist. He leaned in closer, breathing in that intoxicating scent. Their lips were inches apart when the lights cut out. The howls echoed through the darkness. Caleb's enhanced vision caught the massive shapes moving outside, at least 15 wolves approaching the building from the distance. Still, he didn't move away from Fiona yet. "Your timing is impeccable, Nightfangs," he muttered. Gasps and worried murmurs rippled through the crowd. In the darkness, Fiona's hands began to glow with orange light, casting shadows across her determined face. The warm radiance highlighted her fierce expression and made her hair look like living flame. "Ready to show them why they shouldn't mess with an alpha and a fire witch?" she asked, finally stepping back, her hands blazing brighter. "You know," Caleb drawled softly, "this isn't exactly how I planned our first dance ending." "Oh, and how did you plan it?" "Less howling, more kissing, hopefully." She smirked. "Play your cards right, and maybe we can pick up where we left off, after we deal with your party crashers." "I like the way you think, Ashwood." The howls pierced louder in the night, closer now. Through the windows, yellow eyes gleamed in the darkness. The shapes were converging, moving with purpose toward the community center. Caleb's wolf instinct screamed to attack immediately, but his alpha responsibilities came first. His people needed protection. The darkness pressed in around them, broken only by Fiona's warm glow. "Wade, get everyone to the safe room now," he called out. "Use your phones for light to get there safely." Wade's voice cut through the panicked whispers. "Everyone pull out your phones. Follow the light trail. Stay calm." Tiny screens flickered to life across the room like fireflies. Caleb watched as Fiona lifted her hands, sending orbs of fire floating through the air. The flames cast dancing shadows on the walls but illuminated the path clearly. "Show off," he muttered, earning a wink from her. "Says the man who can turn into a giant wolf." A child stumbled nearby. Caleb steadied her with one hand, guiding her toward the group. "This way, sweetheart. Follow the pretty lights." "Like Christmas," the girl exclaimed, fear forgotten as she stared at Fiona's flames. Wade organized the exodus, his steady presence calming the crowd. "Single file, folks, just like we practiced in drills, though usually with less mood lighting." Fiona snickered softly. "Everyone's a critic." Caleb's enhanced hearing picked up the patting of paws outside, drawing closer. His muscles tensed, but he kept his voice light for his people's sake. "Those flames permanent? Because my electric bill's high enough." "Worried about utilities at a time like this?" Fiona created another floating light. "Your priorities are fascinating." His stronger pack members gathered near the entrance and windows, shifting their weight from foot to foot, ready for battle. The howls grew louder and louder, but Caleb noticed his people moving with purpose rather than panic. Fiona's lights and Wade's organization had prevented mass chaos. "You know," Caleb said, watching the last partygoers file into the safe room, "this is still better than my cousin's wedding. At least no one's done the chicken dance." "Yet," Fiona said, "night's still young." A growl rumbled just outside, closer still. Caleb's wolf stirred beneath his skin, eager for the fight. But watching Fiona direct people with her flames, seeing Wade protect their pack, he felt a surge of pride. Whatever Victor had planned, they were ready. Glass shattered as wolves burst through the windows. Caleb's bones cracked and shifted, his formal attire shredding as his body transformed into his massive black wolf form. The sense of his attackers filled his nose. Nightfang, but not Victor or Rochelle. This was possibly just the first wave. Wade's gray form appeared beside him, hackles raised. Through the darkness, illuminated only by Fiona's floating flames, Caleb counted at least 10 Nightfang wolves circling them. "You know," Wade's thoughts reached him through their pack bond, "I was just thinking this party needed more excitement." "Next time we'll just hire a DJ," Caleb projected back, lunging at a russet-colored wolf that got too close. His teeth sank into fur and muscle. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he threw the attacker aside. 2 more Nightfang members charged him. Caleb ducked under snapping jaws, using his larger size to his advantage. He slammed his shoulder into one, sending them sprawling into a table of carefully arranged desserts. Frosting and cake splattered everywhere. Those were expensive, he growled, batting away the second wolf with his paw. And Fiona spent hours on the decorations. The sound of fighting filled the community center. His pack members held their own, protecting their territory with fierce determination. Pride swelled in his chest even as he dodged another attack. A white wolf tried sneaking up behind Wade. Caleb pounced, pinning them to the ground. "That's not very sporting of you." The wolf beneath him squirmed. "Victor sends his regards." Funny, he couldn't deliver them himself. Caleb tossed the wolf into a group of their packmates. They tumbled together in a heap of fur and limbs. Through the chaos, he caught glimpses of Fiona's residual flames, providing just enough light to fight by. The orange glow reflected off fur and bared teeth, creating an almost beautiful display of violence. Though he had to admit, he preferred how it had looked on her face moments ago when they'd almost kissed. "Focus on the fight, lover boy," Wade teased, taking down another attacker. "I am focused." Caleb snapped his jaws at an approaching enemy. "I can multitask." The Nightfang wolves pressed in, trying to overwhelm them with numbers. But Caleb's pack fought smart, using the darkness and familiar territory to their advantage. A massive gray wolf lunged at Caleb's throat, but he barely registered the threat. His attention had just locked onto Fiona as she stepped into the fray, her hands wreathed in dancing flames. She moved with fluid grace, sending ribbons of fire between two attacking Nightfang wolves. The heat of her magic warmed his fur even from across the room. Something primal stirred in his chest, different from his usual protective alpha instincts. This felt ancient. Every cell in his body screamed to keep her safe, to fight by her side. His wolf form vibrated with an energy he'd never experienced before. "Careful with the fire, sweetheart," he projected through their newfound mental link, surprising himself that she could hear him. "These floors are hardwood." Fiona's laughter rang out as she created a wall of flames, herding 3 Nightfang members away from Wade. "Really? Property damage is what you're worried about right now." "I'm excellent at multitasking." Caleb knocked aside the gray wolf with his shoulder, keeping one eye on Fiona. "Besides, do you know how much these floors cost?" She spun, her hair a copper streak in the firelight, and sent another attacker scrambling back with singed fur. "Send me the bill." The sight of her fighting alongside his pack, defending their territory with such fierce determination, made his heart stutter. His wolf recognized something in her, something that transcended pack politics or supernatural species. She belonged here, belonged with him. "You know," Wade's thoughts reached him as they tag-teamed another wolf. "I've never seen you this distracted during a fight before. It's adorable." Caleb snapped his jaws at a retreating Nightfang member. "I'm not distracted. I'm strategically aware of all combatants." "Right. And the fact that you haven't taken your eyes off our resident fire witch for more than 2 seconds has nothing to do with it." "Shut up and fight," Caleb growled, but there was no heat in it. He watched as Fiona created another floating flame, illuminating her fierce grin. That primal connection hummed stronger, making his fur stand on end. Whatever this feeling was, he knew one thing for certain. He'd tear apart anyone who tried to harm her. Caleb's nostrils flared. Despite the chaos of snarling wolves and flying fur, one thing was clear. Victor didn't have the courage to come here himself. These were just foot soldiers, but they fought with the desperate ferocity of true believers. A brown wolf lunged at his throat. Caleb twisted away, his muscles bunching as he slammed the attacker into a nearby table. "You know," he projected to Wade, "I'm starting to think Victor's too scared to face me himself." "Less talking, more fighting," Wade replied, tackling another Nightfang member. Caleb's attention drifted back to Fiona as she danced through the battle, her flames casting shadows across the walls. The sight of her made his chest tighten with that strange primal pull again. She moved like wildfire given form, beautiful and deadly. His distraction cost him. Sharp teeth raked across his side, drawing blood. Caleb snarled, whirling to face his attacker, a stocky gray wolf with a scarred muzzle. "Getting soft, Rivers?" the wolf taunted. "Too busy making eyes at your witch to protect your pack?" Caleb's response was to seize the wolf by the scruff and throw him across the room. A black wolf with white paws charged at Caleb. He met the attack head-on, bowling them over. As they tumbled across the floor, scattering decorations, the wolf sneered, "Some alpha you are. Can't even keep your people safe at a party." "Says the wolf currently eating floor," Caleb retorted, pinning his opponent. "How's that working out for you?" The combined might of Eclipsed Moon and Fiona's flames finally proved too much. The Nightfang members began retreating, limping and bleeding, through the broken windows. The scarred gray wolf paused at the exit. "Victor will show everyone how weak you really are," he spat. "You can't protect them forever."
Chapter 14. Fiona. Fiona conjured a small flame in her palm, illuminating the path as she and Caleb made their way to the safe room. Her heart still raced from the fight, but organizing chaos was her specialty. The wound on Caleb's side had already begun healing, but she noticed him favoring it slightly. "You should let someone look at that," she said, gesturing to his injury. "After everyone else is taken care of." He pushed open the heavy door to the safe room. The crowd inside immediately surged forward. Questions overlapped into a cacophony of worry and fear. Fiona stepped in front of Caleb, raising both hands. "Everyone sit down and take a breath." Her voice carried across the room. "If you're injured, move to the left wall. If you need help finding family members, gather by the right. Everyone else, middle of the room." "But what about—" someone started. "Now," she said firmly. To her satisfaction, people began moving. Caleb touched her shoulder. "I'll check the injured." "Not with that side. You'll handle the family reunions." She poked his chest gently. "I've got medical training from my event planning days. You'd be surprised how many wedding mishaps need first aid." He opened his mouth to argue, then closed it with a slight smile. "Yes, ma'am." As she moved among the injured, treating cuts and sprains, she heard Caleb's deep voice reassuring worried pack members. He knew everyone by name, remembered their families, asked about specific concerns. "Quite the power couple you two make," Emmett said as she wrapped his wrist. "Haven't seen anyone handle him quite like that before." Her cheeks felt hot. "We're not yet," the elder said with a wink. Working together, they got everyone sorted within an hour. Most injuries were minor, scrapes and bruises from the initial panic rather than the fight itself. Fiona created floating orbs of warm light around the room, casting a comforting glow. "Ready to let me look at that side now?" she asked Caleb. "It's fine." That wasn't actually a question. She grabbed his arm and pulled him to sit. "Shirt." He chuckled, wincing slightly as he lifted the fabric. "Anyone ever tell you you're bossy?" "Only everyone I've ever met." She examined the healing wound. "Could be worse, though your dancing definitely needs more work than this." "We were interrupted," he said softly. Their eyes met, and that moment from earlier sparked between them again. Then someone called for Caleb's help with the lights, and the moment passed. The fluorescent lights flickered back to life, revealing the full extent of the destruction. Fiona surveyed the damage. Shattered windows, overturned tables, and decorations strewn across the floor like confetti after a particularly violent party. Her carefully planned festival lay in ruins. Caleb stormed past her, his jaw clenched. "Wade, gather the fighters. We're going after them." "Oh, no you don't." Fiona grabbed his arm, surprised by the warmth of his skin under her fingers. "Your people need you here right now. They need me to show strength." He tried to pull away, but she held firm. "They need you to show leadership." She gestured to the chaos around them. "Look at this place. There's broken glass everywhere, tables crushed, and Mrs. Henderson's prize-winning quilts are hanging in tatters. The Nightfang can't—" "The Nightfang will still be out there tomorrow." Fiona crossed her arms, meeting his intense gaze. "But right now, your pack needs to see their alpha helping them rebuild, not running off for revenge." His nostrils flared as he glanced around the room. An elderly woman was trying to sweep up glass with trembling hands. Two teenagers struggled with a fallen beam. Someone's child was crying over a ruined art project. "Fine, but I'm not happy about it." "Really? I couldn't tell by that sunny disposition of yours." As Caleb moved away, Fiona couldn't help but notice how his shirt stretched across his shoulders as he lifted the heavy beam. She shook her head, focusing instead on organizing cleanup crews. Romance would have to wait until after they dealt with the broken windows and crushed furniture. "You know," Wade said, appearing beside her with a broom, "that's the first time I've seen someone talk him down from a fight." Someone has to be the voice of reason around here. She created a small flame to melt together the broken pieces of a plastic chair, though I'm starting to think that's a full-time job with him. "You're not wrong," Wade chuckled, "but he listens to you." Fiona watched Caleb gently help an older pack member to her feet, his earlier rage tempered by concern for his people. Maybe Wade was right. Maybe Caleb did listen to her. The thought made her smile as she turned back to her task of restoration. Caleb paced the length of the community center's main hall as Fiona directed the remaining pack members to board up the windows near the front entrance. The last car filled with guests had just pulled away. She turned to Caleb. "If you keep that up, you'll wear a trench in the floor," she said, perching on the edge of a salvaged table. "And I just got this place looking decent again." He stopped, running both hands through his hair. "I should be out there hunting them down right now." "You should be right where you are." She conjured a small flame, letting it dance between her fingers. "Your people saw their alpha helping them tonight, not abandoning them. Doesn't feel like enough." "Tell that to Mrs. Henderson. You personally rescued her quilts." Fiona smiled. "I thought she was going to adopt you on the spot." A reluctant chuckle escaped him. "Those quilts are practically pack heirlooms." "Speaking of pack," she slid off the table, extinguishing her flame. "When was the last time you ate anything?" He waved off her concern. "I'm fine." "That's not what I asked." She poked at his chest gently again. "Even big bad alphas need food, and I happen to know there's perfectly good sandwich supplies in the break room that survived the chaos. I need to—" "Nope." She grabbed his wrist, tugging him toward the break room. "Wade's got the patrols covered. Everyone's either home or at the hospital, and I'm not above using my fire magic to make you take care of yourself." "You wouldn't dare." She raised an eyebrow, a tiny spark dancing on her fingertip. "Try me." The autumn night air nipped at Fiona's skin as they stepped out of the community center. Her feet ached from hours of cleanup, but she felt oddly energized. Maybe it was the leftover adrenaline from the fight, or maybe it was the way Caleb's shoulder kept brushing against hers as they walked. "You really don't have to walk me home," she said, though her heart skipped when he fell into step beside her. "After tonight, not a chance I'm letting you walk alone." His eyes scanned the shadows between buildings. "Besides, we should talk about what happened during the fight." "You mean when I saved your furry behind with that fireball?" "I had that situation under control." He nudged her gently with his elbow. "But no, I meant the connection. I heard your voice in my head." Fiona stopped walking. "Wait, that actually happened? I thought I imagined it. Mind links are common in the pack, but they don't happen with outsiders." His fingers brushed against her arm. "Ever." "Oh." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, suddenly very aware of how close he stood. "Is that bad?" "Bad, no." The streetlight caught the blue in his eyes, making them gleam. "Unexpected, definitely. Interesting." His lips curved into a smile. "Very—" A cool breeze rustled the leaves overhead, carrying the scent of his cologne. Fiona's magic stirred under her skin, warm and responsive, like it recognized something in him. "So what does it mean?" she asked, starting to walk again to hide her flustered state. "I have some theories." He matched her pace. "But right now I'm more concerned about getting you home safely." "My knight in shining fur," she teased, trying to ignore the way her pulse quickened being next to him. The porch light cast a warm glow over Fiona's small craftsman house as they reached her front steps. Through their newfound connection, she sensed a dangerous undercurrent of rage beneath Caleb's calm exterior. It felt like static electricity dancing across her skin, making her magic respond in kind. Okay, spill it. She turned to face him, crossing her arms. What incredibly stupid thing are you planning? Caleb's jaw tightened, surprised that she sensed his plan while in human form. I'm taking Wade and our strongest fighters to Nightfang territory tonight. Oh yes, because storming into Victor's den in the middle of the night is a brilliant plan. She rolled her eyes. Did you hit your head during the fight? He attacked innocent people, Fiona. His eyes flashed with barely contained fury. Children were there. The elders could have been seriously hurt. I won't let him think he can get away with that. Fiona felt his anger pulse through their connection, hot and fierce. Her own magic flared in response, warming her fingertips. And getting yourself killed proves what exactly? I'm not afraid of him. Being brave and being stupid are not mutually exclusive concepts. In fact, they often go hand in hand, especially with stubborn alphas who don't think things through clearly. I have thought it through. Really? She arched an eyebrow. So you've considered that he'll have home field advantage, that he'll probably have traps set up, that he's probably expecting you to do exactly this? Caleb's silence was answer enough. Fine. Fiona sighed, fishing her house keys from her purse. If you're determined to walk into an obvious trap, I'm coming with you. Absolutely not. Wasn't asking permission, she said firmly, letting a small flame dance across her palm. Besides, you might need someone to light the way.
Chapter 15. Caleb. The porch light cast a warm glow over Fiona's determined face as she turned and unlocked her front door. Caleb's wolf bristled at the idea of putting her in danger again, but the memory of how they'd moved in sync during the battle made his chest tighten. He grabbed her arm gently and turned her to face him completely. You're not coming with us. He planted his feet, ignoring the throb in his side. Watch me. Fiona's green eyes sparked. I held my own back there. Or did you miss the part where I saved yours and Wade's tail? That's different. This is Victor's territory. And I'm a fire witch who just proved she can handle herself just fine against shifters. She stepped closer, close enough that her scent, smoke and cinnamon, made his head swim. Plus, someone needs to watch your back since you're injured. I'm fine. Sure you are, tough guy. That's why you're favoring your left side right now. Wade's voice carried from the street. Boss, we need to move if we're going. They must have followed us here, too eager to wait for me. Caleb sighed. The truth was, fighting alongside Fiona had felt right. The way she'd anticipated his moves, how her fire had danced around him without singeing a hair, how she was impossibly inside his head. He'd never experienced anything like it. You'll follow my lead, right? Absolutely not. Her lips curved mischievously. But I'll pretend to consider it. A laugh escaped before he could stop it. You're beyond impossible. Part of my charm. She quickly stepped inside her house and returned moments later in her jeans and leather jacket. Now are we going to stand here all night, or are we going to go show Victor why he shouldn't crash other people's parties? Fine. He shook his head, already regretting and anticipating what was to come. But stay close to me. Worried about me? She bumped his shoulder gently as she passed. More worried about what you'll set on fire without proper supervision. Smart man. She winked, heading down the front steps. Though for the record, I'm very selective about what I burn these days. Victor's mansion loomed against the night sky with its pretentious columns and excessive stonework. Caleb's wolf itched beneath his skin as they approached, the scent of Nightfang territory making his hackles rise. The wound in his side continued to throb, but he ignored it. Subtle place, Fiona whispered beside him. I bet he's compensating for something. Despite himself, Caleb's lips twitched. Focus. Oh, I am. On his terrible taste in architecture. Wade cleared his throat. Heads up. Victor emerged from the mansion's double doors, Rochelle at his right hand and at least 15 Nightfang members spreading out behind them. The rage Caleb had been containing since the festival attack bubbled up to the surface. Images of his injured pack members, of children crying as their celebration was ruined, of the destruction Victor's people had caused. It all crystallized into a burning need to act. "Nice of you to visit," Victor called down. "Though unexpected, did you enjoy our little party crashers?" Caleb stepped forward with confidence, keeping Fiona slightly behind him, despite knowing she'd hate it. "You attacked innocent people tonight, pack members who weren't even fighters. Children." "I sent a message." Victor spread his hands. "One you seemed determined not to hear." "Oh, I heard it." Caleb's voice dropped lower, deadlier. "You think you can control my pack through fear, that hurting the innocent will make me bow down." He took another step forward, satisfaction curling through him as several Nightfang members tensed. "But here's what you don't understand, Victor. My pack isn't weak because we care for each other. We're stronger for it. And tonight you proved exactly why you'll never lead them." "Darn straight," Wade muttered. Fiona's fingers brushed Caleb's arm, a small point of warmth in the cool night. "Tell him about the punch bowl incident next. Really drive it home," she whispered. Caleb bit back another inappropriate smile. Here they were, facing down their enemies, and she was still trying to make him laugh. The woman was impossible and wonderful, and currently creating tiny flames that danced between her fingers, ready to strike. Victor's laughter echoed across the mansion's grounds, setting Caleb's teeth on edge. The other alpha's smugness radiated off him in waves that made Caleb's wolf want to lunge for his throat. "You think I haven't done this before elsewhere?" Victor's voice dripped with condescension. "Every pack I've taken fell the same way. First the fear, then the doubt." He gestured to his assembled followers. "Ask any of them how well their previous alphas fared against me." Rochelle's lips curved into a predatory smile. "The Northern Ridge pack lasted 3 months before begging Victor to take over." "Your little festival was cute," Victor continued, "but after tonight, those elders you tried so hard to impress will see you for what you really are. Weak, unable to protect your own." He spread his arms wide. "They'll come to me, just like all the others did, because strength is all that matters in the end." The wound in Caleb's side throbbed, as if emphasizing Victor's point. But before the doubt could take root, he felt Fiona shift beside him, the heat of her magic warming his skin. "Wow," she whispered. "Does he practice these speeches in the mirror? Because that was very dramatic. The arms spread really sold it." Wade coughed to hide what sounded suspiciously like a snort. Caleb fought back his own smile, drawing strength from her irreverence. She was right. Victor's posturing was almost comical. Here was a man so desperate to prove his strength that he'd attack children at a festival. "You know what I think," Caleb called up to him. "I think you're scared, because for all your talk of strength, you've never faced a pack that truly stands together. That's why you attack the weak, because you know you can't beat us at our strongest." Victor's facade cracked just slightly. "You dare!" "Oh, I dare. And after tonight? After you prove to everyone exactly what kind of leader you are?" Caleb let his own smile show teeth. "I think you just did my job for me." Caleb's heart nearly stopped as Fiona's voice rang out across the mansion grounds. "If you were even half the alpha you claimed to be, you'd have shown up to crash our party yourself instead of sending your lackeys to do your dirty work." Her words crackled with the same intensity as her magic. "But I guess that's what common, unrefined bullies do. Hide behind others while pretending to be powerful." The air seemed to crystallize around them. Wade's sharp intake of breath was the only sound that broke the sudden, dangerous silence. Caleb's wolf stirred restlessly beneath his skin, caught between admiration for her fearlessness and terror at having the woman he was falling for painting a target on her back. Victor's face transformed from smug superiority to murderous rage in the space of a heartbeat. His eyes locked onto Fiona like a predator spotting prey, and Caleb's protective instincts screamed at him to move, to shield her, to get her out of there. But his muscles seemed frozen, his mind struggling to process the sheer audacity of what had just happened. Here they were, outnumbered on enemy territory, and this 5-foot-nothing fire witch had just called one of the most dangerous alphas in the region a coward, to his face, on his own front lawn. The flames dancing between her fingers cast shifting shadows across her determined expression, and despite the gravity of the situation, Caleb couldn't help but notice how the light made her hair look like living fire. Even Victor's most battle-hardened warriors seemed unsure how to react to this tiny woman's bold challenge. Rochelle's mouth hung slightly open, her usual vicious smile completely forgotten in her shock. The rest of the Nightfang members shifted uncomfortably, glancing between their alpha and this unexpected threat, waiting for someone to make the first move. And through it all, Fiona just stood there, chin raised, practically vibrating with righteous indignation, as if she hadn't just upended the entire confrontation with a few well-chosen words. Caleb's brain finally caught up with what just happened. The tension in the air crackled like Fiona's flames as Caleb moved smoothly between her and Victor. Every protective instinct he possessed screamed at him to get her out of there, but he forced himself to maintain eye contact with Victor. "This isn't over," Caleb said, his voice carrying across the grounds. The wound in his side protested as he straightened to his full height. "But I think we've made our point." "Several points, actually," Fiona muttered behind him. "I had a whole list prepared." Wade made a strangled sound that might have been either a laugh or a groan. "We're leaving," Caleb announced, fighting the urge to throw Fiona over his shoulder and run. His wolf approved of that plan, but he suspected she'd set his tail on fire if he tried. As they turned to go, Caleb's enhanced hearing picked up Rochelle's whispered, "Should we stop them?" Victor's silence was more unnerving than any threat could have been. They made it halfway across the grounds before Fiona spoke up. "You know, his eyebrows did this twitchy thing when I called him unrefined. I think that really got to him." "You," Caleb said through gritted teeth, "have no idea what you just did back there." "But wasn't his face worth it?" Wade, walking slightly behind them, cleared his throat. "I've got pictures." "Delete those," Caleb ordered. "Already sent them to the pack group chat." Caleb pinched the bridge of his nose, wondering how this had become his life. A fire witch with no self-preservation instincts, a second-in-command who'd apparently joined forces with her, and a rival alpha who was probably plotting their painful demise.
Chapter 16. Fiona. The moonlight cast long shadows across the sidewalk as Fiona and Caleb walked in tense silence. Her heels clicked against the concrete, matching the rapid beat of her heart. The night air held a distinct chill, but that wasn't what made her wrap her arms around herself. Caleb hadn't said a word since they'd left Victor's mansion. His jaw remained clenched, muscles twitching beneath his skin. The quiet was starting to drive her crazy. "So, are you going to sulk the whole way to my house?" Fiona asked, breaking the silence. "I'm not sulking." He shoved his hands deeper into his pockets. "I'm processing the monumentally stupid thing you just did." "Oh, please, like storming onto his territory wasn't equally stupid." "That's different. I'm an alpha." They reached her front porch, the old wood creaking beneath their feet. Fiona fumbled with her keys, hyper-aware of his presence behind her. "My point is that you just painted a target on your back," Caleb said. "Victor doesn't take kindly to being insulted." She turned to face him. "And I wasn't about to let him stand there acting all high and mighty after sending his goons to wreck our festival." "Our festival?" Her chest tightened. "The Pax Festival. You know what I meant." "You didn't need to defend me. Someone had to point out he was being a coward. Besides, you're the one who insisted on this little field trip despite my objections. So don't lecture me about making bad decisions." A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You really have a comeback for everything, don't you?" She tilted her head and met his gaze. "Usually." His eyes darkened, and for a moment Fiona thought he might kiss her. Instead, he took a step back. "Get some rest." "Always the alpha," she muttered, unlocking her door. Fiona had her hand on the door when she caught Caleb's slight wince as he turned away. "Hold it right there, tough guy." She crossed her arms. "That wound isn't healing, is it?" "It's fine." "Oh, really? Then why are you moving like my grandmother after hip surgery?" He shot her an irritated look. "I don't move like—" "If you finish that sentence, I'm calling Wade right now." "You wouldn't." She pulled out her phone. "Try me. I have him on speed dial now." "Since when?" "Since I realized I needed backup dealing with your stubborn alpha nonsense." She stepped closer, noting the slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Inside, now. He grumbled under his breath, but followed her through the door. Fiona flicked her fingers, lighting the various candles scattered around her living room. Shirt off. His eyebrows shot up. Excuse me? Oh, please don't act scandalized. I need to see the wound fully. She headed for her kitchen where she kept her medical supplies. And don't even think about sneaking out while I'm in here. When she returned with her first aid kit, Caleb had removed his dress shirt, revealing exactly why he'd been trying to hide the injury. The gash along his side looked angrier and redder than before, definitely not healing at the accelerated rate it should have been. Why didn't you say something? Had more important things to worry about. Right, because infection is totally less important than... The words died in her throat as she finally registered the rest of him. She'd known he was fit, but seeing it was something else entirely. His chest and abs looked like they'd been carved from marble, and she had to physically stop herself from tracking the dark hair that disappeared beneath his waistband. Focus on the wound, she told herself firmly. The extremely serious wound. On this extremely attractive man. In her living room, shirtless. You're staring, he said, amusement coloring his voice. I'm assessing the injury, she replied primly, reaching for the antiseptic. Now shut up and let me work. Fiona packed away the last of her medical supplies, trying desperately to ignore how the candlelight played across Caleb's bare chest. Thank you, Caleb said softly. Not just for this. He gestured to his bandaged side, but for everything tonight. The way you helped protect the pack. Her hand stilled on the first aid kit. Of course I helped. Those people matter to me now, too. Even enough to mouth off to Victor? His lips quirked up in that half-smile that made her stomach do backflips. Someone had to deflate his ego. She shrugged, hoping the dim lighting hid her blush. Though I suppose calling him a common, unrefined bully might have been a bit much. A bit much? Fiona, I thought his head was going to explode. Caleb chuckled, then winced at the movement. Worth it just to see his face, though. You're not mad, then? Mad? It was impressive. Stupid and reckless, but impressive. He caught her eye. No one's ever stood up to him like that, especially not someone outside the packs. Heat crept up her neck that had nothing to do with her fire magic. Yes, well, I couldn't let him hurt. The words "you" died on her tongue. The pack. That's why I insisted on coming. I was worried he might try something. Just the pack? Her heart hammered against her ribs. And maybe I was a little concerned about a certain stubborn alpha rushing into danger with an untreated wound. Only a little? He leaned forward, close enough that she could smell pine and rain, and something uniquely him. Thank you for not getting yourself killed, she whispered, suddenly very aware of how alone they were in her candlelit living room. Though next time, maybe mention the bleeding before charging off to confront rival alphas? Next time. His voice had dropped lower, sending shivers down her spine. Figure of speech, she managed, though they both knew it wasn't. Fiona's breath caught as Caleb's fingers traced along her jawline, his touch feather-light against her skin. The candlelight cast shadows across his bare chest, and she fought the urge to trace the defined muscles with her fingertips. Her living room suddenly felt too small, too warm, despite the cool night air drifting through the window. You've got a way of surprising me, he murmured, his thumb brushing across her cheek. She leaned into his touch, her heart thundering so loudly she was sure his wolf hearing could pick it up. Good surprises, I hope? Very good. His eyes, dark and intense, dropped to her lips. Fiona's fingers curled into her palms, fighting the urge to grab him by the neck and close the distance between them. The air crackled with tension, and she swore the candle flames flickered higher in response to her magic going haywire. Your candles are getting excited, Caleb said, a smile playing at his lips. They're not the only ones, she whispered before she could stop herself. He chuckled, the sound low and rich, sending shivers through her. His hand slid to cup the back of her neck, drawing her closer. Fiona's eyes fluttered shut, her lips parting slightly as a phone rang, shattering the moment. Caleb growled, pulling back to fish his cell from his pocket. "Wade," he answered, his voice rough. "This better be important." Fiona slumped back against the couch cushions, trying to get her racing heart under control. The candles dimmed, matching her disappointment. "I'll be right there," Caleb said, ending the call. He looked at her apologetically. "Wade needs—" "Go," she said, waving him off. "Your pack needs you. I get it." He stood, wincing slightly as he pulled his shirt back on. Fiona watched as Caleb buttoned his shirt, his fingers fumbling slightly with each button. The candlelight caught the slight tremor in his hands, and she fought the urge to help him, or maybe just unbutton them all over again. "There's a pack meeting tomorrow," he said, tucking in his shirt. "Town Square at noon. I'd like you to be there." A meeting about Victor? She pulled her legs up under her on the couch, trying to look casual despite the lingering electricity in the air between them. Among other things. He ran a hand through his dark hair, messing it up in a way that made her fingers itch to fix it. "The pack needs to know we have a plan." "Do we have a plan?" "I was hoping you'd help me come up with one before the meeting." A sheepish grin crossed his face. "Your ideas tend to be better than mine." "My ideas got us into this mess with Victor, so probably not a good idea for me to help this time around." "No, Victor got us into this mess with Victor." He moved closer, and Fiona's breath caught. "You just happened to point out what everyone was thinking. That he's an unrefined bully? That and other things I probably shouldn't repeat in polite company." His phone buzzed again. Wade was nothing if not persistent. Caleb sighed, leaning down to press a kiss to her forehead. His lips lingered there for a moment, sending sparks of warmth through her entire body. "Noon tomorrow, then," he murmured against her skin. "I'll be there," she managed to say, though her brain had short-circuited somewhere between his lips touching her forehead and the woodsy scent of him surrounding her. He pulled back, his blue eyes dark with something that made her want to grab his shirt and pull him back down. Instead, she watched him head for the door, every step away from her feeling like a physical ache. "Caleb," she called just as he reached for the door handle. He turned. "Yeah?" The words "stay" and "kiss me properly" and "forget Wade" all died on her tongue. "Don't forget to change that bandage in the morning." His knowing smile told her he heard all the things she hadn't said. "Yes, ma'am." The door clicked shut behind him, and Fiona flopped back onto her couch with a groan. The candles around her flared dramatically. "Oh, shut up," she told them, and they flickered in what she swore was amusement.
Chapter 17. Caleb. The midday sun beat down on the town square as Caleb surveyed the crowd gathering before him. His side still ached from last night's injury, but he kept his posture straight and proud. The security detail he'd arranged stood vigilant at strategic points around the perimeter. His heart skipped when he spotted Fiona's distinctive red hair among the faces. She wore a green blouse that made her eyes pop even from this distance. He waved her forward. "Glad you could make it," he murmured as she took her place beside him. Her steady presence helped calm his nerves, though he'd never admit it. "Wouldn't miss it." He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "Last night, the Nightfang attacked our festival. They tried to hurt us, to frighten us. But look around. We're still here, still standing." "Standing, but for how long?" someone called out. "What's your plan, Alpha?" another voice called out. "Victor's not going to stop." "No, he won't," Caleb agreed. "But neither will we. I need to know, are you still with me?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Then an elderly voice cut through the noise. "The boys earned my trust," Betty declared. "When my grandson was sick last winter, who spent 3 nights helping us get to and from the hospital? Caleb did. And who rebuilt Mrs. Peterson's roof himself when that storm damaged it?" Someone else added. "Yeah, but can he protect us from Victor?" Someone else asked. "He already has," Fiona stepped forward. "Last night, while you were safe, Caleb and others fought off the Nightfang. He was injured defending you, but he's still here, still fighting. That's what a real alpha does." Caleb shot her a look. He hadn't wanted anyone knowing about his injury, but her words seemed to be having an effect on the crowd. "The Nightfang will answer for last night," Caleb promised, "but I won't act rashly and put any of you at risk. We're stronger together. The question is, are we together?" Everyone grew silent as Emmett stepped forward, his weathered face creased with determination. Caleb felt a wave of affection for the old wolf who'd been there since his first uncertain days as alpha. "Let me tell you something about leadership," Emmett's voice carried across the square. "I've seen alphas come and go. Some rule through fear, others through respect. Victor?" He spat the name like it left a bad taste. "He's the kind who'd have us crawling on our bellies." Caleb watched his people lean in, hanging on Emmett's every word. The elder had that effect. When he spoke, others listened. "But our Caleb here?" Emmett's eyes crinkled. "2 winters ago, my arthritis was acting up something fierce. Couldn't even shift properly. Know what he did? Showed up at my door every morning to help with my exercises. Never mentioned it to anyone. Never used it to score points." Heat filled Caleb's cheeks, an unfamiliar sensation. Beside him, Fiona nudged his shoulder, a small smile on her lips. "And this young lady here," Emmett gestured to Fiona, "first outsider I've seen in years who actually gives a darn about our community. Together, they're making us stronger. Victor?" He shook his head. "He'd tear us apart." "But the attacks," someone started. "The attacks show exactly who Victor is," Emmett cut in. "A coward who strikes in the dark. Meanwhile, our alpha stands in broad daylight, asking for our trust." He turned to face Caleb directly. "Well, son, you've got mine. Always have." The tension in Caleb's chest eased slightly. He caught Fiona wiping at her eyes and had to resist the urge to pull her close. "Besides," Emmett added with a mischievous glint in his eye, "any alpha who can handle this Spitfire's sass has my vote." He winked at Fiona, who turned as red as her hair. Laughter rippled through the crowd. After Emmett's words, Caleb watched in amazement as more pack members stepped forward. His chest tightened with emotion as Mrs. Chen hobbled to the front, her silver hair gleaming in the sunlight. "When my Marcus was just a pup, struggling with his first shift, Caleb spent hours teaching him control." She smiled warmly. "That's the kind of alpha we need." Elder Thompson, usually so reserved, raised his walking stick. "The boy's got heart. More than that, he's got sense. Doesn't rush in without thinking, unlike some I could name." He cast a meaningful glance at the direction of Nightfang territory. "All in favor of keeping Caleb as our alpha? Raise your hands," Wade called out. Caleb's breath caught as hands shot up across the crowd. He counted quickly, easily over 3/4 of the pack. The weight that had been pressing on his shoulders since taking the alpha position years ago began to lift. "Well," Fiona whispered beside him, "looks like you're stuck with us." He fought back a grin. "Seems that way." "The pack has spoken," Elder Thompson announced formally. "Caleb Rivers remains our alpha." The crowd erupted in cheers. Pack members surged forward, some offering handshakes, others hugging him outright. Someone started up an impromptu howl, and soon others joined in, their voices rising in harmony. Caleb felt something warm and wet on his cheeks and quickly wiped it away before anyone could notice. Except Fiona did, of course. She always noticed everything. "Are those actual tears from our big bad alpha?" she teased gently. "Must be allergies," he muttered, but couldn't stop smiling. Wade clapped him on the shoulder. "Never doubted you for a second, boss." Looking at his pack, his family, celebrating around him, Caleb finally felt his tension dissolving. This was what being an alpha meant. Not ruling through fear like Victor, but earning trust and respect through action and dedication. His gaze found Fiona again, her green eyes sparkling with pride. She'd helped make this all possible, this fiery witch who'd stormed into his life unexpectedly and turned everything upside down in the best possible way. As the crowd dispersed, Caleb guided Fiona toward a quiet corner near the old oak tree. Her scent, cinnamon and something uniquely her, mingled with the crisp autumn air. "So that went better than expected," Fiona said, tucking a strand of red hair behind her ear. "Though I'm pretty sure Emmett calling me a Spitfire wasn't exactly a compliment." Caleb couldn't help the smile that tugged at his lips. Coming from him? It definitely was. Her expression sobered. What happens now? Victor isn't going to just back off because the pack chose you. The smile faded from his face as he leaned against the oak's rough bark. No, he won't. If anything, this will make him more determined. There has to be another way besides fighting him. Fiona crossed her arms, her green eyes blazing with that familiar determination that made his wolf want to howl. Maybe we could challenge him to a bake-off instead? Despite the gravity of the situation, Caleb laughed. Have you seen me try to bake? Fair point, though watching you and Victor duke it out with wooden spoons might be entertaining. As amusing as that would be, Caleb sighed, running a hand through his dark hair, it'll probably come down to a challenge match. Victor won't walk away, and I won't let him terrorize my people any longer. Your injured people, Fiona reminded him pointedly, gesturing to his side. It's nearly healed. At her skeptical look, he added, mostly. You're impossible. She stepped closer, close enough that he could count the freckles dusting her nose. And if he challenges you, then I'll accept. The words came out softer than he intended, distracted by her proximity. It's what an alpha does. What an alpha does, she mimicked his gruff tone, is not get himself killed being stubborn. Says the woman who called Victor a coward to his face. That's different. How? Because I'm naturally antagonistic. You're just... She waved her hand vaguely at him, all noble and self-sacrificing. The way she said it, like it personally offended her, made him want to kiss her. Instead, he settled for saying, someone's got to be the responsible one between us. Caleb watched the emotions play across Fiona's face, her green eyes darkening like storm clouds. The scent of her worry tinged the air between them. I don't like it, she said finally, but I get it. Just try not to do anything stupid and heroic before then. Me? Stupid and heroic? He pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. I'm wounded. You literally are wounded, she pointed out, poking his side gently. He caught her hand, surprised by how natural it felt to hold it. Speaking of things I need to do, I've got to pick up Sarah from the train station. She's probably worried sick after missing the festival. Fiona's thumb traced absent patterns on his palm, sending tingles up his arm. Didn't you mention that she's a lawyer? Yes, though she prefers legal goddess extraordinaire. He rolled his eyes fondly. She got called out of town last minute for a case. Well, I should let you go then. Fiona withdrew her hand, and Caleb's wolf whined at the loss of contact. I need some time to clear my head anyway. Process everything that's happened. You sure you don't want company? Sometimes a witch needs her space to brood dramatically and possibly set things on fire. She gave him a small smile. I'll see you later. Try to keep the property damage to a minimum, he called after her as she walked away. She shook her head and kept walking. Watching her leave, Caleb couldn't help but marvel at how quickly she'd become essential to his pack. To him. His wolf paced restlessly, already missing her presence. You've got it bad, boss, Wade's voice came from behind him. Don't you have something to patrol? Caleb grumbled, but there was no real heat in it.
Chapter 18. Fiona. Fiona stirred her lavender chamomile tea and watched the steam curl up from the mug in lazy spirals. The cauldron and cup was empty except for her. The warm lighting cast a cozy glow over the worn wooden tables. A cleaning charm swept across the floor, the bristles making soft swishing sounds against the floorboards. Nina approached, wiping her hands on her apron. I heard about what happened at the community center. Are you holding up okay? The building's a wreck. Fiona sighed, running her finger along the rim of her mug. All that work rebuilding the playground, and now... She shook her head. But everyone's alive, that's what matters. You've done more for that pack in a few weeks than most outsiders do in years. Nina pulled out a chair, the legs scraping against the floor. Not many would stand up to a rival alpha pack. They're worth it. The tea warmed Fiona's hands as she lifted the mug. They've become like family. And they're alpha? Nina's knowing smile made Fiona's cheeks flush. I've seen the way you look at him when you two come in for coffee. That obvious, huh? Honey, a blind troll could see it. Nina chuckled. The way you two bicker and make eyes at each other? It's better than my morning soap operas. Fiona groaned, dropping her head to the table. He's just so frustrating and stubborn and protective and... She lifted her head. I couldn't walk away now if I tried. Love has a way of sneaking up on you like that. Nina patted her hand. One day you're arguing with a grumpy wolf shifter about playground equipment, the next you're fighting rival packs together. I never thought I'd end up here when I moved to town. Fiona laughed. I was just looking for a job. Sometimes the best things in life are unexpected. Nina stood, gathering Fiona's empty mug. Though I have to say, you and Caleb, that was written in the stars from the moment you walked into his community center. You're worse than Emmett with the matchmaking. Speaking of which, that elder of yours was in here earlier singing both your praises. Said you two make quite the team. Fiona smiled, warmth blooming in her chest that had nothing to do with her fire magic. We do, don't we? The autumn air nipped at Fiona's nose as she walked down Cedar Street. Streetlights cast pools of yellow light on the sidewalk, and dried leaves skittered across her path. Her boots clicked against the concrete as she pulled her leather jacket tighter around herself. A twig snapped behind her. Fiona spun around, her hands already warming with the magic coursing through her veins. 3 shadows detached themselves from the darkness between buildings. As they stepped into the light, she recognized Rochelle's angular face and predatory smile. Well, if it isn't the little witch who thinks she can play with wolves, Rochelle drawled, flanked by 2 burly Nightfang members. Sorry, my dance card's full tonight. Fiona kept her tone light despite her racing heart. Maybe try the community center during business hours? I hear they're great with scheduling. Rochelle's lips curled into a sneer. You've got quite the mouth on you. First at Victor's house, now here. Someone needs to teach you your place. My place? Fiona arched an eyebrow. Let me guess. You had to ask Victor's permission to come threaten me tonight. Talk about knowing your place. One of Rochelle's companions growled, taking a step forward. Fiona's fingers sparked, tiny flames dancing between them. 3 against 1. Fiona clicked her tongue. And here I thought wolves were supposed to be noble creatures. Though I suppose that's just the Eclipsed Moon pack. You Nightfang types are more... What's the word? Ah, yes, common. You think you're so clever, Rochelle's eyes flashed dangerously. But you're just Caleb's latest pet project. Once he's done with you, you'll see what happens to outsiders who meddle in pack business. Sweetie, if you're trying to scare me, you might want to work on your delivery. Right now, you sound like a rejected Mean Girls extra. Rochelle's face contorted with rage. The 2 males beside her shifted their weight, muscles tensing beneath their leather jackets. Fiona's magic thrummed beneath her skin, ready to explode into defensive flames at a moment's notice. You know what your problem is? Fiona continued, channeling her inner wedding planner voice, the one she used on particularly difficult mothers-in-law. You're jealous. Because Caleb's twice the alpha Victor will ever be, and everyone around here knows it. Fiona barely had time to blink before they shifted into 3 massive wolves and lunged at her. Her flames burst outward instinctively, creating a barrier between her and snapping jaws. The gray wolf on her left, one of Rochelle's goons, dodged around it with surprising agility. Oh, come on, Fiona muttered, ducking under razor-sharp teeth. I just got this jacket. She spun away from another attack, her boots sliding on fallen leaves. Fire danced between her fingers as she threw up another wall of flames, but the second wolf was already circling behind her. Their coordinated attacks left her constantly moving, unable to focus her magic properly on any single target. The largest wolf, Rochelle slammed into Fiona's side. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs as she hit the concrete. Her head cracked against the sidewalk, making her vision swim. Before she could recover, a heavy paw pressed down on her chest. Rochelle shifted back to human form, keeping Fiona pinned. Her smile showed too many teeth. Not so mouthy now, are we? Actually, Fiona wheezed, I was just thinking how much better you look as a wolf. The whole smug supervillain thing, not really working for you. The pressure on her chest increased. You think you're so special because Caleb lets you hang around? Please. Rochelle leaned closer, her breath hot against Fiona's face. You're just his latest distraction, a temporary amusement. Once he's done playing house, you'll be yesterday's news. Fiona tried to summon her flames, but Rochelle's weight made it hard to breathe, let alone focus. The two other wolves circled them, their low growls mixing with the sound of traffic in the distance. Though, Rochelle continued, you might be useful after all. Victor would love to see how Caleb reacts when we hold his little pet hostage. Maybe then he'll finally show some real backbone instead of hiding behind festival decorations and playground equipment. You talk way too much, Fiona managed between shallow breaths. Determined to break free, rage boiled up in Fiona's veins, hotter than any flame she'd ever conjured. Her magic surged, responding to her fury, and she let out a primal scream as fire exploded outward from her body in all directions. Rochelle yelped, jumping back as flames singed her clothes. The two other wolves scattered, their fur smoking. That's designer, you psycho! Rochelle patted out the flames on her jacket. Fiona rolled to her feet, wobbling slightly. Send me the dry cleaning bill. Oh wait, you can't afford it on a minion's salary. She thrust both hands forward, sending a wave of fire between herself and the wolves. The heat made the air shimmer, distorting their shapes through the flames. Her head throbbed where it had hit the concrete, making it hard to focus. After her! Rochelle's command was followed by snarling as the wolves gave chase. Fiona sprinted down the street, her boots pounding against the pavement. Each step sent jolts of pain through her ribs where Rochelle had pinned her. She turned down an alley, knocking over trash cans behind her with bursts of magic. Note to self, she panted, start doing cardio. A wolf lunged at her from the side. Fiona ducked and rolled, coming up with her hands blazing. The fire caught the wolf's tail, sending it yelping back into the shadows. She zigzagged through back streets, using quick bursts of flame to keep her pursuers at bay. Her magic was draining fast, each spell leaving her more exhausted than the last. This is what I get for skipping breakfast, she muttered, ducking behind a dumpster. Should have had that second scone at Nina's. Blood trickled down her temple, and her jacket was torn in several places. Her ribs screamed in protest with each breath. But the sounds of pursuit had faded. Fiona slumped against the brick wall, letting out a shaky laugh. Well, that was fun. Nothing like a near-death experience to really spice up a girl's night out. She touched her side gingerly, wincing. Definitely bruised ribs. Her head spun when she tried to stand straight, and her magic felt like a flickering candle rather than its usual bonfire. Okay, Fiona, she whispered to herself. Time to decide. Hospital, home, or handsome alpha wolf's place? Decisions, decisions. Fiona stumbled through the quiet suburban streets, using mailboxes and parked cars for support. Each step sent daggers through her ribs. The world tilted sideways every few steps, forcing her to pause and wait for her vision to settle. This is what I get for antagonizing wolf shifters, she muttered, checking street signs. Next time, remember to bring pepper spray, or a tank. Caleb's house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, a 2-story craftsman with a wraparound porch. Security lights illuminated the well-kept lawn. Her magic flickered weakly as she dragged herself up the steps, barely enough spark left to light a birthday candle. She knocked on the door, then leaned heavily against the frame. Please be home, please be home. The porch light flicked on. Caleb opened the door wearing sweatpants and a faded t-shirt that did wonderful things for his shoulders. His eyes widened at the sight of her. Surprise? Fiona attempted a smile, pretty sure there was blood in her teeth. Don't suppose you have a first aid kit and some aspirin? What happened? He caught her as her knees buckled, scooping her up like she weighed nothing.
Chapter 19. Caleb. The knock jolted Caleb from his paperwork. His wolf senses tingled. Something was wrong. The scent hit him before he reached the door, blood mixed with Fiona's familiar cinnamon and smoke essence. He flicked the porch light on and opened the door quickly. His eyes widened at the sight of her. Surprise? Fiona attempted to smile. He saw there was blood in her teeth. Don't suppose you have a first aid kit and some aspirin? What happened? His heart lurched at the sight of her torn clothes and the dark bruises forming on her pale skin. She swayed and he caught her before she could fall, scooping her up against his chest. Her head lolled against his shoulder, her usually vibrant red hair matted with dirt and blood. His wolf howled inside him, furious that someone had hurt her. He carried her through his living room, kicking aside the scattered papers from his abandoned work. The scent of her blood made his hands shake as he settled her carefully on his couch. "Stay with me," he murmured, brushing her hair back from her face. Her skin felt clammy under his touch. His protective instinct screamed at him to find whoever did this and tear them apart. But he couldn't leave her like this. She needed him here, now. Everything else could wait. Caleb grabbed the first aid kit from under his kitchen sink, along with a clean washcloth and bowl of warm water. When he returned, Fiona had managed to prop herself up against the armrest, though her face was pinched with pain. "You know," she said weakly, "this wasn't exactly how I planned to get invited to your place for the first time." Despite his worry, Caleb felt his lips twitch. Even beaten and bloodied, she was still trying to make him smile. "Next time, just ask me to dinner instead." Caleb grabbed his phone, punching in Dr. Harrison's number with shaky fingers. "Becca, I need you at my place. Now." He barely waited for her confirmation before hanging up. "I can heal on my own, you know," Fiona protested as he guided her to his bedroom. "Perks of being a witch." "Humor me." He helped her onto his king-size bed, trying to ignore how right she looked there among his dark sheets. "You're hurt, and I need to make sure nothing's broken." "Such a mother hen!" She winced as he helped her lie back. His hand trembled slightly as he examined a particularly nasty scratch on her shoulder. The sight of it made his wolf want to tear through the night hunting for revenge. "Who did this to you?" "You already know." She caught his wrist, her touch steadying him. "Rochelle and her 2 pet thugs." Caleb's growl rumbled through his chest. "I'll hunt them down. Every last one." "My hero." She tried to sit up but fell back with a groan. "Though maybe save the heroics until after we deal with these scratches. I'm bleeding all over your Egyptian cotton." "They're just sheets." He got up and left the room, returning in a blink of an eye with the washcloth and bowl of warm water. He dabbed at a cut above her eyebrow, forcing his touch to remain gentle despite his rage. "Though I have to say, for someone who just got jumped by 3 wolves, you're surprisingly chipper." "Well, you should see the other guys." A proud smile crossed her face. "I may have singed off Rochelle's eyebrows, and one of her minions is probably still trying to put out his tail." Despite everything, Caleb found himself chuckling a little. "That's my girl." The words slipped out before he could stop them. Fiona's eyes widened slightly, but before she could respond, he busied himself with cleaning another wound. His wolf preened at calling her his, even as his human side panicked at the slip. "I mean, you did good, defending yourself." He cleared his throat. "Though next time, maybe try not to walk alone at night when there's a hostile pack out there." "Oh, you do care," she teased, then hissed as he found a tender spot. "Though I might take that advice, considering how well tonight went." Becca's arrival brought a wave of antiseptic and mint into Caleb's already overwhelmed senses. The pack doctor's gray hair was still mussed from sleep, but her hands moved with practiced efficiency as she examined Fiona. "Seriously bruised ribs," Becca announced, her fingers probing Fiona's side, "and a concussion. The cuts are superficial, though they'll sting for a few days." Caleb's wolf paced restlessly as he watched Becca work. Every wince from Fiona made his hands clench. "Good news is, you'll live." Becca pulled out bandages and antiseptic from her medical bag. "Bad news is, no fire slinging for at least a week." "A week?" Fiona's outraged squeak made Caleb's lips twitch despite his worry. "But what if—" "Doctor's orders," Becca cut her off, applying butterfly bandages to the cut above Fiona's eyebrow. "Bed rest for 2 days minimum. After that, light activity only. and someone needs to wake you every few hours tonight to check on that concussion. I'll do it, Caleb said immediately. The thought of leaving Fiona alone tonight made his wolf bristle. Of course you will. Becca's knowing smile made him want to growl. She packed up her bag and headed for the door. Ice those ribs every few hours, and try not to get into any more fights with rival pack members, dear. Thank you, Becca. Caleb walked her to the door. I owe you one. Just keep her still, Becca whispered. She seems as stubborn as you are. After she left, Caleb grabbed the chair from his desk and planted it firmly beside the bed. Get some rest. I'll be right here. My very own guard wolf? Fiona's voice was already drowsy from the pain medication. Lucky me. Someone has to make sure you don't try to sneak out and torch anything else. Spoil sport. Her eyes started drooping. You don't have to stay. I'm sure you have alpha things to do. Nothing more important than this. The words came out before he could stop them, but watching her nestle into his pillows, he found he didn't want to take them back. Caleb kept his vigil through the night, waking Fiona every few hours as instructed. Between checks, he watched the steady rise and fall of her chest. The moonlight streaming through his window caught the copper highlights in her hair spread across his pillow. His fingers itched to brush a stray strand from her face, but he kept his hands firmly on the armrests of his chair. When had she become so essential? The thought of losing her made his chest tight in a way he'd never experienced before. She'd stormed into his life with her quick wit and fiercer determination, bringing light to places he hadn't even realized were dark. Dawn crept in, painting his room in soft oranges that reminded him of her magic. Fiona stirred, her green eyes fluttering open. You look terrible, she mumbled, voice rough with sleep. Says the woman who got attacked by wolves last night? He leaned forward, checking her pupils. How's the head? Still attached. She tried to sit up and winced. Stay down. His hand moved to her shoulder, gentle but firm. I'm going after Rochelle today. No, you're not. Despite her injuries, her voice carried that familiar steel that always made his wolf take notice. Fiona? Don't Fiona me with that growly voice. She grabbed his wrist gently, her touch sending warmth through his arm. Your pack stood with you yesterday. They believe in you. Going after Rochelle now would just prove Victor right about you being ruled by anger. They hurt you, he said, the words coming out rougher than intended. And I torched them right back. A smile tugged at her split lip. Besides, I'm not some damsel who needs avenging. I'm the witch who's going to watch you kick Victor's butt fair and square. Caleb couldn't help but chuckle. You make it sound so simple. That's because it is. She squeezed his wrist. You're going to beat him, and then maybe take me to dinner, in that order. His wolf preened at her confidence in him. Dinner, huh? Well, you did promise last night. She yawned, then grimaced. Though maybe somewhere that serves soup. My jaw feels like I got hit by a truck. Actually, you promised to ask next time. Fine, she rolled her eyes. Caleb Rivers, would you like to go to dinner with me after you're done being all alpha male? His heart did a strange flip in his chest. I suppose I could pencil that in. Caleb noticed how the morning light streaming in from his window seemed to dance across Fiona's face. His wolf practically purred at having her here in his space. Even with the bruises and scratches marking her skin, she was beautiful. He cleared his throat. You're staying here? Excuse me. Fiona tried to push herself up, wincing at the movement. I have my own place, you know. Which Rochelle and her goons seem to know about now. His jaw clenched. You're staying here until this is resolved. I can take care of myself. The familiar spark of defiance lit her green eyes. Or did you miss the part where I said I barbecued those wolves? His lips twitched despite his determination to stay serious. But you're hurt, and I... He ran a hand through his hair, struggling to find the right words. His wolf urged him to mark her as his, but the human side knew better. I need to know you're safe. Need to, huh? Something softened in her expression. Yes. He leaned forward in his chair, close enough to catch the lingering scent of smoke and cinnamon that was uniquely her. Because somewhere between you organizing my community center and setting my enemies on fire, I started caring about you. More than I should? Her breath caught. "Oh."
Chapter 20. Fiona. Fiona lounged on Caleb's plush leather couch, her legs tucked beneath a soft blanket. The late morning sunlight streamed through the windows next to her. Her bruises had faded to a dull yellow, and the scratches were nearly healed. She traced her fingers over the bandage on her shoulder, remembering how Caleb had changed it every morning with surprising gentleness. "If you keep picking at that, it'll scar," Caleb said, setting a steaming mug of herbal tea on the coffee table. "You're worse than my mother." She reached for the tea, inhaling the soothing aroma. "I never pegged you for a nurse. I prefer attentive caretaker." He settled into the armchair across from her. "Besides, someone had to make sure you didn't try to set the house on fire." "That was only one time, and I was aiming for the curtains. They're hideous." His laugh, deep and rich, sent warmth through her chest. Over the past week, she'd seen a different side of him, one that brought her soup in bed, read her terrible romance novels when her concussion made reading impossible, and always seemed to know exactly what she needed before she asked. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, catching her stare. "Just wondering if you meant what you said that first morning." She picked at a loose thread on the blanket. "About caring about me." "Fiona." The way he said her name made her look up. "I wouldn't have spent the last week watching terrible Hallmark movies if I didn't mean it." "They're not terrible, they're classics." "The baker fell in love with a secret prince 3 times. Different bakers, different princes." She grinned. He threw a pillow at her, which she caught with a laugh. Their eyes met, and that familiar tension crackled between them. "You know," she said softly, "I started caring about you too. Somewhere between you scowling at my management skills at your community center and bringing me chicken noodle soup in your bed." The afternoon sun warmed Fiona's skin as she surveyed the community center's damaged walls. Paint cans and brushes littered the ground, along with lumber and tools. Her body still ached a little, but she refused to let that stop her from helping rebuild. "You should be resting," Caleb said, appearing at her side with a ladder. "I've rested enough." She grabbed a paintbrush. "Besides, someone needs to make sure you don't pick terrible colors again." "There was nothing wrong with the olive green." Pack members bustled around them, carrying supplies and chatting. Unlike before, they now greeted her with warm smiles and respectful nods. One of the younger wolves, Tessa, bounded up to her. "Is it true you set Rochelle's fur on fire?" Tessa's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Only singed it a little," Fiona winked, though her pride took the worst hit. Caleb snorted. "That's not how Wade tells it. According to him, you lit up the whole street." "A lady never reveals her secrets." Fiona dipped her brush in the cream-colored paint. "Now are you going to help, or just stand there looking pretty?" Heat crept up her neck as the words left her mouth. The pack members within earshot tried to hide their grins, failing miserably. "Looking pretty, huh?" Caleb picked up his own brush, a smile playing at his lips. "I'll have you know I'm an excellent painter." "Prove it." She flicked paint at him, leaving a splash of cream on his black t-shirt. His eyes narrowed playfully. "You're playing with fire, witch." "That's kind of my thing." They worked side by side for a while, trading barbs and stealing glances when they thought the other wasn't looking. The pack's acceptance warmed her heart more than any fire she could conjure. Even through the aches and paint stains, she couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so at home. Fiona wiped sweat from her brow, her muscles protesting as she reached up to paint another section of wall. The late afternoon sun streamed through the replacement windows, casting long shadows across the community center's restored floor. Her shoulder twinged, reminding her of the healing wound beneath her t-shirt. "That ladder looks unstable," Caleb said from behind her. "The ladder's fine." She didn't turn around, knowing she'd find that concerned furrow between his brows that made her want to smooth it away with her fingers. "You've checked it 3 times already." 4, actually. His warm presence drew closer. "And you're favoring your left side." "I thought wolves were supposed to hunt, not mother their employees." "I mother whoever I want." His hands settled on her waist, steadying her as the latter wobbled slightly. The heat of his touch burned through her thin shirt, making her breath catch, especially stubborn ones who don't know their limits. Fiona's heart hammered against her ribs. I know my limits just fine. Really? His breath tickled her ear. Then why are you shaking? Because someone keeps distracting me while I'm trying to work. She turned her head, finding his face inches from hers. Those blue eyes sparkled with mischief. Maybe you should take a break. Maybe you should help more instead of hovering. He grinned, reaching past her to grab a paint roller, his chest pressing against her back. I can do both. They continued to work side by side for the next several hours, their arms brushing with each stroke. Every accidental touch sent sparks through her skin. She caught him watching her more than the wall, his gaze lingering on her lips when she spoke. You missed a spot, she teased, pointing to a section well above his head. Did I? He stretched up, his shirt riding up to reveal a strip of tanned skin and defined muscle. Fiona's mouth went dry. That was mean, she muttered. What was... You know exactly what you're doing? His laugh rumbled through her. Payback for all those times you bent over to pick up paint cans. Heat flooded her cheeks. I had to get the paint somehow. And I had to stretch to reach that spot. Their eyes locked, the air between them crackling with unspoken tension. A drop of paint fell from his paint roller, landing on her collarbone. Without thinking, he reached out to wipe it away, his thumb lingering on her skin. Wade's voice broke through their bubble. The moment completely shattered as Wade approached them. Fiona's skin still tingled where Caleb's thumb had brushed her collarbone, and she busied herself with painting the wall to hide her flushed cheeks. Sorry to interrupt, Wade said, not looking sorry at all. His usual easy smile was replaced with tight lines around his mouth. But we've got trouble. Caleb's hand dropped to his side. Victor? My sources say he's gathering his people. All of them. Wade glanced between them. Looks like he's done playing games. The paintbrush in Fiona's hand trembled slightly. She'd seen what just 3 Nightfang members could do. The healing scratches on her skin were proof enough. The thought of all of them descending on the pack made her stomach twist. How many? She asked. At least 50 fighters, Wade said. Maybe more. Fantastic. Just what we needed after finally fixing the place up. We could always paint the walls red, Fiona quipped, earning surprised looks from both men. What? If we're going to have a dramatic showdown, we might as well coordinate the decor. A ghost of a smile crossed Caleb's face. Your interior design skills are showing. Better than your olive green phase. Wade cleared his throat. As entertaining as this is, we need a plan. A fight between packs this size. He trailed off, but Fiona could fill in the blanks. Blood, death, destruction of everything they'd worked to build. There has to be another way, she said, setting down her brush. Something that doesn't end with half the supernatural population of Saltwater Grove in the hospital. Caleb's jaw clenched, that familiar protective fury rolling off him in waves. Victor won't stop until he gets what he wants. Or until someone makes him stop, Wade added meaningfully. The evening sun cast shadows through the windows, painting stripes across the newly finished walls. Fiona watched dust motes dance in the golden light, her mind racing through possibilities. She'd grown to love this pack. These people who'd accepted her despite her being an outsider. The thought of them torn apart by Victor's ambition made her blood boil, literally if the steam rising from her skin was any indication. You're smoking, Caleb said softly. I'm aware. She took a deep breath, trying to cool her temper. Just thinking about how much I'd like to turn Victor into a walking matchstick. Fiona's heart clenched as Caleb straightened his shoulders, that familiar, determined set to his jaw that usually meant he was about to do something noble and stupid. I'll initiate the one-on-one challenge with him, Caleb said. Oh, because that's so much better than a pack war? Fiona crossed her arms, ignoring the twinge from her healing wounds. Trading certain death for probable death isn't exactly an upgrade. She stepped closer to Caleb. There has to be another way. Like what? Challenge him to that baking competition you mentioned? Caleb's lips twitched. Victor would probably cheat, Wade muttered. Put wolfsbane in the flour or something. Caleb's expression sobered. This is the only way to keep everyone safe. One fight, one winner, no pack war. Fiona's fingers sparked with suppressed fire magic, her concern manifesting in little dancing flames. And what if you lose? Thanks for the vote of confidence. I'm serious, Caleb. She reached for his hand, surprised when he let her take it. I just got used to your grumpy face. I'd hate to have to break in a new boss. His thumb traced circles on her palm, sending shivers up her arm. Is that all I am? Your boss? Well, you're also the only person who knows how I like my coffee. She squeezed his hand. And I've grown rather attached to that.
Chapter 21. Caleb. Caleb watched as Fiona moved around his kitchen later that night. She hummed to herself while chopping vegetables with concerning speed. Her hair was pulled back in a messy bun, with loose strands framing her face in the warm kitchen light. The sight of her, so at home in his space, did things to him he wasn't ready to fully accept yet. You know, there are safer ways to cut carrots, he said, leaning against the counter. Ways that involve keeping all your fingers. Please, I know what I'm doing. She waved the knife in his direction. Unlike some people who burn water. That was one time, a long time ago. He moved behind her, reaching around to adjust her grip on the knife. And I'll have you know I make an excellent grilled cheese. Her breath caught as his chest pressed against her back. Truly a culinary master. Mock all you want, but it's saved me from starvation many times. He inhaled deeply, catching the scent of her shampoo mixed with the spices she'd added to their attempt at chicken stir-fry. Speaking of starvation, Fiona turned in his arms, nose wrinkling. Is something burning? Darn! Caleb spun toward the stove where their chicken was definitely past the point of edible. Smoke curled up from the blackened mess. I got distracted. By what? Her eyes sparkled with mischief. I think you know darn well by what. He dumped the ruined pan in the sink. Water hissed against the hot metal. Me? I'm just trying to make dinner. She pushed herself up gently and sat on the counter, swinging her legs nervously. The movement drew his eyes to her bare calves below her shorts. You're trying to drive me crazy is what you're doing. He stepped closer to her, his hand grabbing the counter, gently brushing against her thigh in the process. And it's working. Good, she chuckled, placing her hand over his. Now, about dinner. I know a great pizza place that delivers. Perfect, because I'm starving, and we're pretty terrible cooks. Caleb laughed, pulling out his phone to order their dinner, while Fiona continued to hold his hand, making it very difficult to focus on the simple task of choosing toppings. Caleb watched Fiona fold her pizza slice in half, a habit that both fascinated and horrified him. She caught his stare and grinned, sauce dotting the corner of her mouth. What? This is the proper way to eat pizza. You're desecrating perfectly good food. He took another bite of his own properly flat slice, and getting sauce everywhere. Am I? She dabbed at her face with a napkin, missing the spot entirely. Here. Caleb reached over and wiped the sauce away with his thumb. His hand lingered on her cheek longer than necessary, her skin warm beneath his touch. The way her pulse quickened sent his wolf into a pleased rumble. Thanks. Her voice came out breathier than usual. Though I think you just wanted an excuse to touch me. I don't need an excuse. The words slipped out before he could stop them. No. She shifted closer on the couch, their knees brushing. Then what's stopping you? The pizza box between them suddenly felt like an insurmountable barrier. Caleb moved it to the coffee table, his movements deliberately slow as he gathered his thoughts. Tomorrow he'd have to face Victor, possibly fight to the death. And here he was getting distracted by the way Fiona's eyes darkened when she looked at him. Maybe I'm trying to be a gentleman, she snorted. Since when? I can be gentlemanly. He grabbed another slice, purposefully taking an enormous bite. Says the man who just inhaled half a pizza like a starving wolf. She poked his ribs, which technically... Careful, He caught her hand before she could poke him again. I bite. Promise? The teasing glint in her eyes made his breath catch. She twisted her wrist in his grip until their fingers intertwined. You're playing with fire, he warned, though there was no heat in his words. Good thing I'm a fire witch. She squeezed his hand. Now finish your pizza before it gets cold. Caleb gathered the paper plates and empty pizza box, his wolf senses picking up the slight tremor in Fiona's hands as she wiped down the counter. The kitchen felt smaller somehow, charged with unspoken tension that had nothing to do with their earlier flirting. So, Fiona said, focusing intently on a non-existent spot on the granite, these challenges, are they always to the death? He tossed the box in the recycling. Not technically. What does that mean? She turned to face him, the dish towel twisted between her fingers. It means the challenge ends when one alpha submits or, he let the sentence hang, not wanting to finish it, or dies. Her voice cracked on the last word. Couldn't you make an exception? Find another way? The fear in her eyes hit him like a physical blow. His wolf whined, wanting to comfort her. Victor won't stop until one of us is dead. He stepped closer, drawn to her despite knowing he should keep his distance. Getting attached right before a potentially fatal fight wasn't the smartest move. He's made that pretty clear. There's got to be another way. She pressed her palm against his chest, right over his heart. You're too stubborn to die. The simple touch sent warmth spreading through his body. His wolf preened at her concern, even as the alpha in him worried about how this attachment might affect tomorrow's fight. One moment of distraction could be fatal. I am pretty stubborn. He covered her hand with his own. It's one of my better qualities. Along with your cooking skills? A weak smile played at her lips. Hey, I ordered that pizza like a champ. He tried to keep his tone light, but the way she was looking at him made it difficult to focus on anything but how perfectly her hand fit in his. Caleb! Her fingers curled into his shirt. The raw emotion in her voice scared him more than any challenge. Because if she cared this much about him, he knew he cared just as deeply for her. And that kind of distraction might just get him killed. Caleb watched the emotions play across Fiona's face. Worry, frustration, and something deeper that made his chest ache. Her fingers were still tangled in his shirt, and his wolf wanted nothing more than to pull her closer, to promise her everything would be fine. But he couldn't lie to her. You're really going to do this, aren't you? She didn't phrase it as a question. Darn stubborn wolf. He touched the fading bruise on her cheek. I have to protect them, Fiona. All of them. I know. She leaned into his touch and looked up at him. Promise me something? Her green eyes locked with his, and suddenly breathing became difficult. Promise you won't lose. Fiona ... No, I mean it. You're not allowed to die. She poked him in the chest in a feigned attempt to lighten the mood. Caleb's wolf preened at her fierce protectiveness, even as his heart squeezed painfully. Promise me. Her voice wavered slightly, her eyes filled with unshed tears. I promise to do my best not to die. He pressed his forehead against hers. Though I should warn you, my best usually involves a lot of growling and showing off. Good thing I find that oddly charming. She wrapped her arms around his waist. He breathed in her scent, cinnamon and wood smoke, and something uniquely Fiona. Caleb's heart thundered in his chest as he gazed down at Fiona. Her green eyes sparkled with unshed tears, and something else. Something that made his wolf howl with joy. Without thinking, he cupped her face in his hands, his thumb brushing away a stray tear. Fiona, he whispered, his voice rough with emotion. She tilted her face up to his, and the last thread of his control snapped. He lowered his head, pressing his lips to hers in a kiss that started gentle but quickly blazed into something more. Her lips were soft and warm against his. His wolf practically purred as she melted against him, her fingers sliding into his hair. The kiss felt like coming home and stepping off a cliff all at once, like finding something he hadn't known he was missing. Her magic sparked between them, little flames of heat that danced across his skin without burning. His wolf reveled in it, in her, in the way she fit perfectly against him. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, Fiona's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright. "I've wanted to do that for weeks," she admitted, a small smile playing on her lips. His hand settled on her waist. "I wanted to do that since you walked into my community center and started bossing everyone around." "I did not boss," she started to protest, but he cut her off with another kiss. This one was different, desperate and fierce, like he was trying to pour everything he couldn't say into it. Her response was just as passionate, her fingers tightening in his hair as she pressed closer. His wolf growled in satisfaction as she made a small sound in the back of her throat. "You absolutely did boss everyone around," he murmured against her lips. It was incredibly hot. She laughed, the sound warming him from the inside out. "If I'd known that was all it took to impress you, I would have been even more demanding." "Please don't. My wolf's ego can only take so much." She pulled back just enough to look at him, her expression softening. "Your wolf seems to be doing just fine right now." "Yeah." He pressed his forehead to hers. "What gave it away?" "The fact that you're practically purring now." "Wolves don't purr," he protested, even as his wolf continued to do exactly that.
Chapter 22. Fiona. The morning air held a crisp bite as Fiona walked beside Caleb toward the territory border. Her heart hammered in her chest, but she kept her chin high. The grass crunched beneath their feet, still frosted from the night before. Behind them, Wade and several other Eclipsed Moon members followed in formation. Across the invisible line that separated the two territories, Victor's group emerged from the tree line. Fiona's fingers twitched, heat building under her skin as she spotted Rochelle among them. Rochelle's lips curled into a sneer. Well, if it isn't Caleb's little witch, still nursing those battle scars? "Oh, honey," Fiona crossed her arms, letting a small flame dance between her fingers. "I was just thinking about how much I missed our little play date. Though next time, try bringing more than just 2 friends. Might actually make it challenging." Big words from someone who ran away. "I prefer to call it a strategic retreat. You know, the thing your pack does every time they face Caleb head-on?" Rochelle's eyes flashed dangerously. "At least I know my place in a pack. What are you? Their token witch? Their mascot?" "Better than being Victor's attack dog. Does he at least give you treats when you follow commands?" Fiona felt Wade stifle a laugh beside her, Rochelle's face contorted with rage. Fiona noticed Victor place a restraining hand on Rochelle's shoulder. The tension crackled between the two groups like static electricity. Fiona could feel Caleb's solid presence beside her, ready to move if needed. The weight of what they'd come here to do pressed against her chest, but she refused to show any sign of worry. Fiona's heart skipped as Caleb stepped forward, his shoulders squared and jaw set with determination. "Victor," Caleb's deep voice carried across the frost-covered grass, "I'm officially issuing a one-on-one challenge. Just you and me. Winner takes leadership of both packs." Victor's eyebrows shot up, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "Finally showing some backbone, Rivers? Unless you're too scared to face me without your lackeys backing you up." Fiona bit back a smile. She'd been rubbing off on him. That was definitely her kind of sass. "Scared?" Victor laughed, the sound sharp and cold as the morning air. "I've been waiting for this. Tomorrow at the Pack Arena." "Noon," Caleb confirmed. "Traditional rules." "Traditional rules," Victor agreed, then smirked. "Better say goodbye to your little witch tonight. She won't want to stick around once you're dead." Heat flared in Fiona's palms. She opened her mouth for a retort, but Caleb beat her to it. "Funny," Caleb said. "I was about to tell Rochelle the same thing." Wade snorted behind them, and Fiona couldn't help but grin. Even Rochelle looked taken aback by Caleb's newfound snark. Victor's face darkened. "Tomorrow, then. Don't be late for your own funeral." As Victor's group turned to leave, Rochelle shot one last glare at Fiona. Fiona responded by creating a tiny flame butterfly that fluttered mockingly in Rochelle's direction. Wade clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "That was some quality trash talk, boss. Been taking lessons from your girlfriend?" Fiona's cheeks warmed at the word girlfriend, but Caleb just smiled and slipped his arm around her waist. "Maybe I have. Someone has to keep up with her." "Oh, please," Fiona rolled her eyes, trying to mask how much she loved his casual touch. Fiona walked alongside Caleb, her earlier bravado melting away with each step. The morning frost had given way to muddy earth that squished beneath her boots, matching the churning in her stomach. She stole glances at his profile, memorizing the sharp line of his jaw, the way his dark hair caught the sunlight. "That butterfly was a nice touch," Caleb said, breaking the silence. "Though I think you showed remarkable restraint not setting Rochelle's tail on fire." "Don't tempt me with good ideas." Fiona tried to keep her voice light, but worry gnawed at her insides. The thought of him facing Victor tomorrow made her hands tremble. She shoved them into her pockets. Wade had fallen back with the others, giving them space. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and winter's approach. Fiona's throat tightened. "You're quiet," Caleb noted, his blue eyes studying her face. "Usually by now you'd be planning victory fireworks or something equally explosive." "I'm saving those for tomorrow." The word stuck in her throat. "After you win." Caleb caught her arm, turning her to face him. His touch sent warmth spreading through her chest, making her heart flutter like one of her flame butterflies. "Fiona, I know, you have to do this." She pressed her palms against his chest, feeling his steady heartbeat beneath her fingers. "But I just found you, you stubborn wolf. The thought of losing you?" "Hey." He cupped her face in his hands, his thumb brushing her cheek. "I'm not going anywhere if I can help it." He leaned down, pressing his forehead against hers. "Besides, I have something worth fighting for now. Someone who makes terrible dinners and creates petty flame insects just to annoy my enemies." Fiona laughed, despite herself, blinking back tears. "That's not all I do." "No?" His lips quirked up in that half-smile that made her knees weak. "You also reorganize my filing system and criticize my coffee." "Someone has to." She gripped his shirt tighter, breathing in his woodsy scent. "Just come back to me tomorrow, okay? I don't care if you have to fight dirty. Use whatever dad jokes and terrible puns you've picked up from me. Now that's fighting dirty." He kissed her forehead softly, and Fiona melted into him, trying to memorize every detail of this moment. The community center buzzed with nervous energy as Fiona stood beside Caleb, watching him address the gathered pack members. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, casting shadows across the newly polished floors. Her fingers itched to create a small flame, a nervous habit, but she kept her hands still. "Tomorrow at noon," Caleb announced, his voice carrying through the hall, "I face Victor in a challenge match for leadership of both packs." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Fiona caught snippets of worried whispers and fierce declarations of support. Her heart swelled at how many faces showed unwavering faith in their alpha. Emmett stepped forward first, his weathered face creasing into a warm smile. "You have our blessing, Caleb. Show that pup what real leadership looks like." Two other elders nodded in agreement. The older woman among them, Margaret, Fiona recalled, reached up to pat Caleb's cheek like a grandmother might. "Just remember to duck, dear. No need to take unnecessary hits to that handsome face of yours." Fiona stifled a laugh as Caleb's ears turned pink. He really was adorable when he got flustered. Pack members formed a line to wish him well. A young girl, no more than 12, presented him with a friendship bracelet. "For luck," she explained seriously. "I made it in your favorite colors." "Blue and gray?" Fiona whispered to Wade, who stood nearby. "Actually," Wade grinned, "his favorite color is purple. He just won't admit it." Caleb shot them both a look that only made them laugh harder. The tension in Fiona's chest eased slightly as she watched him interact with his people. They weren't just following him out of obligation or fear. They genuinely loved him. "You better win," an elderly man declared, jabbing a finger at Caleb's chest. "I'm too old to learn Victor's stupid pack rules. Besides, he doesn't appreciate a good joke like you do." That's because Victor wouldn't know humor if it bit him on the tail, Fiona quipped, earning several appreciative chuckles. As the well-wishers continued, Fiona noticed how Caleb remembered everyone's names, asked about their families, and treated each person's concerns with genuine care. No wonder Victor couldn't win them over. He'd never understand this kind of connection. A commotion at the community center's entrance drew Fiona's attention from the line of well-wishers. Sarah burst through the doors, her designer suit wrinkled and her usually perfect dark hair escaping its bun. Her blue eyes, so similar to Caleb's, were wide with panic. "Caleb Rivers!" Sarah's voice cut through the crowd. "Were you planning to tell your sister about this challenge, or was I supposed to hear it from my paralegal?" Fiona bit back a smile as Caleb winced. Sarah had that effect on him, turning the mighty alpha into a scolded brother with just a look. "I was going to call you," Caleb said, rubbing the back of his neck. "When? After the fight?" Sarah elbowed her way through the crowd, her heels clicking against the floor. "Or maybe you'd just send me a text. Hey sis, fought Victor today. NBD LOL. Fiona couldn't help it. She snorted. "He doesn't know what LOL means?" "I know what LOL means," Caleb protested. "You thought it meant lots of love until last month," Sarah pointed out, reaching them. She turned to Fiona, pulling her into a quick hug. "Please tell me you tried to talk him out of this." "Have you met your brother?" Fiona raised an eyebrow. "I'd have better luck teaching a cat to fetch." Sarah's lips twitched. "Fair point." She turned back to Caleb, jabbing a finger at his chest. "But seriously, what's this about fighting Victor tomorrow?" "It's the only way to end this," Caleb said, "before anyone else gets hurt." Anyone else? Sarah's gaze snapped to Fiona, taking in the fading bruises from her encounter with Rochelle. Her expression darkened. "Oh, that's it. I'm filing so many lawsuits against Nightfang, they won't be able to afford kibble." "Sarah," Caleb warned, but Fiona could see the affection in his eyes. Fiona watched Sarah and Caleb bicker for several more minutes, a knot tightening in her stomach. Even surrounded by the warmth of pack support, the thought of tomorrow's fight made her feel like she was suddenly standing in a blizzard.
Chapter 23. Caleb. Caleb's basement gym smelled of metal and sweat as he moved through another set of pull-ups. The familiar burn in his muscles helped quiet the storm of thoughts in his mind. Almost. "You're going to wear yourself out before tomorrow," Fiona called from the doorway. Her presence sent a wave of warmth through his chest, temporarily drowning out his darker musings. "Just warming up," he grunted, dropping from the bar. Sweat darkened his tank top and trickled down his neck. "Right, because the 100 push-ups I watched you do earlier were just a light stretch?" She crossed her arms, green eyes narrowing. "Don't think I haven't been counting." "Didn't realize I had a personal trainer." He grabbed a towel, wiping his face. "Though most trainers don't make pasta quite like you do." "You mean the disaster from earlier?" She laughed. "I'm pretty sure that sauce could qualify as a weapon." "It wasn't that bad." He moved closer, enjoying how she didn't back away despite his sweaty state. "The parts that weren't stuck to the pan were almost edible." "Such high praise," she poked him. "Now stop avoiding the real issue. You need rest, not more training." The concern in her voice made his chest tight. He caught her hand, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. "I know, just trying to keep busy." "Well, I have a better idea for that." She tugged him toward the stairs. "I found your secret stash of terrible action movies, the ones with the really bad special effects." "Those are classics," he protested, following her up. His home felt different with her in it, warmer, more alive. The thought of losing this, of losing her. "Hey!" She stopped her, turning to face him. "I can hear you brooding from here. Tonight's not about tomorrow. Tonight's about watching awful CGI wolves and throwing popcorn at the screen when they get the howls wrong." Caleb pulled her close, breathing in her scent. "You're something else, you know that?" "I know. Now go shower. You smell like a gym sock." She wrinkled her nose. "And hurry up. The popcorn's getting cold." Caleb pretended to watch the movie playing on his TV, but his attention kept drifting to Fiona curled up against him on the couch. Her fingers twisted anxiously in the hem of her shirt, a nervous habit he'd noticed over the past week. The scent of her worry hung thick in the air, mixing with the butter from their untouched popcorn. On screen, a clearly CGI wolf howled at an obviously fake moon. "That's not even close to how we sound," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "We're much more dignified." "Says the wolf who howled at the ice cream truck last week." Fiona's attempt at teasing fell flat, her voice tight with tension. "It was playing my song." He pulled her closer, running his fingers through her red hair. The simple contact steadied him, even as his own doubts gnawed at his insides. The movie's protagonist started a dramatic monologue about destiny. Caleb fought the urge to roll his eyes. Hollywood never got anything right about shifters. "You know," Fiona said suddenly, "we could just run away to Vegas, get married by an Elvis impersonator, live off blackjack winnings." "Tempting." He pressed a kiss to her temple, breathing in her familiar scent. "But I'd make a terrible showgirl." Her laugh was shaky but real. "I don't know. You've got the legs for it." "You've been staring at my legs?" "Someone has to appreciate them." The banter felt forced, but he appreciated her effort to maintain normalcy, to pretend tomorrow wasn't looming over them like a storm cloud. His wolf paced restlessly beneath his skin, already anticipating the fight ahead. "Caleb?" Her voice was small now, vulnerable in a way that made his chest ache. "Hmm? Promise me you'll be careful tomorrow?" He wanted to tell her everything would be fine, that Victor didn't stand a chance, but he wouldn't lie to her. Instead, he tightened his arms around her and said, "I'll try my best." The movie droned on, neither of them paying it any attention as they held each other in the soft darkness of his living room. Fiona suddenly sat up straight, her eyes blazing with that dangerous spark Caleb had come to recognize, the one that usually preceded either brilliance or chaos. "We should go hit them now," she said, jabbing a finger toward the window. "Tonight, while they're not expecting it, get the pack together and—" "No." Caleb kept his voice gentle but firm. "Why not?" Victor wouldn't see it coming. "We could." "Because I already issued the challenge." He shifted to face her fully, taking in the way her hair caught the TV's flickering light. "Going after them now would be like—" He searched for an analogy she'd understand. "Like showing up to throw down at a scheduled wedding instead of waiting for the actual cage match." "That's a terrible analogy." She crossed her arms. "And weddings are overrated anyway. The point is, it would dishonor everything my pack stands for." His wolf bristled at the mere thought. "Besides, I'd still have to fight Victor in the end." "Then we'll just take him out first." A small flame sparked between her fingers, a sure sign she was getting worked up. "Fiona, what if we just set his fancy mansion on fire? Just a little bit. Fee dash. Or I could turn his pretentious sports car into a barbecue." Caleb couldn't help it. He laughed. The sound seemed to startle them both. "Has anyone ever told you you're slightly terrifying when you're protective?" "Only slightly?" She tried to maintain her fierce expression, but her lips twitched. "I must be losing my touch." He pulled her back against his chest, nuzzling her hair. "Trust me, you're plenty scary, but this is something I have to handle the right way." Fiona's shoulders slumped, the fire in her eyes dimming as she curled deeper into his side. Caleb's wolf whined at the sight, wanting to erase that defeated look from her face. The scent of her anxiety filled his nostrils. I hate feeling helpless." Caleb ran his fingers through her hair, marveling at how the strands caught the light like dying embers. "You? Helpless? The woman who took on 3 Nightfang wolves and lived to critique their fighting style? That's different." She picked at a loose thread on his shirt. "I could actually do something then. Tomorrow I just have to watch." "Hey!" He tilted her chin up, meeting those green eyes that had somehow become his anchor. "Remember what you made me promise?" "To win?" A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "Exactly." His thumb stroked her cheek. "This can't be your last night, Caleb." "I won't accept that." Something in her voice made his heart stutter. He pulled her closer, breathing in her scent. "If it was, though, he murmured against her hair. I'm glad I'm spending it with you. Caleb gently pulled Fiona down beside him on the couch, arranging them so she fit perfectly against his chest. Her hair tickled his nose, carrying the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke that was uniquely her. His wolf preened at having her so close, safe in his arms. You're like a furnace, he murmured, nuzzling a spot behind her ear. Fire witch, remember? She wiggled back against him, sending sparks of awareness through his body. Though you're not exactly cool yourself. Wolf thing? His hand found hers, fingers intertwining against her chest. Higher body temperature. Convenient for cuddles. Is that what we're doing? Cuddling? Well, we're certainly not watching this movie anymore. She gestured at the TV where the protagonist was now inexplicably fighting zombie wolves. Though I have to admit, the special effects are getting better. Caleb laughed, the sound rumbling through his chest. Her warmth against him felt right in a way he couldn't explain. His wolf, usually so restless, settled contentedly. Better than real wolves? He asked, lips brushing her neck. Real wolves are definitely more. She inhaled sharply as he nipped gently at her skin. Distracting. His hand slid to her hip, thumb tracing circles through her shirt. Distracting how? You know exactly how. She turned in his arms, green eyes sparking with mischief and desire. You're not as subtle as you think, Mr. Alpha. Me? Subtle? He pressed his forehead to hers. Never. The movie's dramatic soundtrack faded into background noise as they lay there, breathing each other in. Tomorrow's fight seemed distant now, overshadowed by the way she fit against him, the way her heart raced in time with his. Your heart's pounding, he whispered. So is yours. Her fingers traced patterns on his chest. Caleb traced his thumb along Fiona's jawline. His wolf hummed with contentment as her fingers twisted in his shirt. He focused on her lips, slightly parted and curved in a teasing smile. You're staring, she whispered, her breath warm against his skin. Just appreciating the view. He closed the distance between them, capturing her lips with his. The kiss started soft, tentative, but quickly deepened as Fiona pressed closer. His wolf surged with possessive pride as she made a small sound in the back of her throat. Her fingers threaded through his hair, nails scraping his scalp in a way that sent shivers down his spine. Your eyes are glowing, she murmured against his lips. Side effect of kissing beautiful witches. He nipped at her bottom lip, drawing another of those intoxicating sounds from her. The heat of her body against his was driving him crazy. His enhanced senses picked up every slight change in her breathing, every skip of her heartbeat. The scent of her desire mixed with her natural cinnamon smoke smell made his wolf want to howl. Caleb, she murmured against his lips, her voice a mix of desire and amusement. If you're trying to distract me from worrying about tomorrow, it's working.
Chapter 24. Fiona. The heat of his body against her was driving her crazy. Caleb, she murmured again against his lips. Caleb pulled back slightly, his blue eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. His hand started working the buttons of her blouse. Fiona's breath hitched as his fingers brushed against her skin, her own hands finding their way to the hem of his shirt. She pushed it up, revealing the hard planes of his chest. I have to say, this is quite the distraction technique. As they undressed each other, Fiona marveled at the raw power contained within his body. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millietadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. Let's get back to the story.
Chapter 25. Caleb. The sun cast long shadows across the pack arena as Caleb walked hand in hand with Fiona through the gathering crowd. Members of both packs filled the stone bleachers surrounding the dirt fighting ring, their voices a low murmur of anticipation. Say it again, Fiona demanded, squeezing his hand. Her green eyes blazed with determination, but Caleb caught the slight tremor in her voice. I promised you I wouldn't lose, and I won't. He pulled her closer, breathing in her scent. Victor may think he's destined for greatness, but I've got something worth fighting for. Just remember that fire witch who'll kick your butt if you break that promise. A smile tugged at her lips despite the worry lines creasing her forehead. Wouldn't dream of it. Your temper's scarier than Victor could ever be. Caleb brushed a strand of red hair from her face, his touch lingering on her cheek. Across the arena, Victor stood with his pack, chest puffed out like a peacock trying to impress his followers. The sight made Caleb roll his eyes. Look at him preening over there, Caleb muttered. You'd think he was accepting an award instead of getting ready for a fight. Well, his ego is big enough to need its own zip code. Fiona's quip drew a genuine laugh from him. Caleb turned to face her fully, taking both her hands in his. The afternoon breeze carried the scent of autumn leaves and grass. When this is over, I'm taking you on a proper date. No pack business, no rival alphas, just us. Promise? Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Cross my heart. He leaned down and kissed her softly, pouring all his feelings into the gesture. Around them, a few wolf whistles and good-natured cheers rose from the Eclipsed Moon pack members. Go kick his arrogant butt, Fiona whispered against his lips. Yes, ma'am. Caleb grinned and stepped back, already feeling the familiar pull of his wolf form beneath his skin. The thought of Fiona waiting for him, of their future together, filled him with renewed purpose. Caleb stepped into the arena, the dirt shifting beneath his boots. The afternoon sun beat down as Victor strutted to the center, his swagger reminiscent of a rooster in a henhouse. Last chance to bow out gracefully, Victor called, rolling his shoulders. I promise to only slightly humiliate you when you submit. Caleb snorted. Funny, I was about to offer you the same deal, though I can't promise anything about your ego. That thing's too fragile not to shatter. The taunting drew mixed reactions from the crowd. Cheers from his pack, jeers from Victor's. Caleb caught Fiona's scent on the breeze, steadying him. Your witch won't be able to save you here, Victor sneered, beginning to circle. What kind of alpha needs a female to fight his battles? The kind smart enough to know good allies when he sees them. Caleb matched his movements, studying Victor's gait for tells. But I wouldn't expect you to understand that, considering your idea of leadership is beating people into submission. Victor's eyes flashed gold, his control slipping. Enough talk. The shift rippled through them both, bones cracking and reforming as fur burst through skin. Where two men had stood, two massive wolves now faced each other. Victor's gray coat bristling, Caleb's midnight black fur gleaming in the sun. They launched at each other simultaneously, teeth snapping. Caleb ducked under Victor's lunge, scoring first blood with a slash across the gray wolf's flank. Victor whirled faster than expected and caught Caleb's shoulder with his fangs. Pain lanced through him, but Caleb used the momentum to roll and break free. They circled again, looking for openings. Victor was good, maybe even as good as the rumors claimed. But Caleb had something Victor didn't, something worth protecting beyond his own pride. They clashed again and again, neither gaining the upper hand. Blood matted both their coats, turning the arena dirt dark. Victor fought with practiced precision, but Caleb matched him move for move. For every bite Victor landed, Caleb returned one of his own. Through the haze of battle, Caleb heard Fiona's voice rise above the crowd. Show him what a real alpha looks like. The words sparked something in his chest. Victor might have strength and skill, but he'd never understand what true leadership meant, what having people worth fighting for could do. Victor's teeth sank into Caleb's haunches, sending white-hot pain shooting through his body. The gray wolf used his greater weight to pin Caleb down, jaws seeking his throat. Blood matted Caleb's black fur, his muscles screaming in protest as he fought to keep Victor's fangs from his jugular. Through the sea of faces surrounding the arena, Caleb caught Fiona's green eyes. Fear painted her features, but beneath it burned that familiar, determined fire he'd come to love. She mouthed something that looked suspiciously like kick his butt or else. A surge of strength flooded through him. This wasn't just about him anymore. It was about the fierce witch who'd walked into his life, about the future they could have together. With renewed vigor, Caleb twisted sharply, breaking Victor's hold. Before the gray wolf could recover, Caleb's jaws clamped down on Victor's shoulder and threw him off balance. Victor stumbled, giving Caleb the opening he needed. He slammed his full weight into Victor's exposed side, driving him into the dirt. Victor's head cracked against the ground with a sickening thud. The gray wolf went limp, unconscious but breathing. "Finish him!" Several voices from the Eclipsed Moon pack rang out. "End it!" Caleb stood over Victor's prone form, chest heaving. It would be easy. One quick bite and he'd never have to worry about Victor threatening his pack again. His gaze swept over the Nightfang members, landing on Rochelle's snarling face. The hatred in her eyes spoke volumes. If he killed Victor, he'd win the battle but start a war. The Nightfang would never truly accept him as alpha, would always be looking for ways to avenge their fallen leader. More blood would be spilled, more lives lost. Was that really the kind of leader he wanted to be? The kind who ruled through fear and death rather than respect? Fiona's words from their first argument echoed in his mind. Respect usually carries more weight than strength. Caleb shifted back to his human form, muscles aching from the fight. His clothes, thankfully still intact thanks to the arena's enchantments, clung to his sweat-soaked skin. He turned to face the Nightfang members, particularly Rochelle, whose face twisted with barely contained rage. "Take your alpha and go," he announced, his voice carrying across the now silent arena. "Your pack remains yours. Victor remains your leader." He paused, letting his next words sink in. "But if any of you come near my people again, if you so much as look at an Eclipsed Moon member wrong, I won't be so merciful next time." Rochelle's lip curled into a snarl. "You're weak, showing mercy like this." "No," Caleb countered, fighting back a smile as he caught Fiona's proud gaze in the crowd. "I'm smart enough to know the difference between strength and stupidity, something your alpha clearly missed in his leadership lessons." A few chuckles rippled through the crowd, mostly from his own pack. Even a couple of Nightfang members poorly disguised their amusement. "Now," Caleb continued, gesturing to Victor's still unconscious form, "I suggest you get him some medical attention. Though with the size of his ego, I'm sure his head's well cushioned." Rochelle glared daggers at him but moved to help her fallen alpha. As the Nightfang members carried Victor away, Caleb caught snippets of their muttered conversations, not all of them complimentary toward their supposedly destined leader. "That was quite the show," Fiona's voice came from behind him, "though I have to say the victory speech needed work. I won't be so merciful. Really, could you be more cliché?" Caleb turned to face her, wincing slightly at his injuries. "Sorry, next time I win a life-or-death battle, I'll consult you first about my victory speech." "See that you do." She reached up to touch a cut on his cheek, her fingers gentle despite her teasing tone. "I am available for consulting services. My rates are very reasonable. How about I pay you with dinner instead?" He caught her hand in his, pressing a kiss to her palm. "Throw in dessert and you've got yourself a deal." Caleb's muscles ached as he walked out of the arena, but Fiona's small hand in his made every twinge worth it. His pack members lined the path, their cheers washing over him like a healing balm. Even his enhanced hearing couldn't pick out individual voices from all of the whoops and howls. "Your people are certainly enthusiastic," Fiona said, ducking under someone's attempt to toss flower petals over them. "Though I could do without the impromptu confetti." "They're your people too now," Caleb replied, tugging her closer to shield her from another shower of petals. The scent of her mixed pleasantly with the autumn air. "Though I'm starting to think they planned this celebration ahead of time. Where did all these flowers even come from?" "Probably the same places that Caleb and Fiona forever. Banner Wade's trying to hide behind his back." She nodded toward his second-in-command, who was indeed attempting to conceal a large piece of fabric. Caleb groaned. They rounded the corner of the arena building, finally escaping the enthusiastic crowd. The late afternoon sun painted everything in soft gold, including Fiona's red hair. Before Caleb could comment on how beautiful she looked, she grabbed his shirt collar and pulled him down for a kiss. Her lips were soft against his. Caleb wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer, despite his injuries protesting the movement. When they finally broke apart, Fiona's green eyes sparkled with mischief. That's for not dying on me. If that's my reward for staying alive, I'll have to do it more often.
Chapter 26. Fiona. You kept your promise, she said against his chest. I always do. He winced as he shifted. Have dinner with me tonight? Shouldn't you get some rest? I've waited long enough to take you on a proper date. They went to a perfect little Italian restaurant later that evening to celebrate. Fiona couldn't stop grinning at how dapper Caleb looked in his button-down shirt, even with the bandage peeking out at his collar. You're staring, he said, taking a sip of water. Just admiring my battle-worn alpha. She reached across the table to touch his hand, though I have to admit watching you fight was terrifying. More terrifying than facing down 3 wolves with fire magic? That was different. I wasn't watching someone I care about get hurt. His fingers intertwined with hers. Stay with me tonight? Are you sure? You're injured. I'll survive. His blue eyes sparkled. Besides, I sleep better when you're there. Fiona helped him out of his jacket, careful of his injuries when they arrived back at his house. You don't have to baby me, he grumbled. Shut up and let me take care of you for once. She hung up his jacket. You're not invincible, you know. No? He pulled her closer, his hands settling on her waist. Could have fooled me. Stubborn wolf. His lips brushed against her temple. When he kissed her, it was gentle, almost hesitant, so different from their desperate kisses the night before. Fiona melted into it, her hands resting carefully on his chest. I should warn you, he murmured against her lips. I might be a bit slower than usual. We have all the time in the world now, she smiled. No more rival packs trying to kill us. Don't jinx it. He kissed her again, deeper this time. Whoa, hold your horses. The spice in this chapter is reaching this platform's limits, so we're going to have to take a breather. But don't worry, the naughty content is still available to you in the unabridged version of this audiobook on millitadenbooks.com. Use code RODEO30 for 30% off any digital product. Thanks for listening, and let's get back to it.
Chapter 27. Caleb. Something jolted Caleb from his peaceful slumber. His eyes snapped open, scanning the darkened bedroom. Beside him, Fiona's warm presence and steady breathing provided a momentary comfort. The digital clock on his nightstand read 2:37 a.m. A breeze drifted through the cracked window, carrying with it the unmistakable scent that made his hackles rise. Nightfang, at least 5 of them, prowling around his property. Those idiots never learn, he muttered, sitting up carefully. His movement stirred Fiona, her red hair splayed across his pillow. What's wrong, she asked, voice thick with sleep. We've got unwanted visitors. Caleb reached for his phone. Victor's people decided to crash our post-victory celebration. Fiona bolted upright, instantly alert. Are you serious? After you just kicked their alpha's tail? Apparently, they're slow learners. He dialed Wade's number while keeping his senses trained on the movements outside. The Nightfang members were circling, getting closer. Or really fast healers. Want me to light up their night? Fiona's hands already glowed with a warm orange light. Hold that thought. Wade picked up on the second ring. Wade, we've got company. Get some fighters and get to my place. Now. On it, boss. 10 minutes. Caleb ended the call and turned to Fiona. They're trying to surround the house. Good thing I sleep in proper pajamas now. Fiona swung her legs out of bed, wearing flannel pants and a tank top. Unlike someone who insists on just boxers. Hey, wolves run hot. He grabbed a pair of sweatpants from a nearby chair. And I didn't hear you complaining earlier. Focus, Alpha. But she was smiling as she tied her hair back. How many? 5, maybe 6. Caleb cocked his head, listening. They're being careful. Too careful for a random attack. You think this is planned? Has to be. He moved to the window, keeping to the shadows. Victor wouldn't risk sending his people here without a strategy. Not after today. Great. Fiona joined him, her bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. So much for our quiet night in. Welcome to pack life. Caleb wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Never boring. You promised me boring about 6 hours ago. I promised you alive. Boring was never part of the deal. The front door splintered inward with a crash that made Caleb wince. So much for his newly installed security system. Victor strode in like he owned the place, flanked by Rochelle and 4 other Nightfang members. Their boots tracked mud across his hardwood floors. You really couldn't wait until morning? Caleb positioned himself between the intruders and Fiona, though he knew she could handle herself. Some of us actually enjoy sleeping. Victor's lips curled into a sneer. You made a mistake today, Rivers. Letting me live was weak. Letting you live was mercy, Caleb countered, tracking each Nightfang member's position. The scent of their aggression filled the room, mixed with Fiona's distinctive fire magic. Though I'm starting to regret that decision, always with the witty comebacks, Rochelle prowled forward, her eyes fixed on Fiona. Your little witch won't save you this time. A ball of fire materialized above Fiona's palm. Want to test that theory? Caleb fought back a smile. God, he loved her spirit. Even outnumbered and caught off guard, she showed no fear. His wolf itched to protect her, but he knew better than to underestimate her abilities. You're both pathetic, Victor spat. An alpha who can't finish what he starts, and his pet witch. Says the man who got his butt handed to him today. Caleb's muscles tensed, ready to shift at a moment's notice, and needed backup to confront me in my own home. At night, in my underwear, I might add. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Yeah, Caleb rolled his eyes. I'm weak. You're destined for greatness, blah, blah, blah. Can we speed this up? I've got plans tomorrow. The other Nightfang members spread out, forming a loose circle. Victor's face reddened with rage. Your mockery ends tonight. Actually, Fiona chimed in, I think it's just getting started. Nice bruise, by the way. Really brings out your eyes. Chaos erupted in Caleb's living room. Victor lunged first, his movements slower than usual from their earlier fight. Caleb dodged, rolling across his coffee table as Rochelle and 2 others converged on him. Duck! Fiona's voice rang out. Caleb dropped flat as a wall of fire swept over him, forcing the Nightfang members back. The heat singed his bare shoulders, but he'd take that over claws any day. You're paying for any burn marks on my furniture, he called out to Fiona, who was holding her own against 2 wolves with impressive fire whips. Bill me later, tough guy. She sent one attacker flying into his entertainment center. Little busy right now. Victor charged again. Caleb met him halfway, their bodies colliding with enough force to crack the drywall. The rival alpha's breath wheezed from his earlier injuries, a weakness Caleb intended to exploit. They crashed through the kitchen, sending dishes shattering across the floor. Caleb slammed Victor's head into the granite countertop. You know what your problem is, Victor? You never learned when to quit. And you never learned how to be a real alpha, Victor snarled, blood trickling from his temple. A yelp from the living room drew Caleb's attention. Fiona had trapped Rochelle in a ring of fire, but another Nightfang member was circling behind her. Neither did you. Caleb drove his knee into Victor's wounded side from their earlier fight. The rival alpha buckled, giving Caleb the opening he needed. He grabbed Victor's head and twisted sharply, ending the threat once and for all. Caleb watched in horror as Rochelle lunged at Fiona, claws extended. His muscles screamed in protest as he tried to reach them, but Victor's remaining followers blocked his path. You should have stayed out of pack business, witch, Rochelle snarled. Fiona's response was a tight smile. And you should have learned some manners. Fire erupted between them, but Rochelle dodged with frightening speed. Caleb's heart nearly stopped as the wolf's claws grazed Fiona's arm. Blood trickled down her pale skin. Getting tired? Rochelle taunted, circling closer. Just warming up. Fiona's hands glowed orange. Unlike you wolves, I don't need a full moon to be dangerous. Caleb knocked another Nightfang member aside, desperate to reach them. The scent of Fiona's blood made his wolf howl with rage. Rochelle pounced again, but this time Fiona was ready. A column of fire engulfed the wolf mid-leap. Rochelle's howl of pain cut off abruptly as she crashed to the floor, her body still smoking. Told you I was just warming up, Fiona muttered, swaying slightly. Pride and worry warred in Caleb's chest. She'd taken down Victor's second, but the effort had clearly drained her. More Nightfang members poured through his broken door, and exhaustion pulled at his own limbs. "This is getting ridiculous," he growled, backing toward Fiona. "Did they invite the whole pack?" "Next time," Fiona panted, "we're having date night at my place." "Deal." He caught her as she stumbled. "Though your place is a lot smaller." "Less to break." Just then, Wade's familiar howl split the air. Backup crashed through the windows, catching the Nightfang members by surprise. Caleb had never been so happy to see his second's terrible timing. "Took you long enough," Caleb called out as Wade tackled two wolves at once. Wade shifted just long enough to reply, "Traffic was hell. Also, your house is on fire." "That would be me," Fiona admitted, leaning against Caleb. "Sorry about the curtains." Caleb pulled her closer, watching as his pack made short work of the remaining Nightfang members. "Though we might need to discuss your definition of controlled fire." "Hey, I controlled it exactly where I wanted it to go. Right at the bad guys. And my coffee table. Collateral damage." Caleb surveyed the wreckage of his living room, stepping over unconscious Nightfang members and bits of shattered furniture. The scent of smoke and blood hung heavy in the air, mixing with the familiar scent of Fiona's magic. His pack members were securing the survivors, while Wade coordinated cleanup efforts. "Well," Caleb said, "looks like I'll be taking over Nightfang after all. Though I have to say, this wasn't exactly how I planned it." Caleb stared down at Victor's lifeless body, a strange mix of regret and relief washing over him. The weight of taking a life, even one as twisted as Victor's, settled heavy in his chest. Sometimes being an alpha meant making the hard calls. "You did what you had to do," Fiona said softly, her hand finding his. Her touch grounded him, pulling him back from the darker corners of his mind. The Nightfang needed this. They needed someone to break Victor's cycle of violence. "Doesn't make it easier." He traced his thumb over her knuckles, drawing comfort from the simple contact. "I meant what I said earlier about Mercy. I really thought he'd back down after the challenge. Some people can't let go of power." Fiona's green eyes met his, fierce and understanding all at once. "But you can show them a better way." Caleb pulled her close, careful of her injured arm. The wolf in him still bristled at the sight of her wound, but pride won out. She'd more than proven herself tonight. "You'll be the leader they finally deserve," she murmured against his chest. "We'll be the leaders they deserve," he corrected, tilting her chin up. "I'm not doing this without you." Smooth talker. Her lips curved into a smile. Caleb leaned down and kissed her, tasting smoke and victory on her lips. His wolf hummed with contentment, finally at peace with both his mate and his territory secure. When they broke apart, he couldn't help but grin. "Though maybe we should work on your aim. My curtains were innocent bystanders." "Your curtains were hideous and you know it." "Fair point."
Chapter 28. Fiona. Fiona stood at the window of the community center, watching leaves dance across the courtyard. Had it really been a year already? "Someone's looking really contemplative," Caleb said softly, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. His warmth seeped through her sweater, and she leaned gently back against his chest. "Just thinking about how much has changed in 12 months?" She traced her fingers softly along his forearms. "Remember when you used to scowl every time I suggested something new for the center?" "I did not scowl." His protest rumbled through his chest. "I was being cautious." "You definitely scowled." She turned in his arms to face him. "Like this." She furrowed her brows in an exaggerated impression. "I look nothing like that." But his lips twitched with suppressed amusement. Through the window, she spotted former Nightfang members chatting easily with Eclipsed Moon Pack members as they set up for the now annual Harvest Festival. The sight warmed her heart more than any fire magic ever could. "Look at them," she said. "Who would have thought they'd mesh so well?" "They just needed real leadership." Caleb's voice softened. They needed to feel like they belonged somewhere. And now they do, she poked him, thanks to one grumpy alpha who turned out to have a heart of gold. I'm not grumpy. Sure. She kissed his chin softly. Keep telling yourself that. Emmett shuffled past, carrying a box of decorations. You two are giving me cavities. Some of us are trying to work here. Speaking of work, Fiona said, we should really help with the setup. In a minute. Caleb caught her hand as she tried to move away. I like this view. The courtyard? No, his blue eyes locked with hers. You, happy, safe, here with me. Always the smooth talker. But her heart fluttered all the same. Who would have thought you'd turn out to be such a romantic? Only with you. He pressed a gentle kiss to her temple. And if you tell anyone, I'll deny it all. Your secret's safe with me, Alpha. She grinned. Now come on, those decorations won't hang themselves. Fiona balanced on a ladder, hanging streamers across the community center's main hall. Below, former Nightfang members worked alongside Eclipsed Moon Pack members. Their previous animosity dissolved into occasional playful jabs. A little higher on the left, Sam, a former Nightfang member, called up. No, your other left. I only have one left, Fiona laughed, adjusting the streamer. The sight reminded her of 3 months ago, when Sam had first volunteered at the center's summer program. She'd been stiff and uncertain, until a group of kids had dragged her into their finger painting session. By the end, Sam's face had been covered in more paint than the canvas. Perfect, Sam said. Though not as perfect as that time Joey tried teaching both packs synchronized dancing. Fiona snorted, remembering the disaster. Joey, an Eclipsed Moon member, had insisted it would be a great bonding exercise. It had ended with tangled limbs, stepped-on toes, and surprisingly friendship bracelets exchanged between the former rivals. Remember when Marcus tried to organize that baking competition? Fiona climbed down the ladder, and both packs nearly started a flour war? Until Caleb walked in covered in powdered sugar. Sam grinned. Never seen an alpha look less intimidating. I heard that, Caleb called from across the room, where he was helping set up tables. And I maintain someone rigged that shelf to dump on me. Sure, blame the shelf. Fiona winked at him. It had nothing to do with your complete lack of spatial awareness. Their laughter echoed through the hall, mixing with the sounds of 2 packs working together as one. Fiona stepped back to admire their handiwork. The community center's main hall transformed into an autumn wonderland once again. Orange and gold streamers twisted overhead while carved pumpkins lined the windowsills. Her chest swelled with pride, not just at the decorations, but at how far they'd all come this past year. Remember when half the pack wouldn't even look me in the eye? She mused aloud, watching 2 younger wolves argue over the proper placement of a cornucopia. Can't imagine why, Caleb drawled, appearing at her side. You were only a strange witch who kept challenging their alpha's every decision. Someone had to keep you humble. She bumped his shoulder gently with hers. Besides, look how well that turned out. The evidence was all around them. Where once there had been suspicion, now there was only warmth. Pack members greeted her by name, included her in their jokes, sought her advice. Even the most traditional elders had taken to calling her our witch with fond exasperation. The center's never run better, Caleb said, his voice soft with pride. You've given them something to rally around. We did that together. Fiona watched as Emmett showed some cubs how to make paper chains, his weathered hands gentle with the children. Though I still can't believe you let me paint the activity room purple. Let you? Caleb arched an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, you just did it and then dared me to change it back. And you didn't, she grinned up at him. Because you secretly loved it. Because I secretly love you, he corrected, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. Heat bloomed in her chest that had nothing to do with her fire magic. 12 months ago, she'd been a stranger in a new town, desperate for work. Now she had a home, a purpose, and a stubborn wolf who'd somehow become her everything. Getting sentimental in your old age? She teased. though her voice caught slightly. "Don't push it, witch." But his eyes crinkled at the corners, that special smile he reserved just for her. "Hey, lovebirds," Wade called out from across the room. "Some of us are trying to work here." "You're just jealous," Fiona called back, but she pulled away from Caleb with one last squeeze of his hand. There was still work to be done, and she wouldn't have it any other way. Fiona smoothed down her emerald dress later that night, the silk catching the candlelight as Caleb led her into Luna's garden. The restaurant's glass ceiling revealed a blanket of stars above, and floating orbs of soft light drifted between tables like fireflies. "You cleaned up nice," she said, taking in his charcoal suit. "Though I'm surprised you didn't try to convince me the community center counted as our anniversary dinner." "Give me some credit." His fingers brushed the small of her back as the host seated them. "Besides, Wade threatened to stage a coup if I tried to keep you working tonight." "Smart man." She settled into her chair, warmth blooming in her chest at the way Caleb's eyes lingered on her. "Though I still can't believe you remembered the exact date. The day you agreed to stay with me after the Victor fight. How could I forget?" He reached across the table, threading his fingers through hers. "You flipped my world upside down. Pretty sure you did that all on your own when you hired a witch to run your community center. Best terrible decision I ever made." The waiter arrived with a bottle of wine, and Fiona caught the slight tremor in Caleb's hand as he reached for his glass. Strange, he never got nervous. "Everything okay?" she asked after the waiter left. "You seem twitchy." "I'm fine," he tugged at his collar. "Just wondering how I got lucky enough to have a fire witch who can actually stand me." "Stand you?" she laughed, the sound mixing with the soft jazz playing in the background. "Caleb, I love you, even when you're being impossibly stubborn or growling at perfectly reasonable suggestions." "I do not growl at reasonable suggestions." "You growled at the idea of painting the activity room? It was purple, and now it's everyone's favorite room." She squeezed his hand. "Face it, Wolf, you're stuck with me and my reasonable suggestions." His thumb traced circles on her palm, sending shivers up her arm. "Promise?" The raw vulnerability in his voice made her heart skip. "Promise?" Fiona's heart stopped as Caleb slipped from his chair to one knee beside their table. The floating light seemed to gather around them, casting a warm glow that made his blue eyes sparkle. Her wine glass trembled in her hand. "Oh God, you're not having a medical emergency, are you?" The words tumbled out before she could stop them. Caleb laughed, the sound rich and deep. "Trust you to ruin my perfectly planned moment with sass." "You planned this?" Heat rushed to her cheeks as other diners turned to watch. "Is that why Wade's been grinning like an idiot all week?" "Fiona." Caleb squeezed her hand, his thumb brushing over her knuckles. "For once in your life, stop talking." "Make me," she challenged, though her voice cracked with emotion. "I'm trying to—" He pulled a small velvet box from his pocket. "Fiona Ashwood, you walked into my community center and turned my whole world upside down. You challenge me, support me, and somehow manage to love me even when I'm being impossible." "Which is often," she whispered, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. "Which is often," he agreed, opening the box to reveal a ring that sparkled like captured starlight. "Will you marry me? Make my life difficult forever?" Fiona's laugh came out half-sob. "That's the worst proposal line I've ever heard." "Is that a yes?" "Of course it's a yes, you impossible wolf." She threw herself into his arms, nearly knocking them both over. "Though I'm definitely telling Wade how badly you botched that line. He helped me practice better ones." Caleb slipped the ring onto her finger. But somehow this felt more us. It was perfect. She kissed him as the restaurant erupted in applause. "Though I'm definitely painting our bedroom purple now." "Don't push it, witch."
Chapter 29. Caleb. Caleb adjusted his tie for the 10th time, staring at his reflection in the mirror of the community center's back room. "If you keep fussing with that tie, you'll strangle yourself before the ceremony even starts," Wade said, leaning against the doorframe with an amused smirk. "I just want everything to be perfect." Caleb dropped his hands and turned to face his best man. "Never thought I'd be here, you know. Alpha of both packs, about to marry a fire witch who just so happens to be the love of my life." Wade crossed the room and straightened Caleb's tie himself. "Life's funny that way. One minute you're trying to protect the community center from vandals, the next you're getting married in it." The familiar scents of pine and fresh flowers wafted through the building. Outside, Caleb could hear the bustling of pack members settling into their seats. His enhanced hearing picked up snippets of laughter and excited chatter. A knock at the door interrupted them. Emmett poked his head in, his eyes twinkling. "The bride's arrived. Still time to make a run for it if you want." "Not a chance," Caleb said, his heart skipping a beat at the thought of Fiona, "though I'm pretty sure she just tracked me down with a ring of fire." "Probably," Wade agreed, "and we'd help her." Caleb smoothed down his jacket one last time, taking in a deep breath. The mix of emotions coursing through him, joy, anticipation, love, felt more powerful than any full moon. Who would have thought that hiring a stubborn witch would lead to all of this? "Everyone," Wade and Emmett said in unison. "Your pack saw it before you did," Emmett added. "The way you two argued like an old married couple from day one." Caleb couldn't help but laugh. "Well, at least we're making it official now." Sarah burst into the room, her dark hair matching Caleb's own, bouncing with excitement. "She's almost ready, big brother. And before you ask, yes, she looks absolutely stunning." Caleb's heart squeezed at the sight of his sister. Their parents would have loved to see this day, to see how far he'd come from the hot-headed young wolf who'd inherited the alpha position too early. "Mom would have cried through the whole ceremony," Sarah said softly, reading his thoughts as she always did. She straightened his boutonniere, just like their mother used to fuss over his clothes. And Dad would have pretended not to, but totally would have lost it during the vows. "They really would have loved her," Caleb said, his voice rough. "Can you imagine Mom's face when Fiona set that first dinner on fire?" Sarah laughed. "Dad would have called her Spitfire nonstop, though honestly, they probably would have taken her side half the time you two argued." "More than half," Wade chimed in. "Remember when she reorganized your entire filing system and you growled at her for a week straight?" "And then admitted it worked better," Sarah added with a grin. Caleb shook his head but couldn't stop his own smile. "They would have been proud, wouldn't they? Of everything we've built here?" "They already were proud, Cal." Sarah squeezed his arm. "But yes, they would have been over the moon about all of this. Now come on, Alpha. Time to get you to the altar before your bride thinks you've changed your mind." "As if she'd let me," Caleb muttered but followed his sister out. The community center had been completely transformed, strings of fairy lights casting a warm glow across the gathered pack members, the scent of roses mixed with the familiar smells of pack and home, creating something entirely new and perfect. He took his place at the front, trying not to fidget as he waited for his fierce, beautiful bride to appear. Their parents might not be here physically, but he could almost feel their presence in the love surrounding him. The first notes of music filled the community center, and Caleb's heart stuttered in his chest. The assembled pack members rose, turning toward the entrance where Emmett stood with Fiona on his arm. Caleb's enhanced vision caught every detail of her. The way her red hair caught the light like living flame, how the white dress hugged her curves before flowing out like water. Her green eyes sparkled with unshed tears that matched his own. "Breathe, Alpha," Wade whispered from behind him, "though I guess technically passing out at the altar would be memorable." Caleb barely heard him. His entire world had narrowed to Fiona's radiant smile as she walked toward him. The dress shimmered with tiny crystals that caught the light, and knowing her, they probably amplified her fire magic somehow. She'd always been practical that way, even on their wedding day. Fiona's mother, looking exactly like an older version of her daughter, minus the magical fire abilities, dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief as Emmett and Fiona reached the front. The elder wolf's eyes shone with pride as he turned to Fiona. "You sure about this, little witch?" Emmett stage whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear. He's still a bit rough around the edges. Fiona's laugh rang out like bells. I think I can handle him. That's what I'm afraid of, Caleb said, his voice rough with emotion as he reached for her hand. Emmett placed Fiona's hand in Caleb's, then turned to give her mother a quick hug before taking his seat. The touch of Fiona's skin against his grounded Caleb made everything real. You look! Caleb trailed off, searching for words. Speechless already? Fiona squeezed his hand. That's got to be some kind of record. Give me a break. I'm trying to be romantic here. You're doing great, love. She reached up to brush away a tear that had escaped down his cheek. Though if you cry, I'm definitely going to cry, and then my makeup will run, and I'll look like a raccoon in all our wedding photos. You'd be the most beautiful raccoon I've ever seen. Smooth recovery, her smile widened. Ready to make this official? Caleb brought their joined hands to his lips. More than anything. Caleb's heart thundered in his chest as he faced Fiona, her hands warm in his. The officiant's words faded into background noise as he lost himself in her emerald eyes. Your vows, the officiant prompted softly. Caleb cleared his throat. Fiona, when you first walked into my community center, I thought you were either the most determined person I'd ever met or completely crazy. A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. Turns out you're both, and I wouldn't have it any other way. You challenged me when I needed challenging, supported me when I needed support, and somehow managed to organize both my life and my heart in the process. His voice cracked slightly. You make me want to be better, a better alpha, a better man. You're the fire that keeps me warm, the spark that lights up my darkest days. I promise to protect you, cherish you, and love you with everything I am. Even when you reorganize my office for the 100th time. Fiona's laugh came out half-sob. That filing system was a disaster and you know it. She squeezed his hands. Caleb, you're the most stubborn, protective, wonderful wolf I've ever met. You gave me not just a job, but a home and a family when I needed them most. You trusted me with your pack, your secrets, and finally your heart. I promise to stand by your side through whatever challenges come our way, to love you fiercely and completely, and to only set things on fire when absolutely necessary. Wade snorted behind them. That's a lie. Okay, fine, Fiona amended. I promise to try to only set things on fire when absolutely necessary. Caleb couldn't hold back his smile as they exchanged rings, his hands trembling slightly as he slipped the band onto her finger. When they were pronounced husband and wife, he pulled her close, pouring every ounce of love and devotion into their kiss. Her lips were soft against his, tasting of joy and promises and forever. Someone wolf whistled, probably Wade, and Fiona laughed against his mouth. When they broke apart, her eyes sparkled with mischief and unshed tears. I love you, she whispered, even if you are a grumpy wolf sometimes. I love you too, he murmured back, even if you are a walking fire hazard. Caleb couldn't take his eyes off Fiona as she twirled across the dance floor, her white dress catching the light from all angles. The community center buzzed with laughter and music, the scent of joy and pack bonds mixing with the aroma of wedding cake and champagne. You're staring again, Wade nudged him with an elbow, though I guess that's allowed on your wedding day. She's beautiful, Caleb said, watching as his new wife attempted to teach his sister some complicated dance move. And she's mine. God help us all, Wade laughed. A fire witch and an alpha wolf. Your kids are going to be terrors. The thought of children with Fiona sent a warm flutter through Caleb's chest. Before he could respond, Fiona bounded over, her cheeks flushed from dancing. Come on, husband, she tugged at his hand. You can't stand here brooding all night. It's our wedding. I don't brood, Caleb protested, but let her pull him onto the dance floor. I contemplate, thoughtfully. The pack around them moved in practiced synchronization, couples spinning and laughing. The music slowed, and Fiona pressed closer. Around them, his pack, their pack now, moved in perfect harmony, the bonds between them stronger than ever. The community center glowed with strings of fairy lights, transforming the space into something magical. Thank you, he whispered into her hair. For what? for walking into my community center that day, for staying, for making everything better.
Chapter 30. Fiona. The ocean breeze caressed Fiona's skin as she basked in the late afternoon sun. The private beach stretched before them, pristine white sand meeting crystal blue waters. "I can't believe you managed to find this place," she said, turning to look at Caleb. Her new husband lay on the lounger beside her, his dark hair ruffled by the wind. "Wade helped. Said we deserved somewhere completely peaceful after everything." Caleb reached over and took her hand, his thumb tracing circles on her palm. No pack business, no community center emergencies, no magical threats. Fiona sighed contentedly. Just us, and this gorgeous sunset coming up. The sky had begun to transform, painted in brilliant streaks of orange and pink. Waves lapped at the shore in a gentle rhythm that made Fiona feel more relaxed than she had in months. Caleb stood and pulled her to her feet. "Come on, I know the perfect spot to watch it." He led her down the beach to a small cove where rocks formed a natural seating area. They settled together, Fiona tucked against his chest as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. "You know, when I first moved to Saltwater Grove, I never imagined I'd end up married to a wolf shifter alpha," Fiona mused, watching the colors deepen in the sky. Caleb chuckled. "And I never thought I'd trust a fire witch to run my community center. Look how that turned out." "Your pack's community center," she corrected automatically, then laughed. "Though I suppose it's our pack now." "It was our pack long before the wedding," Caleb said softly, pressing a kiss to her temple. The sun touched the horizon, setting the ocean ablaze with golden light. "Thank you for bringing me here." "Anywhere with you is perfect," he murmured against her hair. "When did you get so romantic?" she teased, tilting her face up to his. "Must be your influence. Don't tell anyone back home. I have a reputation to maintain." "Your secret's safe with me, Alpha." As the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, Caleb stood up, extending his hand to Fiona. "Ready to head back?" Fiona took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. More than ready. They made their way back to the beach house, a charming structure that blended seamlessly with the natural beauty of the coastline. They walked up the steps, and Fiona's heart fluttered with anticipation. She knew that look in Caleb's eyes. "Looks like this scene is getting too hot for this platform to handle. Get the unabridged version from millieTadenbooks.com and never miss another steamy ending. With code RODEO30. You can even get 30% off any digital product on the store. Thank you for listening to Millie Taden Books.